Hi everyone, good afternoon and welcome to this session. The marathon continues and today it's all about general knowledge. Okay, so we are going to cover static, we are going to cover current affairs in context of the static GK in context of the static. So we are going to cover a lot of topics today. बहुत सारे टॉपिक्स हैं 75 प्लस टॉपिक्स हैं जो आज हम 6 घंटे में कवर करने की कोशिश करेंगे आई एम श्योर यू आर डेफिनेटली इफ यू मिस्ड आउट ऑन एनी ऑफ द अर्लियर सेशंस कोई भी मिस हुआ है पिछले 3 दिनों में तो डेफिनेटली आप वो वीडियोस वॉच कर रहे हो गोविंद सर वाज देयर यस्टरडे आयुषी मैम स्टार्टेड विद द लीगल सेशन फॉलोड बाय शशांक सर क्यूटी एंड एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग कल लॉजिकल रीजनिंग अटेंड किया today we are going to cover GK and tomorrow the marathon closes with the English session with Abhilasa Swaroop ma'am. So the journey will continue. एग्जाम सर पे है एग्जाम खत्म होते ही एनालिसिस होगा उसके इमीडिएटली बाद कट ऑफ NLUs रैंक प्रेडिक्टर्स सबकी बात करेंगे बट आज हम कवर करने वाले हैं जीके ओके सो जनरल नॉलेज की बात करने वाले हैं तो आज क्या है आज है रिवीजन डे यू हैव ऑलरेडी डन इट सब कुछ कवर किया आज हम क्विकली 6 घंटे में जितने ज्यादा पॉसिबल हो उतने टॉपिक्स को कवर करेंगे हो सकता है कि शायद एक्सटेंड हो जाए तो चाय कॉफी लंच जो भी है साथ साथ में चलना चाहिए तुम्हारे एंड पे स्क्रीन से बाहर नहीं जाना है स्क्रीन सामने होगी और आप लोग सुनते रहेंगे मैं क्विकली कोशिश करूंगा जितने ज्यादा हम टॉपिक्स कवर कर सके जो स्टार्ट है वो सेशन का आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट द हिस्ट्री फर्स्ट हम हिस्ट्री से शुरुआत करेंगे मॉडर्न इंडिया हिस्ट्री से शुरुआत करेंगे लास्ट 2 साल का अगर पेपर देखते हो तो उसमें पैसेजेस पूछे गए थे अब सरप्राइजिंगली बात यह है कि जो 2 सैंपल पेपर आए हैं जो फुल फ्लेजेड सैंपल पेपर आया यस्टरडे और इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द अर्लियर सैंपल पेपर सेक्शन वाइज जो रिलीज किया था उसमें तो ऑलमोस्ट 5-10 टॉपिक्स तो कवर कर दिए उन्होंने इंपॉर्टेंट वाले तो क्या वो टॉपिक्स कवर होंगे एग्जाम में वी डोंट नो येट हो सकता है क्योंकि क्वेश्चंस तो हमेशा डिफरेंट हो ही सकते हैं तो कुछ हिंट मिल सकता है वो भी हो सकता है बट पॉसिबिलिटी कम है सो विल नॉट रिफ्रेन फ्रॉम देयर हम लोग उसको बिल्कुल रिमूव नहीं करेंगे we'll cover everything actually today but I'll start with the modern Indian history actually and pehle usko cover karte hain first we'll cover that and then we'll move on to the topics from India from international we'll cover the important summits we'll cover the important indices we'll cover some of the important awards so that's how the flow is going to be for the next 6.5 hours okay कोशिश करेंगे 6 hours में wrap up करने का बट हो सकता है कि आगे भी जा सकते हैं सो बी रेडी फॉर दैट सो विद दैट नोट लेट मी स्टार्ट विद द फर्स्ट टॉपिक एंड वी गो अहेड विद द सिविल डिसोबीडियंस एंड बियॉन्ड यहां से हम कहानी शुरू करते हैं 1915 से और काफी सारा डेटा है so you don't need to make notes as such listen carefully that is most important but if you can quickly write down as a summary point that might help you tomorrow for your final revision so 1915 was the year when Mahatma Gandhi returned from South Africa after 20 years and here's a quick question to all of you can answer in the comment box which are the 2 organizations which Mahatma Gandhi started in South Africa while he was in South Africa which are the 2 notable organizations which he started quick answers in the comment box while I move on मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं तुम्हारे comment box में मैं notes देखता रहूंगा okay so Gandhi ji returned after 20 years from South Africa he came back to India and while he was there he developed that satyagraha wala concept the interfaith harmony and anti-discrimination approach when he returned back it was a highly politicized environment in India Congress has already grown but within the Congress there were faction of moderates versus extremists and then Gokhale became the Mahatma Gandhi's political mentor when he returned back from South Africa now Gandhi's first appearance as a public authority was in BHU in the year 1916 where he criticized the elite nationalism and stated that our salvation will come from the farmer not from lawyers or doctors so he announced that we need to include peasants and laborers in nationalism so nationalism का movement है उसमें peasants और laborers को include करना पड़ेगा and this is where he met Champaran peasant Rajkumar Shukla and this is where the beginning of satyagraha happened in India okay so early satyagrahas की अगर हम बात करते हैं if we talk about the early satyagrahas Champaran in 1970 because of indigo planters exploitation and exploiting the peasants actually. So Champaran Satyagraha was in 1917. Then Ahmedabad mill strike in 1918. Worker demanding higher wages. And of course we had Kheda Satyagraha, जिसके साथ सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल का भी नाम establish होता है. Okay, coming back, Natal India Congress and Ambulance Corps were the two notable organizations with Mahatma Gandhi started. Natal India Congress and Ambulance Corps, that was in South Africa. So moving on, आगे बढ़ते हैं. सत्याग्रह की बात कर रहे थे. So Kheda Satyagraha in 1918, and this was related to the crop failure. Revenue remission was demanded at that point of time. So all these satyagrahas showed Mahatma Gandhi's commitment to peasants, laborers, and the local struggles. Okay, so then in 1919 we had the Rowlatt Act. Rowlatt Act, very simply understand this. It permitted the Britishers to detain anybody without trial. Then there was a nationwide hartal which was called by Mahatma Gandhi. The most significant state in that time, if we talk about jiska effect dikha, that was Punjab. There was harsh repression, leaders were arrested, and on 13th of April 1919, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre happened. Okay, General Dyer opened fire, and according to estimates, more than 400 civilians were killed. And this is where this was the turning point. Jallianwala Bagh massacre was the turning point where Mahatma Gandhi became a national leader following that actually. So the aim after that was to end the colonial rule through non-violent resistance, and the entire movement was combined with Khilafat movement with the Ali brothers. The program included boycott of schools, the law courts by the Britishers, the foreign goods, and renunciation of the government posts. More than 396 strikes, 1,000 plus forest law violations, and 100 plus no tax movements happened at that point of time. The movement saw mass participation by peasants, workers, tribals, students, as well as lawyers. Then in 1922, Chauri Chaura incident happens where there was a violent clash, policemen were killed, and Mahatma Gandhi called off the non-cooperation movement at that point of time. Reason, violence violates satyagraha. So violence के साथ सत्याग्रह नहीं चल सकता है. So that was the reason of Mahatma Gandhi. And he was arrested in 1922 and sentenced to 6 years of prison on sedition charges. And this is where, during one of the hearings, Judge Broomfield acknowledged Gandhi as a patriot and a leader. I think this was also covered in one of the passages given by the consortium earlier. Salt Satyagraha, 1930. Congress declares Poon Swaraj at the Lahore session of Indian National Congress in 1929. And 26 January 1930 was celebrated as Independence Day. 26 January 1950 was celebrated as Independence Day. So 26 January का importance उसके 1950 से पहले भी दिखता है. And Mahatma Gandhi chooses salt as a symbol because that's an essential necessity, everyday necessity, and the state had unjust monopoly over salt or making of salt. This was definitely a clever strategy by Mahatma Gandhi because this salt is something which affects all classes, not just the upper class or the lower class. It affects all classes, but more importantly, the poor. Then comes the period of Dandi March from 12th March to 6th of April 1930. 240-mile march from Sabarmati to Dandi, and Gandhi, along with 78 volunteers, the mass mobilization happened at that point of time. Gandhi breaks the salt law. Mahatma Gandhi breaks the salt law and triggers civil disobedience movement. Okay. Then there were parallel movements: forest law breaches, boycott of cloth and liquor, strikes in different towns. The reaction of British was, of course, known. 60,000 arrests were done, including Mahatma Gandhi. Now, what was the significance of the Salt March? It was the first global recognition, and it was covered by the world press in large. And also the fact that women participated in unprecedented large numbers. So it showed the power, the Dandi March, the Salt March showed the power of non-violent mass mobilization. Okay. And that led to Britishers coming to the negotiating table. Gandhi-Irwin Pact of 1931, end of civil disobedience, prisoners' release, and permission to make salt on coastlines. Then the first roundtable conference of 1930 had failed. Congress was absent there. Second roundtable conference, Mahatma Gandhi attended, but definitely faced opposition from the Muslim League, the princes, because India had princely states at that point of time, and also notably here, B.R. Ambedkar, who was representing the depressed classes. So Mahatma Gandhi opposed these separate electorates for the as far as Dalits were concerned. Ambedkar argued that they needed political safeguards. So clash of visions later leads to the Pune Act of 1932. Pune Act 1932. Remember this. Then civil disobedience resumes, and here we also have the 1935 Act, which is known as Government of India Act 1935, which provided for provincial autonomy and limited franchise. Okay. 1937, the elections happens. Congress forms ministries in 8 provinces. So 1937 elections outcome, Congress was able to form the ministries in 8 provinces. Okay. So okay, yes, NCRT is the source. I always go with the official sources. Okay, don't debate on that in the comment box. World War II, 1939 to 1945. We all remember that. We all know the timelines. So during the World War II, we have Cripps mission in 1942. Congress promises support to the mission if India gets post-war freedom, post-World War II freedom. Britishers refuse. Congress ministries resign in 1939. Then Cripps mission 1942 offered dominion status after the war, which Congress rejects because they saw no real transfer of power, and this leads to a major confrontation between Congress and British. Finally, we saw the Quit India movement of 1942, where Mahatma Gandhi gave the slogan, do or die, karo ya maro. So that was the slogan for the Quit India movement, which was in 1942. The outcome, immediate arrest of all the leaders. There was underground resistance by Jayaprakash Narayan, Aruna Asaf Ali, and Usha Mehta, who was also handling the secret Congress radio. Parallel governments in Satara, Maharashtra, and Medinipur in Bengal. The entire movement was brutally suppressed, but then again displayed mass uprising spirit among the Indians at that point of time. Then comes the era of negotiations, elections, and direct action of 1946. In 1945, the Labour government in UK was sympathetic to the Indian freedom, and elections were held. Congress dominates all the general seats. Muslim League wins the Muslim seats, and there was a clear polarization which happened. Cabinet mission plan fails. Jinnah announces direct action day, which is 16th of August 1946, leading to communal riots, and the violence spreads across the country. Then finally, we saw the partition happening in 1947. Lord Mountbatten was appointed Viceroy of India, and he proposed partition due to the deadlock between Muslim League and the Congress. The Mountbatten plan led to the India Independence Act of 1947. India was partitioned into 2 nations, India and Pakistan. There was mass violence, migrations, both sides, and massacres on the both sides, India as well as Pakistan. Finally, the Mahatma Gandhi stayed away from the celebrations on 15th of August. In fact, he fasted in Calcutta to stop the riots. Peace was definitely restored. He came back to Delhi to protect Muslims in the violence-hit areas. But on 30th of January 1948, he was assassinated by Nathuram Godse. Okay, global tributes poured in compared to Lincoln, his death, and world mourned the apostle of peace in terms of Mahatma Gandhi. 1946-49, another significant thing happened in the modern Indian history, and that was the framing of the Indian Constitution. Indian Constitution was formed around a turbulent backdrop. Indian Constitution, which came into effect on 26th of January 1950, is the longest in the world. Indian Constitution is the longest constitution of the world. But if you look at the length and complexity, it is understandable because of a country of such huge size, country with so much of population, country with so much of diversity, everything has to be taken care of. So India was not merely large and diverse, but also divided into princely states. So that factor cannot go unnoticed. And that is what makes so many of provisions, makes our constitution the largest in the world. The constitution was framed between December 1946 and November 1949. Its drafts were discussed clause by clause by the Constituent Assembly of India during this entire period. Now, if we talk about the entire backdrop during which the constitution formation was happening, it was one of the most tumultuous time of the Indian history. This witnessed the impact of Quit India movement in 1942, then the Royal Indian Navy uprising 1946, the Great Calcutta killings of 1946. We are talking about the communal riots and the horrific partition violence which followed actually. And then there was uncertainty surrounding the princely states and their accession to the Indian Union. So these violence contexts deeply influenced the Constituent Assembly debates. Okay, the Constituent Assembly emerged from the 1945-46 provincial elections and not as universal franchise. So remember this. The Constituent Assembly emerged from 1945-46 provincial elections, not universal franchise. Congress had won most of the general seats. Muslim League had won most of the Muslim seats, but the Muslim League, boycotted the assembly seeking Pakistan. As a result of which, 82% of the Constituent Assembly members were Congress members, but the Congress itself within itself housed a wide range of ideological positions. We had socialists, we had conservatives, secularists, communal sympathizers as well. Some of the terms you'll see getting repeated because of the text volume which I'm covering, so the slides are uploading slower. The assembly held 11 sessions, 165 days of debate between 1946 and 1949, and the drafts were refined by multiple committees. But when we talk about the overall composition of the Constituent Assembly, there were 300 members, but definitely we should talk about 6-7 key members, starting with Jawaharlal Nehru, who moved the objective resolution, proposed the national flag, and also articulated the philosophical foundation of the Constitution. So remember the term objectives resolution, which was moved by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Then the master negotiator was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who was also the chairman of the several committees which was framing the Constitution of India, and he mediated all the conflicts, and definitely he is the architect of all the states integration, princely states merging into the Indian Union. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chairman of the drafting committee and the primary legal mind behind the Constitution. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, our first president of the country, was also the president of the Constituent Assembly, and he ensured that smooth debate and democratic procedure is followed. And definitely we have K.M. Munshi and Aladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, who provided their critical legal expertise. And these guys were supported by B.N. Rao, who was the constitutional advisor, who prepared the comparative constitutional notes, along with S.N. Mukherjee, who was the chief draftsman, who translated ideas into precise legal language. So remember this name, S.N. Mukherjee was the one who was translating all the ideas into precise legal language. Okay. Nehru's objective resolution was moved on 13th of December 1946, which declared India to be an independent sovereign republic, which is committed to justice, equality, liberty, and democracy, which we see in the preamble, and which is protective of the minorities, backward classes, and tribal areas. Nehru placed Indian constitution making within a global tradition. He recalled the American Revolution, the French Revolution, as well as the Russian Revolution. So he emphasized that we should learn without copying them. We are not just there to copy. Okay. Then Somnath Lahiri, who was a communist, critiqued the assembly as still operating under the shadow of the British power. Okay. So the critic was Somnath Lahiri, who was a communist, and to him Nehru responded that assembly derived legitimacy from people of India and not British authority. Then look at the historical forces which shaped the constitution. It did not arise all of a sudden. Multiple historical struggles were there, social reform movements, religious reforms, like if you talk about Swami Vivekananda's inclusive Hinduism, then caste movements under the leadership of Phule and Ambedkar, which demanded social justice. Peasants and workers were mass participants of the movements. Then all the constitutional developments which happened between 1909 to 1935, they all shaped the constitution. They all made the democracy, justice, and the rights as deeply rooted demands. Then, continuing with the debate on minority rights and separate electorates, D. Pocket Bahadur argued for separate electorates for Muslim. Okay, so this was opposed and this was seen as a colonial poison by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, which will divide the Indian society. And but here also it is important to note that not all Muslims were supporting the demand for separate electorates. One of the notable names is Begum Aizas Rasool, who felt that separate electorate was self-destructive since they isolated the minorities from the majority. So what was the final outcome? Separate electorates was rejected for the Muslims, emphasizing citizenship over community identities. Strong center versus provincial autonomy. What should be the one? Should India be a centralized federation or a decentralized one? So the arguments were for both, for a strong center, for a state autonomy. The final outcome became a federal structure with a unitary tilt. There would be a union list, there would be a state list, there will be a concurrent list. State center was definitely given more subjects. And Article 356 empowered center to take over the state administration. प्रेसिडेंट रूल की बात करते हैं यहाँ पे complex fiscal federalism with center holding stronger financial power. So center will have the stronger financial power under the federal structure. So that was the final outcome. Although secular was not in the original preamble, the constitution was operationally secular. Article 25 to 28, freedom of religion. Article 29-30, cultural and educational right for minorities. 14 to 18, equality before law and abolition of untouchability. The states will not have any compulsory religious education in the state institution, and states allowed space for social reform within the communities. So Indian model of constitution was one of principled distance, not strict separation of religion and state. Okay. So, what was the vision of the constitution? Sovereign democratic republic, which later got changed to socialist secular democratic republic. The key feature, longest written constitution of the world, federal structure with a strong center, parliamentary system, fundamental rights and directive principles in place, reservation policies and social justice mechanism, independent judiciary. Judiciary was given independence. And then there is a provision for emergency, protection for minorities, tribals and backward classes, and official language arrangement with linguistic facility. There is no national language. I hope you understand this. We have official language. We don't have national language concept. Okay. The preamble declared India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, which ensures justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Socialist, secular, integrity were added by the 42nd Amendment of 1976, which is sometimes also referred to as mini constitution. Executive became responsible to legislature, the nominal head being the President of India, but the real head is the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. So this feature of collective responsibility, rule of law, and cabinet system was borrowed from United Kingdom. Okay, so what we borrowed from United Kingdom: collective responsibility, rule of law, and cabinet system. Federal system with unitary bias. India became a federal structure with unitary spirit. There was division of power between union, state, along with concurrent list being there. Strong center means single citizenship, integrated judiciary, all India services, emergency powers with the center under Article 352, 356, and 360, which defines the three emergencies. Then we have the residuary powers remains with the center, and states became financially dependent on the center because center has larger financial control. Then, inspired by the US Bills of Rights, we got the fundamental rights in Part 3, Articles 12 to 35. So, fundamental rights are inspired by US Bills of Rights. Okay, remember this, US Bills of Rights. Right to equality enshrined under Article 14 to 18, right to freedom 19 to 22, right against exploitation, Article 23-24, right to freedom of religion 25 to 28, cultural and educational rights, Article 29-30, and right to constitutional remedy, which is termed by Ambedkar as heart and soul of the Constitution. So B.R. Ambedkar termed the Article 32 as heart and soul of the Indian Constitution, which provides for the right to constitutional remedies. Okay. Fundamental duties were added by 42nd Amendment of 1976. Originally, we had 10 duties. 11 duty was added by 86th Amendment of 2002, and that is parent duty regarding education of the child. All this under Part 6, Part 4A, the fundamental duties are listed over there. India is a secular state with equal respect for all religions. States will have no religion of itself. Article 25 to 28 protect freedom of religion, and states can regulate the religious institutions in the interest of the social welfare. The Constitution provides for independent judiciary with an integrated structure. Supreme Court followed by High Court followed by subordinate courts in terms of hierarchy. Powers includes judicial review, writ jurisdiction, and independence is ensured by tenure, the salary, the removal process, so with very strict guidelines. Article 124, 147 relates to Supreme Court, its formation, number of judges, everything. Article 214 to 231 deal with the high courts. We'll deep dive about the Supreme Court later. Okay. Other salient features of our constitution: single citizenship. ये जो डोमिसाइल प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी करते हो ना, एक्चुअली में इंडिया में कोई डोमिसाइल का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं होता है, वो एजुकेशन पर्पसेस में, एडमिशंस में और इन सब में यूज हो जा रहा है, बट इट इज अबाउट सिंगल सिटीजनशिप. Unlike USA, India has only one citizenship for entire nation through Articles 5 to 11, and this ensures unity and national integration. We are not citizens of state, we are citizens of India. Universal adult franchise, right to vote at the age of 18 plus. Earlier it was 21, but it was reduced from 21 to 18 by the 61st Amendment of 1988. So remember the amendment through which the voting rights age were reduced from 21 to 18. That was 61st Amendment of 1988. This ensures political equality. Emergency provisions are under Part 18 of the Constitution under Articles 352 to 360. 352 is national emergency, 356 is president's rule, state emergency, and 360 is about financial emergency. We have not seen so far as such. 44th Amendment 1978 introduced safeguards after misuse during the 1975-77 emergency. By the way, 2025 marks the 50th years of emergency in India. 50 साल पूरे हो गए emergency को. तो emergency के immediate outcome क्या था? The 44th Amendment of 1978, which introduced safeguards related to the provisions of emergency. We'll discuss that in detail later. The schedules of the Constitution, very important. Originally, the Indian Constitution had only 8 schedules. Now we have 12 schedules. Okay, which are these schedules? Schedule 1 is about state and union territories. Schedule 2 is about salaries of president, governors, comptroller and auditor general, judges, etc. Third relates to forms of oaths and affirmation. Fourth is about Rajya Sabha seat allocation to the states. Fifth is about administration of scheduled area and tribes. Fifth schedule, sixth schedule, we must know about it in the context of Ladakh as well. We'll cover that. Tribal areas in Northeast, 4 states, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram, have 6th schedule administering them. Then 7th schedule is about union, state, and the concurrent list. 8th schedule is about the official languages, 22 today. 9th schedule is about the laws are immune from judicial review, added by the First Amendment, but limited by the Keshwanand Bharti judgment by the Supreme Court of India. Then anti-defection law comes under Schedule 10, under 52nd Amendment. 11th schedule is about Panchayati Raj, 73rd Amendment, and 12th schedule is about municipalities, 74th Amendment. Let's, in next few minutes, look at quickly the details. First schedule lists the state and union territories and their corresponding territories. There are 28 states, 8 union territories in the country. Second schedule outlines the provisions for emoluments, allowances, privileges for the following: President, the governors of state, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha, the Chairman and the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, then the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Legislative Assembly in the states, the Chairman and Deputy Chairman of the State Legislative Councils, the judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts, and the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So unki salary, unke allowances, unke privileges, they are all covered under second schedule. Third schedule provides the forms of oaths or affirmations, including the union, the state of ministers, the cabinet, the candidates for election to the parliament, state legislature, the judges of the Supreme Court and high courts. Okay. Fourth schedule provides for the number of seats allocated to each state or the union territory in the Council of States, which is Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is also known as Upper House or the Council of States, by the way. Remember this. Fifth schedule deals with the administration and control of scheduled areas and the scheduled tribes. Sixth schedule is particularly for Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. It deals with administrating the tribal areas in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Rest of the country, if we are dealing with that related in relation to this, comes the fifth schedule. Seventh schedule provides the three lists: the union list, the state list, and the concurrent list. The concurrent list includes subjects of joint importance like education, marriage, etc. For both central and state governments, they both can make laws as far as these subjects are concerned. Eighth schedule contains the list of the recognized languages in India. Originally, there were 14 languages in the schedule, but presently it contains 22 languages. Okay. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th schedule were added later. Original schedule had only 8. Original constitution had only 8 schedules. 9th schedule is about the protecting the certain acts and regulation from being declared void on the ground or if they violate the fundamental rights under Part 3 of the Constitution. So this was added through the Constitution First Amendment Act 1951. 10th schedule contains provision relating to the disqualification of the members of parliament and state legislature on the ground of defection. Earlier, anybody could defect to other party after the election, after winning the election. So this has been safeguarded now so that a party does not lose its member merely because somebody decides to switch after getting something from the other party, to switch to the other party after winning the election on somebody else's symbol. So the 10th schedule was added by the Constitution for 52nd Amendment Act of 1985. 11th schedule was added by the Constitution 73rd Amendment of 1992 and deals with the powers, authority, and responsibility of the panchayats. The 12th schedule, the final one, deals with the powers, authorities, and responsibility of the municipalities, and it was added by Constitution 74th Amendment Act of 1992. Okay. Let's look at some of the major constitutional amendments. I'm presenting the select list only. First Amendment added the 9th schedule, restrictions on freedom of speech and property rights. 7th Amendment of 1956, the reorganization of states happened in 1956. Okay. So, जो present structure है states का, that was not till 1956. Most changed in 1956 by reorganization of states. 7th Amendment abolished Part 7 of the Constitution and expanded union-state division. 24th Amendment of 1971 gave Parliament the power to amend any part of the Constitution. The 25th Amendment, again of 1971, curtailed the right to property. 42nd Amendment, like earlier mentioned, also known as mini constitution, added socialist, secular and integrity to the preamble and strengthened the power of the center and somehow weakened the judiciary in that way. 44th Amendment restored balance after emergency. Internal disturbance term was changed to armed rebellion, and it provided for the safeguard of rights. So one of the significant aspects of 44th Amendment is the term internal disturbance was changed to armed rebellion. Okay. 52nd Amendment deals with anti-defection law. 61st Amendment reduced the age of voting from 21 to 18. 73rd and 74th Amendments provided constitutional status to panchayats and municipalities. 86th Amendment is again very, very important. We saw right to education under Article 21A. 101st Amendment introduced the Goods and Services Tax, GST, in 2016. 103rd Amendment provided for 10% economically weaker section reservation in 2019. Okay, so that covers the broader part of the Constitution. 2025 marks the 150 years of Vande Mataram, India's national song. To be specific about the date, 7th November 2025 marks the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram, India's national song. The phrase Vande Mataram translates to Mother, I bow to thee, and it symbolizes India as divine motherland, Bharat Mata concept. Okay. Composition generally is believed to be 7th November 1875, though some sources do place it 1872-74, but the widely commemorated date is 7th of November 1875. It's a beautiful combination of Sanskrit and Bengal. The first two stanzas are highly Sanskritized. Okay. It was first published, Vande Mataram was first published in the novel Anand Mat, जो novel था Anand Mat, उसमें publish हुआ था in 1882. Who was the author of the national song? Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay wrote Vande Mataram, which is our national song. Okay. Anand Mat was written at a time when nationalism was at its peak. We had Swadeshi movement, we had Vande Mataram immediately became the symbol of resistance. It inspired the revolutionary groups, it inspired the freedom fighters, it inspired the public rallies and the nationalist literature to follow on. The song became the anthem of the Swadeshi movement after partition of Bengal by Lord Curzon. So partition of Bengal by Lord Curzon, okay, and galvanized mass protest across the country. The first public performance. So while it first was written in the novel Anand Mat, the first public performance, it was publicly sung by none other than Rabindranath Tagore in the 1896 session of the Indian National Congress. So who sung Vande Mataram first? Rabindranath Tagore sung Vande Mataram first in the 1896 session of the Indian National Congress. Okay. Congress adopted the Vande Mataram as national song of freedom struggle. Revolutionary groups such as Anushilan Samiti, Jugantar, and Gaddar Party used it as motivational slogan and battle cry. Okay, British used to frequently ban or censor this, and the Vande Mataram was embraced by leaders including Sri Aurobindo, Bipin Chandra Pal, Lala Lajpat Rai, Subhash Chandra Bose, and even Mahatma Gandhi called it the national prayer. Okay. The original poem by Bankim Chand Chatterjee did not include a musical score. Okay. But over the time, various composers have created melodies over it around the decades. Notable names definitely include the Oscar winner, Rahman. Then the earlier musical arrangement was by Jadunath Bhattacharya. Rabindranath Tagore created a version for the 1896 INC performance. And then Pandit Ravi Shankar used that for the All India Radio post-independence. Okay, so these are some of the notable names. On 24th of January 1950, the Constituent Assembly made a decision. The first two stanzas of Vande Mataram were formally declared as the national song of India, and Jana Gana Mana was adopted as the national anthem. Remember, national anthem has a constitutional status. It is codified by law and has a mandatory protocol. National song has no formal constitutional article. It receives official recognition, but it has no constitutional status, which means Jana Gana Mana has constitutional status, but Vande Mataram does not has a constitutional status, but it is our national song. Okay. Definitely, there were controversies and debates, but nothing that significant that I'll talk about. Of course, one of the criticism is about the Vande Mataram depicting India as goddess Durga in some of the stanzas, and certain sections of the Muslims were definitely not happy with it. Okay, so Vande Mataram definitely appears in some of the notable films, like Anand Mat was created as a film in 1952. So Vande Mataram was part of the movie. In Roja movie, where you was based on one of the Mumbai blasts, Roja 1992 में आया था, उसमें भी था. Mother India में we have seen that. So there are quite a list of movies where the Vande Mataram has been used in different musical scores. And one of the notable renditions came from A.R. Rahman as well. Okay. 2025 is quite important. 2025 also marks the 150 years of Arya Samaj. Okay. Arya Samaj was founded by Swami Dayanand Saraswati in 1875 in Bombay, which is now Mumbai. So that time we are talking about Bombay. So the foundation was in 1875 by Swami Dayanand Saraswati. And the motto of Arya Samaj is Krinvanto Vishwam Aryam. Let us make the world noble. तो मोटो क्या है आर्य समाज का? Krinvanto Vishwam Aryam. Let us make the world noble. Arya Samaj was the first Hindu organization to introduce proselytization in Hinduism. Okay, इसका मतलब क्या है? Coming back to the Hindu fold once again. If you have gone to the other communities, you can come back. So that is that was the what Arya Samaj introduced. Swami Dayanand Saraswati was born in Gujarat in 1824, and his original name is Mool Shankar Tiwari. Swami Dayanand Saraswati का original name क्या है? Mool Shankar Tiwari, and his key works include Satyarth Prakash, which is the light of truth. His own motto was back to the Vedas. He was assassinated in 1883 in Ajmer. Okay. Foundations of Arya Samaj, Bombay, 1875, and there are 10 commandments which guide the Arya Samaj. Quickly in 30 seconds. God is the primary source of all true knowledge. God is formless, omnipresent. The Vedas are the true scriptures. Arya Samaj believes in truthfulness and rejects untruth. Arya Samaj emphasizes promoting good and opposing evil. The primary aim is to promote the well-being of the world. Treat all individuals with love, justice, and fairness. Knowledge should be imparted to all without discrimination. One should be free from prejudice and blind faith. And the 10th one is work for physical, spiritual, and social progress. Okay. So these are the 10 commandments of the Arya Samaj. It rapidly grew and the expansion quickly happened in Punjab, UP, Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan, the establishment of Pratna Mandirs and Vedic schools. Arya Samaj gave us one of the largest chain of schools and colleges known as Dayanand Aglo-Vedic institutions, or more popularly, you recognize them as DAV institutions across the country. Global expansion happened in South Africa, UK, US, Canada, East Africa, as well as Caribbean nations. Okay. The key contributions of Arya Samaj, of course, educational reforms through the DAV schools and colleges, more than 900 now. Women empowerment, strong advocacy for women education, widow remarriage, opposition to dowry and equal rights, elimination or opposing untouchability, child marriage, idol worship, animal sacrifice, and of course the superstitions. And the Suddhi movement was started by Swami Shraddhanand, aimed at reconversion of Hindus who had converted to other religions, the term which I was talking about here. Okay, proselytization. So Swami Shraddhanand instituted that, started that, and strengthened Hindu identity and social cohesion. Okay, Arya Samaj greatly influenced Lala Rajpat Rai, Bhagat Singh. His early education was in an Arya Samaj school. Swami Shraddhanand and Dayanand Anglo-Vedic leaders. Okay. Vedic Renaissance reasserted the authority of Vedas as the oldest and the purest source of knowledge, advocated monotheism. Okay, formless God. God has no form. That's the advocacy by Arya Samaj. And promoted Havan and Vedic marriage ceremonies and did away with the costly rituals and intermediaries. Okay. 2025 marks the centenary year of Kakori train action. Okay, so 9th August 2025, the Kakori train action was executed by members of the Hindustan Republic Association. Guys, don't get confused by Hindustan Social Republic Association. It was formed later. Which group executed the Kakori train action? It was Hindustan Republic Association. The execution of the plan happened on 9th of August 1925. Okay. Quickly here, 9th of August is also synonymous with something else in our freedom movement. What is it? 9th August marked the beginning of something very important in our freedom movement. type that in the comment box if you can recall it quickly. Okay, so the Hindustan Republic Association and executed this plan, and this deeply influenced the direction of India's armed resistance in freedom struggle, and later the foundation of Hindustan Socialist Republic Association, which gave leaders like Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, and Bhagwati Chand Vohra. Okay, uh, why the context? Quickly, the context. Post World War खत्म हुआ था, repression by Britishers had intensified, non-cooperation movement ended abruptly by Mahatma Gandhi after the Chauri Chaura incident. The youths were disillusioned at that point of time, so who had placed their hopes on peaceful resistance. So a generation of youth, freedom fighters, believed that armed struggle is very, very essential. Okay, so the Hindustan Republican Association was formed in the year 1924. The key leaders include Ram Prasad Bismil, Sachindra Nath Sanyal, and Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee. Okay, the mission was to establish a federal republic of the United States of India through an armed revolution. But there was a funding challenge. पैसे कहाँ हैं? Arms procure करना पड़ेगा. पैसा कहाँ से आएगा? Literature publish करना पड़ेगा for the propaganda. And this was the cause behind the Kakori train action, to have that resources. The target was train number 8 down. Okay, the target was train number 8 down, which was carrying the government treasury money, which was collected from the people of Awadh. The train was intercepted near Kakori, which is outside of Lucknow, and hence the term Kakori train action. 10 revolutionaries actively participated at the site, while more than 40 were involved in planning and support. Key revolutionaries include Ram Prasad Bismil, who is considered to be the principal planner and the mastermind, Ashfaqullah Khan, who was a close friend of Bismil, and together they symbolize the Hindu-Muslim unity. Chandrasekhar Azad, who later led the Hindustan Socialist Republic Association and never surrendered to the Britishers, took his own life, but did not surrender to the Britishers. Rajendra Lahiri was the first one to be executed for his role in Kakori train action. Rajendra Lahiri was the first one to be executed for his role in the train action. Then we had Roshan Singh and others, including Banwari Lal, Mukundi Lal, Murari Lal, and Manmat Nath Gupta, who was the youngest at the age of 17. At 6:30 p.m., revolutionaries pulled the train emergency chain near Kakori station. They overpowered the guard and passengers without harming the civilian, but a guard accidentally died during a gunshot, and this is what complicated the case, giving Britishers the reason to suppress and to file murder charges against the revolutionary. Roughly rupees 8,000 was seized during the Kakori train actions by the revolutionary. Bind it, 8,000 today may be a small number. It was lakhs, much in lakhs at that point of time. So the Britishers launched investigation and arrested dozens of suspects. The final sentences which were handed down included 4 death sentences, 16 deportations for life, and multiple long-term imprisonments. If you talk about the death sentences, Rajendra Lahiri was first executed 17 December 1927. Ram Prasad Bismil, Ashfaqullah Khan, and Roshan Singh, all 3 were executed on 19th of December 1927. Bismil Ashfaq brotherhood became a symbol of harmony for the Hindus and the Muslim, and this movement inspired a generation including Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Batukeshwar Dutt, Shivram Rajguru, and Jatin Das, led to the formation of Hindustan Socialist Republic Association in 1928, adopting a more socialist agenda and set the template for the armed resistance going further through the 30s and beyond. Why the Kakori action became historic? It was a bold strike against the British Empire, and it exposed the British vulnerabilities. Okay, so what has happened marking the 100 years commemoration for the Kakori train action? The most important, while everything other happens, most important is renovation of the Kakori Sahid Smarak and ceremonies of at the execution sites in Gorakhpur Jail, Lucknow, and Faizabad. Okay. Another movement completes its 100 years. The self-respect movement, which was launched by E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar in 2025 marks the 100th year of the self-respect movement, or we can say a century of social justice. Okay, it was not a political campaign to begin with; it was a radical social reforms movement, and it is still India's one of the strongest expressions of anti-caste resistance and socio-cultural renaissance. Okay, now, at that point of time, Tamil Nadu in particular, the Tamil society was rigidly divided by caste hierarchies. Brahmins occupied the administrative as well as educational positions disappropriately, whereas non-Brahmins lacked representation as well as access to the resources. Okay, then there was a complete patriarchal control. So the Ramaswamy Periyar, he founded the Justice Party in 1916 to represent the non-Brahmin interest and advocated caste-based reservations in government jobs and education. He resigned from Congress in 1925 due to Congress refusal to support the caste-based reservation and because of Brahmins' dominance within the Congress leadership itself. This exit from Congress in 1925 was the foundational moment for the self-respect movement. The core objectives: annihilation of caste, dismantling the caste hierarchy, and establishing equality for all individuals; rationalism, eradication of superstition and religious dogma; women liberation through marriage reform, widow remarriage; education and full equality; and uplifting the non-Brahmin masses through education and opportunity by providing them opportunity. Periyar emphasized that political freedom without social equality was incomplete. Okay. Uh, Now here comes the Dravidian identity thing basically. So this movement asserted South Indian, particularly Tamil identity as distinct and valuable, opposing the North Indian cultural hegemony, resistance to oppose of Hindi language, celebration of Tamil language, literature and culture, and revival of the Dravidian pride and heritage. Okay, what we talk about the midday meal scheme by the government today, they already had noon meal scheme earlier. Okay, through this movement, free education and textbooks for all, caste-based reservations to be removed, caste-based reservations to be provided, and affirmative action policies. Okay, the propaganda was done through literature, through newspapers like Kudiyarushu, pardon me for the if the pronunciation is wrong, Kudiyarushu, Viduthalai, Revolt, and Purachi. They spread the nationalist thought and exposed the caste injustices. Then there were organized debates, and the cause also championed for the rights of Dalit and backward classes to enter temples, influencing nationwide reforms. Okay, no priest, mutual consent when it comes to marriage between bride and groom, then emphasized on equal partnership between spouses, and in 1967, through amendments by the Dravidian parties, it was recognized legally. Okay. Of course, it led to the anti-Hindi legislation as well, compulsory Hindi in 1937, forming the foundation of Tamil linguistic pride and federalism in India. Come 1944, the self-respect movement merged into Dravidar Kajagam (DK) under Periyar's leadership. So remember, 1944, the formation of DK happens, Dravidar Kajagam. You all see AIDMK, DMK now. And Dravidar Kajgam's role expanded to become the political and ideological home for anti-caste activism, Dravidian identity, and social justice reform. 1949, the group split, the formation split. CN Anadurai split from DK to form Dravidra Munitra Kazgam, DMK. The DMK party came into existence in 1949, seeking electoral participation. So CN Anadurai split from DK. Then further split happened in 1972. MGR, the popular face of Tamil Nadu, the actor, the veteran actor, formed the AIADMK, which was taken forward later by Jayalalitha, his mentee. Jayalalitha, she took forward the AIADMK movement. Okay, all these parties remain anchored in self-respect ideology. And this definitely has long-term impact on Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is only state having more than 50% reservation, 69% reservation coverage, 100% educational access, free education from primary to university level is there, and the first state to become welfare pioneer, first state to implement comprehensive social welfare mechanisms, schemes. Noon meal scheme, it was pioneered in Tamil Nadu. Today, the entire country talks about midday meal scheme, but the meal scheme was pioneered by Tamil Nadu as noon meal scheme. Free school education, textbooks, uniforms, and even laptop for students. Free bus travels for women, improving mobility and economic participation, and state-funded hostels for backward classes, enabling the access to higher education. And lastly, women empowerment. Women became decision makers within families as well as public life. Anti-dowry campaigns, property rights were expanded to women. And this definitely had impact beyond Tamil Nadu. The context you can talk about is Vaikom Satyagraha in Kerala, then Phule and Ambedkar led movements in Maharashtra as well as movements in Karnataka, which were anti-caste movements. Okay, so but the prominent being Vaikom Satyagraha in Kerala, that was an anti-caste movement. Okay, criticism वगैरह तो सब था ही. So that covers a large part of the Indian history context if we talk about, and we'll move on now to the next one. So allow me to move to the next part of our session today. And did I get the answers for the two questions which I asked over there? 700 स्लाइड्स हैं. पीडीएफ कैसे बनेगा? यहीं पे हैंग कर रहा है. डोंट वरी अबाउट पीडीएफ, लिसन टू इट. अभी तो सब ऑफिशियल सोर्सेज जो तुमने पढ़े हैं वही पढ़ा रहा हूं मैं. ओके, थोड़ा अटेंशन यहाँ रखो. सिर्फ रिसोर्सेज कलेक्ट करके टेलीग्राम पे बांटने के लिए ध्यान मत दो, ठीक है? So, अब हम move करेंगे to the other topics, but we are there. We'll be covering more because 2025 is very, very important. So, what I've done is मैंने ना slide split कर दिया है. Otherwise, it was like too big to handle. So, allow me to come up with my next presentation. Okay, so we move on to the next topic for the day, which is 1000 years commemoration for Rajendra Chola I. Okay, so let's cover this. As I said earlier, 2025 बहुत ही important year है, बहुत ही historic year है, and who knows, the some of the questions, some of the passages can come from here. So it's the 1000th anniversary of the most iconic event in South India and world maritime history, the Chola naval expedition to Southeast Asia in 1025 CE, led by Rajendra Chola I. We have already covered this in one of the mocks, but I thought it's important to bring in here. Rajendra Chola I was the son of legendary Raja Chola I, under whom the empire reached unprecedented glory. The Chola dynasty was one of the longest ruling dynasty in world history. He was crowned as co-regent around 1012 CE, gaining administrative experience, took full charge in 1014 CE after his father's demise, and his reign marks the apex of Chola imperial empire, both territory-wise and globally, extending the Chola influence across Asia. Okay. Now, some of the notable expeditions, if you talk about the northern India, that includes Gangai-Konda victory. So, led the famous Ganga expedition, reaching the sacred river Ganga in North India from South India, defeated the Pala king Mahipala and the rulers of Kalinga in Odisha and several Eastern Indian dynasties, and assumed the title of Gangai-Konda Chola. Okay, the Chola who conquered the Ganga. Remember this term, Gangai-Konda Chola means the Chola who conquered the Ganga, and hence Rajendra Chola I was known as Gangai-Konda Chola. So he conquered the eastern and northern states, the regimes at that point of time, and then established a new capital, Gangai-Konda Cholapuram, a grand city symbolizing imperial charm. Southern campaigns subdued by Chera and Pandya kingdoms. They were the traditional rivals in the Tamil region, but he ensured Chola authority over Sri Lanka by continuing campaigns initiated under his father, Raja Chola I. Okay. So the great naval expedition of 1025 CE, and one of the world's earliest and most successful transoceanic naval campaigns, was launched by him. The target was Sri Vijaya Empire, based in Sumatra, Indonesia. controlling the crucial maritime trade of Southeast Asia and dominating the commerce, the trade between India and China. So the objectives of this campaign was twofold. One, to conquer the Srivijaya Empire, which was in Sumatra, and to secure the Indian Ocean for the trade between India and China. Okay, so there were rapid naval strikes, locations being Kedah, Tambralinga, Lanka, Shuka, Sumatra, and the Malay Peninsula, and captured the Sangram Vijyotunga Varman, the Srivijaya king, in a stunning military achievement. So he finally captured the Srivijaya Empire king, then established the Chola maritime supremacy from Bay of Bengal to the South China Sea. This expedition is considered the first large-scale naval expedition by an Indian power, and demonstrated the advanced shipbuilding, navigation, and sea warfare capabilities of medieval India. Okay, so architectural contributions includes Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, and considered the artistic successor to the Brihadishwara temple of Thanjavur. So Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple is considered the artistic successor to the Brihadishwara temple of Thanjavur, which is known for its intricate carvings, grand Viman, which is tower, Vimana, and executive sculptures. Okay. Economic and cultural achievements. So all that I have covered now. As I mentioned earlier, 2025 also is about 50 years of emergency getting completed. Okay. What is emergency? Emergency is a special constitutional power that allows the union government to take extraordinary measures when the nation or a part of it face grave threats to security, governance, or finances. Emergency powers are located in Part 18 under Article 352 to 360 of the Indian Constitution. Three types of emergency. National emergency, we have seen it earlier. Article 352 declared when the president is satisfied that the security of India or any part thereof is threatened by war or external aggression or armed rebellion. Earlier it was internal disturbance, but by the 44th Amendment after emergency, the term internal disturbance was changed by armed rebellion. Okay, this requires now written recommendation of the Union Cabinet and requires a parliamentary approval through the 44th Amendment. Article 356 relates to the state emergency, or you can say the president's rule. When the president is satisfied that the state government cannot carry out its function in accordance with the constitution, the president can assume control of the state. And the financial emergency is through Article 360 when the president is satisfied that financial stability or the credit of the India or any part thereof is threatened. So far, we did not have any financial emergencies happening. So there's nothing to talk about. Who issues the national emergency? The President of India. But after the 44th Amendment, which was the consequence of the earlier emergency, only a written recommendation is only after a written recommendation by the Union Cabinet is important. The proclamation must be led before the House, each of the houses, and approved within 1 month. Okay. This was reduced from 2 months by the 44th Amendment, and once approved, it lasts for 6 months and may be extended every 6 months by parliamentary majority. The Lok Sabha can revoke it by passing a disapproval resolution. During a national emergency, certain fundamental rights can be suspended. Article 359 permits the suspension of the rights to move courts or for reinforcement of specified fundamental rights, which are definitely subject to amendments and safeguards. In 1975, the then Prime Minister invoked the emergency through the President of the country, and it remains one of the most defining and controversial episodes in India's constitutional history. The 1975 emergency lasted for 21 months. It started on June 25, 1975 and lasted till March 21, 1977. Okay. The emergency of 1975 was declared under Article 352 of the Constitution. Okay. Now, what was the background? The background were many. There was economic distress, there was rising inflation, unemployment. So there was discord, there was student protest in Gujarat, Bihar, which grew into broader anti-government movements. And then there was a movement led by Jayaprakash Narayan, who mobilized students, the opposition parties, and civil society, demanding a total revolution. The trigger for the emergency, the immediate trigger, was the ruling of the Allahabad High Court, the judgment of the Allahabad High Court on 12th of June 1975. In Raj Narayan, who fought elections against Indira Gandhi, the general election, in Raj Narayan versus Indira Gandhi case, the Allahabad High Court found Prime Minister Indira Gandhi guilty of electoral malpractices and invalidated her 1971 Lok Sabha election. She was disqualified from holding elected office for 6 years, and this definitely weakened the government's political legitimacy. Okay, there was mass opposition protests. JPs called for the national agitation, and to retain the power, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, through the president, invoked or declared the emergency, which started on 25th of June 1975. It is also widely known fact, or what I would say I have read around, that she even did not take into confidence her cabinet of ministers. They all got to know only from the radio announcement. अपने कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स को भी नहीं बताया था कि she is going to declare emergency. The president at that point of was Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, and the grounds on which emergency was declared was internal disturbance threatening national security. Okay, so on the advice of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, President Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed proclaimed emergency without a formal cabinet meeting, which was possible under the pre-1978 rules. 44th Amendment stopped that. Okay, that night, opposition leaders across the country were arrested. JP, LK Advani, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, all those who were part of the socialist movement, they all got arrested. Okay. What were the major actions taken during the emergency of 1975? Article 19 got suspended. Under Article 359, citizens' right to approach courts for enforcement of fundamental rights was also curtailed. There was mass arrest. It is believed that around 1.1 lakh people were detained under MISA, Maintenance and Internal Security Act of 1971. Which politician's daughter is also named as MISA? Quickly in the comment box. The context goes here only, by the way. Quickly in the chat box. लालू तो ऐसे लिखा जैसे दोस्त हैं ना, लालू प्रसाद यादव. ओके, लालू तो ऐसे लिखा तुरंत जैसे ही इज अ फ्रेंड. चलो मूविंग ऑन. बहुत है कवरेज को चिट-चैट बाद में करेंगे. ओके, डिफेंस ऑफ इंडिया रूल्स एंड कंजर्वेशन ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज एंड प्रिवेंशन ऑफ स्मगलिंग एक्टिविटीज एक्ट. पीपल वर डिटेन्ड अंडर दीज 3 एक्ट्स. Okay, and they targeted were definitely the opposition leaders, student activists, trade unionists, intellectuals, as well as journalism. The founder of Hindu, the founding editor of Hindu, N. Ram, was also arrested. Okay, so some of the big names I'm talking about. Then, of course, there was a complete censorship on press. Everything was to be shown to the government. In fact, the Indian Express and the Statesman famously left blank spaces as a symbol of protest. मेनका गांधी कहां से आ गई भाई? Expresses, and then there were excessive measures as well. Forced sterilization campaign, which was led by youngest son of Indira Gandhi, Sanjay Gandhi, and coercive vasectomy drives were done, especially in UP, Haryana, and Delhi. Then slum clearance and demolitions in the name of beautification drive, notably being the Turkman Gate of Delhi. Then transfers, intimidations of officials, weakening of institutional independence did happen. Arbitrary arrest, though, definitely was a feature of this. Then the amendments which were done during this period includes 38th Amendment of 1975, which made emergency proclamations non-justiciable. You could not move to court. 39th Amendment of 1975 barred judiciary from hearing disputes relating to the elections of PM, President, Vice President, and the Speaker. 42nd Amendment was passed during this duration, 1976, known as Mini Constitution, expanded the powers of the Parliament, reduced the judicial review powers, and gave primacy to directive principles over the fundamental rights, okay, and attempted to centralize power in the union government rather than the federal structure, and extended the term of the legislatures. What were the judicial responses? The ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla case is quite famous in this, and also known as habeas corpus case. So इस case को ही बोलते हैं habeas corpus. ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla case. This was held during the emergency, and there was a majority judgment 4:1 that citizens cannot file habeas corpus petitions even if unlawful detention is alleged. So 4 of the judges gave the ruling that citizens cannot file habeas corpus petition even if unlawful detention is alleged. The only dissenting judge was Justice H.R. Khanna, uncle of our previous Chief Justice of India. अभी जो खन्ना सर थे Chief Justice, उनके uncle थे Justice H.R. Khanna, and he upheld the right to life and liberty as inherent and inalienable even during agency. So he was the only dissenting judge, Justice H.R. Khanna. His dissent became iconic and is considered one of the high points, moral high points of the Indian judicial history. Okay. End of the emergency, there was growing pressure, finally lifted on 21st of March 1977. Elections were held later, and the Janata Party, led by Morarji Desai, won decisively, and Morarji Desai became Prime Minister, and Indira Gandhi even lost her parliamentary seat. Okay. Then there was a commission of inquiry established, known as Shah Commission of Inquiry, 1977-78, which investigated the abuse of authority, illegal detention, forced sterilizations, press censorship, and direct responsibility of certain leaders and officials. And this is the time we saw the 44th Constitutional Amendment coming in, which introduced that emergency could never be misused again. So the objective was that emergency should not be misused by the incumbent political party ever again. And the key provisions include removing internal disturbance with armed rebellion. Okay, a narrower but more serious condition. Requires written recommendation of the Union Cabinet for emergency proclamation. Only PM's advice is no longer enough. The Cabinet must give a written recommendation. Parliament approval is now required within 1 month. Article 20 and 21 rights cannot be suspended even during emergency. Article 20-21 cannot be suspended even during emergency. And the amendment also restored judicial review over emergency proclamations. So quick recap, 12 जून 1975 को इलाहाबाद ने इंदिरा गांधी का कैंडिडेचर इनवैलिडेट कर दिया, which means she could no longer remain the prime minister. 25th June, without informing even her cabinet, through the president Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, she proclaims emergency under Article 352, citing internal disturbance. 10th of August 1975, the 39th Constitutional Amendment Act was enacted, curtailing the courts. 1976, 42nd Amendment enacted, major constitutional changes. 21st March 1977, emergency was lifted, elections were held in mid-March, and Janata Party wins decisively. Morarji Desai becomes the Prime Minister of India. First non-Congress Prime Minister. India saw the first non-Congress Prime Minister. Then Shah Commission was established in May 1977. And in 1978, 44th Amendment took place, which enacted to tighten emergency safeguards. Okay. तो ये ऑलरेडी हमने कवर कर लिया इन डिटेल. So remember some of the amendments: 42nd Amendment, 39th Amendment, and the 44th Amendment. Okay. A fallout of the emergency was that Supreme Court let down, although the Constitution is amenable to amendments, as abused by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, changes that any tinkering with the basic structure is not allowed. By any tinkering by the Parliament to the basic structure of the Constitution is not allowed. And the famous case is Keshwanand Bharti versus the state of Kerala. Okay. 1977 के इलेक्शंस में बहुत सारे लोग प्रिजन्स में ही रह गए, बट इवन इफ शी लेफ्ट द ऑफिस, बहुत लोग अभी भी प्रिजन्स में थे. इमरजेंसी ऑफिशियली तो 21 मार्च 1977 को एंड हो गया, but the elections were called even before that. Okay, so the elections were held between 16th to 20th March, and there was a landslide victory for the Janata Party, securing 298 seats in the Lok Sabha. Congress only managed the 154, a decrease of 198 as against the previous election. Indira Gandhi lost to none other than her political rival Raj Narayan, and Raj Narayan defeated Indira Gandhi by a margin of 55,000 votes, and hence Morarji Desai was able to become the first non-Congress Prime Minister of India. अब इमरजेंसी की बात कर लेते हैं. अंडर आर्टिकल 352 नेशनल इमरजेंसी कैन बी डिक्लेयर्ड. इट हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड 3 times, 2 times because of war, and once declared by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. तो 3 बार डिक्लेयर हो चुका है, इमरजेंसी लग चुका है. फर्स्ट वन was 22nd of October 1962 to 21st November 1962 during India-China war, when security of India was declared to be threatened. Second instance, 3rd to 17 December 1971, Indo-Pakistan War, and the third instance and the last instance was 25th June 1975 to January 1977. Okay, so remember this: 3 instances of emergency: one, Indo-China War of 1962; second, India-Pakistan War of 1971; and the third was the 75-77 emergency by Indira Gandhi. Okay, President's rule under Article 356, the state emergency, the second form of emergency. It was first declared in the state of Punjab in 1951. A state of emergency can be declared in any state of India under Article 356 on the recommendation of the governor of that state. The first state to see president rule the state emergency was Punjab in 1951. Every state, more or less, has been under the state of emergency at some point of time or the other. But there are 2 states who have not seen emergency. Name the 2 quickly in the chat box, in the comment box. Those states ne emergency nahi dekha. Every state in India has been under the state of emergency except for 2 states. Quick comments in the chat box. Parnika Khare, wonderful. The first one to respond. Telangana and Chhattisgarh, absolutely right. The only 2 states which have not seen emergency, the state emergency, the president rule, are Telangana and Chhattisgarh. I'm writing it for you. Guys, be attentive. Be attentive. So the president rule is imposed for an initial period of 6 months and can last for a maximum period of 3 years with repeated parliamentary approval every 6 months. Remember this, it is imposed for an initial period of 6 months, can last for a maximum period of 3 years with repeated parliamentary approval every 6 months. The 42nd Amendment Act of 1976 extended the initial time duration of president rule from 6 months to 1 year. But subsequently, the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978 restored the 1 year period back to 6 months. So for a brief time, the 6-month period got extended to 1 year, but it was restored through the 44th Amendment Act, the Constitutional Amendment Act. Financial emergency comes under Article 360 and empowers the president to proclaim emergency if he is not satisfied with the situation that has been raised due to the unstable financial condition or credit system of the country. It just needs to be approved by both houses of the parliament. That's it. Financial emergency just needs approval by both houses of the parliament. So far, we have not seen any financial emergency. We came very close in 1991, but thankfully, reforms were introduced by the then appointed finance minister, late Dr. Manmohan Singh. Hyderabad Liberation Day. Operation Polo. I hope you have recalled by now the time I took that pause. So Hyderabad Liberation Day is 17th of December, and it marks the integration of the princely state of Hyderabad into the Indian Union. So it was quite dramatic. It did not happen so easily like other states. It was quite dramatic. There was resistance from the Nizam of Hyderabad, But finally, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel went there, and through Operation Polo, the princely state of Hyderabad was annexed to the Indian Union. Okay, so quickly capturing the facts, the princely state of Hyderabad, we are talking about the pre 1947 one. It was the largest princely state of India, 82,000 square miles, and it was ruled by Nizam, one of the richest rulers in the world. By population, it was majority Hindu, and the ruling and administrative class were largely Muslims. Okay, while the population of Hyderabad was majority Hindu, but the ruling class and administration largely rest with the Muslims. It had its own army, it had its own currency, as well as railway, known as Nizam State Railway. After India's independence in 1947, princely states were asked to either join India or Pakistan or stay independent subject to certain conditions. Okay. Now, this was the period of the rise of Rajakars. Rajakars, you should remember in the context of the Bangladesh protest as well. So when I cover that, we'll talk about that when we'll talk about Sheikh Hasina and the tribunal's award of sentence. Now, who were the Rajakars? Rajakars were initially a paramilitary force led by Kashim Rijvi, who was head of MIM, Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslim, and the group supported the bid of Nizams for independence. Okay, later they became militia group, but the Rajakars were the paramilitary force led by Kashim Rijvi, who was the head of MIM. Their actions, they were engaged in intimidation and violence against the opponents, especially the Hindus, communal and political atrocities, and they created a law and order crisis inside the Hyderabad state. So they there was a standstill agreement signed between Indian Union and the princely state of Hyderabad on 29th of November 1947, and the purpose was to maintain status quo for 1 year while negotiations continued. During that time, there was violence in Hyderabad, increased Rajakar activities, and there was secret foreign negotiation happening with Pakistan by the Nizam of the Hyderabad. The situation deteriorated in early 1948. There were mass human rights abuses by Razakars. There were internal revolts in present Telangana, and there was Hyderabad therefore became a security threat for India because of the armed militia, foreign interventions by Pakistan, and potential to destabilize the Deccan region. Here comes Operation Polo, the annexation of Hyderabad. Operation Polo. Why the name Operation Polo? It was a code name chosen because Nizam had a very famous polo team. Polo as a sport, you know. So Nizam of Hyderabad had a very famous polo team at that point of time. And that was the reason why Operation Polo as a code name was introduced. 13th of September 1948, Operation Polo was launched, termed as police action. Around 36,000 Indian troops versus 24,000 Hyderabad forces and 2 lakh Rajakars. 17th September 1948, the Nizam surrenders. Casualties were relatively low for such a large-scale operation. The Operation Polo were overseen by K.M. Munshi. I discussed this name when we were talking about the constitution framing. He was the agent general to Hyderabad, and Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, who was the army chief at that point of time. The outcome was swift, decisive Indian victory. Rajakar militia was dismantled, and Nizam kept the Raj Pramukh head till 1956, constitutional head of Hyderabad till 1956. वो ताज जरूरी था. After surrender on 17 September 1948, Hyderabad became a Part B state of the Indian Constitution. Why I'm saying Part B? देखो यहाँ पर context आता है State Reorganization Act of 1956. Don't forget that. States were reorganized based on language and other factors. States Reorganization Act 1956, you should know about it. So pehle it was Part B state of the Indian Constitution, but after 1956 States Reorganization Act, Telugu-speaking areas became Andhra Pradesh, Kannada-speaking areas became Karnataka, Marathi-speaking areas became Maharashtra. Hyderabad city became the capital of Andhra Pradesh and later became part of the Telangana. So now Hyderabad is the capital of Telangana. Now, when we are talking about Operation Polo, we should definitely talk about the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He was one of the key leader of Indian national movement and was the first deputy prime minister as well as home minister of independent India. He is also the architect of political integration of India post 1947, and he was awarded Bharat Ratna posthumously in 1991. The 31st October, his birth anniversary, is observed as Rashtriya Ekta Divas or National Unity Day, and the world has the tallest statue of none other than Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Statue of Unity in Gujarat, which is 182 meters tall, and it's in Kevadia, Ekta Nagar, Gujarat. Okay. Let's talk about his leadership in the national movement. And I would definitely like to add one fact here, that he is often referred to as the prime minister India never had. So everybody wanted him to be the prime minister, but then without getting into the details of it, finally he became second fiddle to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, accepted Gandhi's idea, and always supported Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. But everybody believed that the best prime minister India could ever had, it was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and that is why he is also largely referred as the PM India never had. Okay, so he was definitely inspired by Mahatma Gandhi and became one of the major leaders in the national politics. He was known for leading the non-violent mass movements, which includes Kheda Satyagraha of 1918, Bardoli Satyagraha of 1928, Civil Disobedience Movement, one of the main organizers, 1930, and Quit India Movement. He played the major role of mobilizing the masses. But the two of these Satyagraha you should definitely relate to him, which is Kheda Satyagraha, which also earned him the title of Sardar. Okay, Kheda Satyagraha earned the title of Sardar to the Iron Man of India, and Bardoli Satyagraha is definitely known for which he led. So it's quite famous in his name. We should know about it. But one of the most significant roles which he played was integration of the princely states in the Indian Union. At independence, India consisted of 565 princely states. Patel's strategy was simple: either persuade or through diplomatic channels or through firmness. So he collaborated with the Secretary in Ministry of States at that point of time, VP Menon, and the last Viceroy of India, Lord Mountbatten. 562 of the 565 states integrated peacefully through the instrument of accession. Remember this instrument of accession. Okay. Only 3 states opposed: Hyderabad, which was integrated after Operation Polo, Junagadh through referendum, and Jammu and Kashmir acceded after tribal invasion. India intervened militarily. Otherwise, Pakistan would have had already started the military action. Santhal Revolt 2025 marks the 170th anniversary. We'll finish history very soon. Santhal Revolt 2025 marks the 170th anniversary of the Santhal Revolt, 1885. It all started. The day is also commemorated as Hul Divas every year on 30th June in Jharkhand and the neighboring tribal regions. What was Santhal Revolt, also known as Santhal Hul? It was a major tribal uprising by the Santhals against the Britishers, or you can say East India Company, also against the exploitative landlords, money lenders, and colonial revenue officials. It began on 30th June 1855 at Bhoganadi in the present-day Jharkhand. Here's a fun fact, by the way, guys. You know, the first landmass to evolve from the water, to evolve from the ocean, is Jharkhand. The first landmass to erupt, to evolve, is Jharkhand. तो जो वर्ल्ड है ना, जो पहली जो जमीन थी जो बाहर आई थी पानी से, वो झारखंड है. It all began, so Santhal Hul began on 30th June 1855 at Bhoganadi, and it is considered one of the earliest organized tribal uprisings in India and predates the 1857 revolt by 2 years. Okay, so Santhals are tribal agricultural community present in Jharkhand, parts of Bihar, South Bihar, West Bengal, and Odisha. Okay, in 1830s, Britishers created Damini-Ko area in the Rajmahal Hills of Jharkhand for Santhal settlement. Forests were cleared, forests were cleared, and land was opened up for agriculture under the colonial revenue systems. Okay, So what happened? Santals were initially invited and encouraged to clear forest, but over time they were alienated from that land. The interest debt was on them. The forced labor happened, and there was excessive revenue demands by decos, the outsiders. So this is the term even used in present times by the Santals. For any outsider, they refer them to as decos. Okay, so loss of traditional rights and autonomy happens, and the grievances starting to build up, grew up. The notable leaders for the Santhal will include Sidhu Murmu. These are all representative images, by the way. Uh, Kanha Murmu, Chand Murmu, the four brothers, and Bhairav Murmu. Their sisters, Fulo Murmu and Jharmu Murmu, are also noted for their role, particularly symbolically for the tribal women's participation. 30th June, the uprising started. From July 1855, the Santhals attacked zamindars, moneylenders, police, and the British revenue stations. Of course, British responded with troops, and the martial law was declared on 10th November 1855. And by January 1856, the revolt was largely quelled, though resistance continued in pockets. Okay, there were some legislations which were created, which includes Santhal Parganas Tenancy Act of 1876, later aimed to protect tribal land rights. Okay, in the neighboring state, Odisha, the Paika rebellion had happened already in 1817. Why I'm picking this here today? Because this year there was a growing demand to declare this as India's first war of independence, which government of India has swiftly rejected. But Paika rebellion of in 1817 stands as one of the watershed moments in India's anti-colonial struggle. It was an armed uprising against the East India Company in Odisha, and quite early before the revolt of 1857. It was led by Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar, the military chief of the king of Khurda. Okay, remember this term. It was led by Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar, who was the military chief of the king of Khurda. Who are the Paikas? They were traditional warrior militia of the kingdom of Khurda in present-day Orissa, hereditary soldiers who served dual role in society. So when they were not fighting wars as fierce soldiers, they would function as police and revenue enforcers, maintaining a law and order across the kingdom. They had land grants, rent-free land, Nishkar Jagirs. Then, after the British annexation of Odisha in 1803, the Paikas faced systematic marginalization. Okay, their lands were confiscated, new revenue systems were introduced, favoring the landlords and destruction of traditional structures. So, of course, this led to economic hardship for them and psychological distress, not only among the Paikas, but various other social groups of Odisha in particular. Okay, so this were the major causes of the rebellion, but the immediate trigger was the harassment of Paikas by the British police in 1817. Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar led the mobilization, and he became the face of the Paika rebellion. The rebels initially attacked the British offices, police stations, and treasury houses across multiple districts. Government buildings were burned, and it rapidly spread from Khurda to Puri, Cuttack, Pipli, and Ganjam regions of Odisha. British definitely were able to suppress that, but sporadic violence and guerrilla actions continued until 1825. Okay, so it is no doubt one of the most early resistance against the British predates 4 decades to the 1857 revolt. Recently, there was a lot of debate to declare that as first war of independence, but the government of India swiftly rejected that, though the government of India, through the Ministry of Culture, has approved construction of a Paika Rebellion Memorial. Paika Rebellion Memorial that has been approved through Ministry of Culture to be built near Barunai Hills in Khurda. Okay, so that's it. Delimitation एक बार क्विकली समझ लेते हैं. नाउ वी आर मूविंग टू द करंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट ग्रेजुअली. डीलिमिटेशन से ही स्टार्ट करते हैं. क्यों? The reason is very simple, क्योंकि अभी recently the southern states came together, they had discussion and made representation to the government of India कि delimitation, if you are carrying out next year post the census 2026, we'll see the census happening It could not happen as per schedule in 2021 due to COVID. So next year we'll have the population census happening, and based on that, the delimitation exercise will be carried out once again. It has been done earlier as well. Now, when we talk about the delimitation, जब हम delimitation की बात करते हैं, why southern states have grouped together and saying that if you want to do delimitation, you should do basis the 1971 census and not the 2026 census. We'll see the reason right now, but what exactly is delimitation? It's a systematic process of redrawing the electoral constituency boundaries to reflect the population changes revealed by the census data. The mechanism ensures equal representation for all citizens in legislative bodies, and it is carried out by an independent statutory body called as Delimitation Commission. And the actions of the Delimitation Commissions cannot be challenged in the court of law. It is final and binding. Okay, so we'll come to that. बाद में बात करते हैं फिर से डिटेल में जब इलेक्शंस की बात करेंगे. क्विकली, बहुत ज्यादा था नहीं उसमें, तो साउथ के गवर्नमेंट्स ने ये बोला कि 1971 के सेंसस पे करो, डोंट डू इट ऑन दैट बेसिस. क्विक इंडिया फ्रीडम मूवमेंट डेट्स देख लेते हैं क्विकली. अर्ली रेजिस्टेंस 1757, 1857, रीजनल रिवॉल्ट्स, ट्राइबल अपराइजिंग, रिफॉर्म एंड मॉडरेट फेज 1958 to 1905. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मेथड्स को यूज किया गया. मोस्टली if you say peaceful agitations happened, then there came an extremist phase and Swadeshi movement 1905 and 1917. Revolutionary mechanism were used. Boycott happened. Then Gandhian mass movement from 1915 to 1947. The final push 1947 and 1945 to 47, the final push हुआ. There was a naval mutiny, there was INA trials, then World War II का impact था. Negotiations finally led to the freedom. So quickly देख लेते हैं the early resistance before the national movement. 1757 Battle of Plessy, 1764 Battle of Buxar, East India Company's Diwani rights आ गया यहाँ पे. 1770 to 1830 peasant uprising, Sannyasi, Fakir, Ramosi, Poligar, Paika, and Mokla. These were the rebellions. 1780 to 1805 Mysore resistance, Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan led that. 1817 Pindari War, 1831 to 1832 Kurg revolt. 1838-56 tribal uprising, Kols, Hons, and Santals. 1855-56. 1857 the first war of independence or revolt of 1857. Notable names: Mangal Pandey, Rani Lakshmibai, Nana Sahib, Bahadur Shah Zafar. Triggers for 1857: cartridge issue, annexation and doctrine of lapse, economic exploitation, sepoy grievances, and culture interference by the Britishers. 1858-1905 the beginning of nationalism and moderates. 1858 Crown rule begins, the Government of India Act of that time. 1875 Arya Samaj founded by Dayanand Saraswati. 1876 the term Indian National Congress suggested by A.O. Hume. 1885 Indian National Congress was founded in Bombay. 1892 Indian Councils Act expanded the representation. Moderate leaders included Dadabhai Naoroji, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who was mentor to Mahatma Gandhi, Firoz Shah Mehta, W.C. Banerjee, Surendranath Banerjee. The moderates agenda included constitutional reforms, petitions, economic critique, and civil rights. 1905-1917 की अगर हम बात करते हैं, 1905 saw the partition of Bengal under the leadership of Lord Curzon. That was the trigger for the major movements from there. Swadeshi and boycott movement 1905-1908. The rise of the extremists happened. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Lala Rajput Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal. Largely the trio is known as Lal Bal Pal. Then revolutionary groups included Anushilan Samiti, Jugantar, Gadar movement, and then India House in London, Savarkar, led by Savarkar. Then important legislations during this time: Morley-Minto reforms, separate electorates in 1909, partition of Bengal annulled in 1911, and 1911 is the year when Delhi was declared the capital of India. From Calcutta, Delhi became the capital of India. 1916, Lucknow Pact, Indian National Congress plus Muslim League. 1917, Home Rule Movement, Tilak and Annie Besant. Okay, मैं critical names or terms or dates बताया जा रहा हूँ. Just revise later by watching this video again. 1915, Mahatma Gandhi enters into the scene, returns from South Africa. The experiments with Champaran, Kheda Satyagraha, and Ahmedabad mill strike of 1918. The non-cooperation phase between 1919 and 2022, the triggers were Rowlatt Act of 1919 on detention without trial, Jallianwala Bagh massacre, 13th April 1919, Khilafat grievances, Khilafat movement was there. Non-cooperation movement 1920 to 22, boycott of schools, courts, titles, promotions of Swadeshi and Swadeshi goods. The non-cooperation movement was called off by Mahatma Gandhi following the Chauri Chaura incident, in which 22 policemen lost their life. I mean, a movement which was supposed to be non-violent became violent. 22 policemen lost their lives, and then Mahatma Gandhi called off the non-cooperation movement. And this is where the youths became disillusioned and became some of them they moved towards the extremist form of revolution. The interim period of 1922-29, Swarajists C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru enter into the councils. Vaikom Satyagraha in Kerala happened in 1924, anti-caste thing basically. 1928, Simon Commission, all-white one. Nehru Report, Dominion Status, 1929. Poon Swaraj declared in the 1929 Congress session at Lahore. The Poon Swaraj was adopted. 26 January 1930 was celebrated as the Independence Day. Civil disobedience movement 1930 to 1934, trigger was the salt law, Dandi Satyagraha bolte hain, Namak Satyagraha bolte hain, and there was a demand for complete independence. Dandi March lasted from 12th March to 6th April 1930, also referred to as Salt Satyagraha. Roundtable conferences, Roundtable Conference 1, 1930, failed. Congress did not participate. Roundtable Conference 1931, Mahatma Gandhi attended after Gandhi-Irving Pact. The Roundtable Third Conference happened in 1932. The Communal Award of 1932 led the suppressive measures, led to the Pune Act by Gandhi and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar over there. So, notable names, in fact. 1935-39, constitutional developments happened. The Government of India Act 1935 was enacted, which provided for provincial autonomy. 1937, the elections happened. Indian National Congress formed ministries in 8 provinces, not 7 provinces. 1939, most of the Congress ministries resigned due to India being dragged into World War II without consultation. Quit India movement of 1942. मैंने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा था 9th of August 1942. Quit India movement started here. It's another important date. Cripps mission failure of 1942 was one of the triggers, and British refusal to offer real independence after World War II. Mostly intense mass uprising, parallel governments in Balia, Satara, Medinipur in Bengal. The slogan given was "Do or Die." 8th August 1942, Bombay. Suppression, severe suppression. Gandhi and most of the leaders were jailed. The final phase, the road to independence, 1945 to 47, INA, Indian National जो आर्मी जो थी उसकी सुभाष चंद्र बोस जिसको लीड कर रहे थे, उनके सोल्जर्स को ट्रायल पे पुट किया गया at the Red Fort, and this triggered massive public sympathy and unrest and united the Indians across the religious lines. Then Royal Indian Navy uprising, Rin Mutiny of 1946, Navy, then the Navy ratings in the Bombay rose against the British officers, and this quickly spread to Karachi and Calcutta. Okay, post-war developments, post-World War II developments, there was labor strikes, peasant movements, students uprising, and there was definitely weakened British economy and the World War II exhaustion. And Indian Independence Act 1947 comes into place finally. 1946, Cabinet Mission fails. June 3rd, 1947, Lord Mountbatten plans to, he announces the partition plan, and India and Pakistan gain independence on 15th of August 1947. As an aftermath, there was wide-scale violence, and the princely states were handled by Sardar Patel finally, and they became part of the Indian Union. So we have largely covered this. So almost history हमने cover कर लिया. I think the scope would be limited to miss out anything. So we'll move on to the next part, which is where I'm going to now bring in all the national and international news out here, the important ones from the last 6 months period. Begin my happened this year. तो हम उससे शुरुआत करते हैं. चलो. We can have a 30-second break. So if you want to have water, tea, quick, okay, then break, please. Okay, let's take a 2 minute break. 120 seconds break, no more than that. नोट लेते लेते थक गए. Okay, so another 30 seconds and we'll move on. Okay, so okay, so here's the news. Quickly, let me share with you. Karachi University has opened the second round of applications. So जो लोग डरे हुए थे कि बाद में एग्जाम होगा नहीं होगा, डेफिनेटली होना था, बट दे वर हाइडिंग इट. अब एप्लीकेशन इधर का क्लोज करके उधर का ओपन कर दिया है. सो द लास्ट डेट टू अप्लाई इज गोइंग टू बी 30th March. सो बी रिलैक्स्ड गाइस, ठीक है. So be relaxed. Okay. चलो, so that was the news coming up right now. So ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. अच्छा किया उन्होंने. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. सो अब आते हैं बिल्कुल करंट अफेयर्स पे और विल कवर करंट अफेयर्स नाउ. लेट मी स्टार्ट विद द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शंस ऑफ इंडिया. एंड we saw that, and CP Radhakrishnan is the new vice president of the country. He is from Tamil Nadu. He was born in Tirupur and has been associated for a long time with the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and the BJP. Okay, so he has represented Coimbatore as member of parliament twice and also served as governors of Jharkhand, Telangana, Maharashtra, as well as Puducherry. CP Radhakrishnan is the third leader from Tamil Nadu after Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, the first vice president of the country, and Dr. R. Venkatraman to hold this prestigious constitutional post. So he's the third one from Tamil Nadu after Dr. S. Radhakrishnan and R. Venkatramanan to hold this constitutional post, which is Vice President of India. So how did this electoral victory happen for him? The 98.2% of the voter turnout happened. 767 MPs out of 781 voted, of which 452 votes went to CP Radhakrishnan. 300 votes were cast in favor of Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy, who was the opposition candidate, and 15 votes were declared invalid. This election marked the narrowest victory margin in the last 2 decades in the vice president elections. Okay, now that was the data of his election to the post. So far, India has seen 14, if I'm not including the CP Radhakrishnan over here. So prior to him, India had seen 14 vice presidents since 1952, starting with Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, the first vice president, and culminating with the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar in 2025. The office of vice president is the second highest constitutional authority in India, first being the office of the president of India. The vice president, according to Article 64, is also the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Simply speaking, जो भी vice president होगा, वो राज्य सभा का chairman भी होगा. Now, the longest tenure, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan and Muhammad Hamid Ansari both served for 10 years. The shortest tenure has been that for V.V. Giri, who held the office for just 1 year and 355 days before elevation to the President of India. Okay. The constitutional responsibilities of the Vice President of India includes being the acting president if the president resigns, is removed, dies, or become incapacitated, but only for a maximum period of 6 months until a new president is elected. He is also a temporary substitute, takes on the additional presidential responsibilities during president's travel, illness, or temporary inability to discharge duties. He is also the Chancellor of Punjab University and the University of Delhi, while also presiding as President of India Institute of Public, as the President of the Indian Institute of Public Administration. The office mirrors the Vice President of the United States, who similarly presides over the Senate, the upper house of the American Congress. So like we have Rajya Sabha as the upper house, the Senate is the upper house of the American Congress. Article 66 of the Constitution establishes the comprehensive framework for the election of the Vice President of India, and the Electoral College comprises both elected and nominated members of the Indian Parliament, but excludes the members of the State Legislative Assembly, which forms the electorate for the presidential elections. So, यहाँ पर State Legislative Assembly members are excluded. The Electoral College comprises of the members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. The voting is done through proportional representation using the single transferable vote method via secret ballot, and Election Commission of India is responsible to conduct the elections here as well. Okay. The Supreme Court, all disputes regarding the Vice President elections are inquired into and adjudicated by the Supreme Court of India, whereas the Election Commission's role is to conduct the Vice President election, which should be held no later than 60 days before the expiry of the outgoing Vice President's term. If the Vice President resigns, the vacant post may be filled as soon as possible to maintain constitutional continuity. Remember this, okay? Who is eligible to become the Vice President of India? A person must be citizen of India, must have completed 35 years of age, must be qualified for election as the member of the Rajya Sabha, must not hold any office of profit under the Government of India or state government, local authority, or any other public authority. The person requires nomination or subscription by at least 20 MPs as proposers and 20 MPs as seconders. Remember, 20 MPs are required as proposers and 20 MPs are required as seconders, and the person has also make a security deposit of rupees 15,000 in the Reserve Bank of India. Holds office for 5 years from the entry date, can resign anytime by addressing a letter to the president through which comes under Article 67A. The reasons for vacancy could be expiry of tenure, removal from the office, resignation, death, or election invalidation by the Supreme Court. Unlike the President of India or the judges of the Supreme Court, there is no formal impeachment process for the Vice President of India. The Indian Constitution does not provide a formal impeachment process for the Vice President. However, the removal from before the term completion is permissible. The removal process requires a resolution passed by the Rajya Sabha with an effective majority and agreed to by the Lok Sabha with a simple majority. So the resolution for the removal of Vice President must be passed by Rajya Sabha first, followed by and agreed upon by the Lok Sabha. The resolution can only be introduced in Rajya Sabha, not the Lok Sabha, maintaining the Vice President's connect to the upper house. Constitutional articles. Article 63 establishes the office of the Vice President of India. 64 designates the President as the ex officio chairman of the Council of States or the Upper House or the Rajya Sabha. 65, Article 65, Vice President to act as President or discharge presidential function during casual vacancies or absence of the President. 66, Article 66 outlines the election process for the Vice President of India. 67 defines the term of the office of Vice President of India. 67A, Vice President may resign by writing under his hand addressed to the President of the country. 67B, Vice President may be removed by a Rajya Sabha resolution, requires 14 days notice of intention to move resolution. Then we come to Article 67C. Vice President continues to hold office after term expiration until successor enters the office. Article 68 specifies timing of election to fill the vacancy. 69 prescribes the oath or affirmation by the Vice President. Article 70 deals with the discharge of President's function in other contingencies, the Vice President functions, and the 71 relates to the matters or connected with the election of President or Vice President. Six vice presidents so far have been elevated to the president, includes Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, V.V. Giri, R. Venkatraman, Shankar Dayal Sharma, and K.R. Narayanan. K.R. Narayanan was the first Dalit vice president 1992 and 1997 and later became the first Dalit president from 97 to 2002. So 6 of the vice presidents were elevated to the president position. Two-term service, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, 1952, 57, 57, 62, and Muhammad Hamid Ansari, 2007, 12, and 2016, served 2 consecutive terms. Krishna Kant is the only vice president, the first and only to die while being in the office. Okay. Special mention here is Muhammad Hidayatullah, against whom the name of the National University Bhopal is Hidayatullah National Law University. Raipur, the HNLU Raipur. Muhammad Hidayatullah was the Chief Justice of India and served the Supreme Court as Chief Justice of India from 1968 to 1970. He was also the acting president, briefly served in 1969 and 1982. And he was the vice president from 1979 to 1984. So Muhammad Hidayatullah is the only Indian to have served in 3 top constitutional positions: Chief Justice of India, President as acting president, and the vice president, a unique achievement in itself. Ladakh statehood protests. I spoke about 5th and 6th schedule, and this context definitely becomes important. So Ladakh witnessed recently severe unrest driven by demands for statehood. It's a union territory right now, and inclusion under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Okay. Now the protests escalated into violent incidents in late September 2025 in Leh and resulted in civilian deaths, injuries, and property damage as well. Restrictions have gradually been removed under the direction of Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta. Okay. If you talk about the UT of Ladakh, the more than 90% of the population, mainly Buddhist and Muslim, it's a tribal majority out there. And since October 2019, Ladakh has been a union territory without legislature, and it is governed by centrally appointed lieutenant governor. Okay. Before the union territory status, LHDs in Leh and Kargil had administrative powers, but their powers got diminished significantly post the 2019 establishment of Ladakh as union territory. Then historical influences, Mongol, Tibetan, Sino-Tibetan impacts, and Dogra rule from 1834 onwards. Pre-2019, Ladakh was part of Jammu and Kashmir state with autonomous hill councils in Leh and Kargil districts. Into August 2019, the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act was passed, and in October it became a union territory without legislature. Then the administrative powers were centralized. The councils lost their authority. In 2020, hill councils elections were held. BJP promises inclusion under the 6th schedule, which has not happened so far. 2021 onwards, there have been protests for statehood, 6th schedule status, and separate parliamentary constituencies as well. But on 24th of September 2025, the violent protests erupted in Leh and 4 civilians were killed. Curfew was imposed, and internet bans was also imposed. Okay. Now, what is this sixth schedule all about? Sixth schedule is about tribal autonomy. It provides for autonomous governance to tribal areas through autonomous district and regional councils with legislative, judicial, and executive powers. Currently, it applies only to four states in Northeast India: Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. The purpose of the sixth schedule is to protect the tribal identity, culture, and the land rights while enabling self-governance as well as development. Now, the National Commission for Scheduled Tribe has recommended Ladakh's inclusion, but this requires a constitutional amendment and has not happened so far. Let's understand the difference between the two schedules, fifth and the sixth schedule. The fifth schedule covers areas in all steps in the schedule areas in all states except Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. They are covered through the sixth schedule. Okay. The legal basis for the fifth schedule is under Article 244.1. The legal basis for the sixth schedule comes under Article 244.2. The authority in the fifth schedule lies with the governor of the states, and president has overriding powers. The authority in the sixth schedule lies with the autonomous district or the regional councils. Okay. The welfare mechanism under the fifth schedule are governed by Tribes Advisory Council (TAC), whereas the district councils and regional councils under the sixth schedule have legislative, executive, as well as judicial powers. Okay. The under the fifth schedule, the autonomy is very, very limited. Governor controls the law, whereas under the sixth schedule, the autonomy lies with the district and regional councils. The Panchayati Raj as aspect, if we talk about, this was modified under the PISA Act of 1996 as far as fifth schedule is concerned, but it does not apply directly to the fifth schedule. The self-governance happens through the district councils or the regional councils. The face of the movement was Sonam Wangchuk. I'm sure you have seen the movie Three Idiots. The character of Amir Khan, Funsuk Mongru, was largely inspired, or was inspired, forget about largely, was inspired by the real life Sonam Wangchuk. Okay, so he is an innovator, an environmentalist. Then he also did water satyagraha recently. So remember that Sonam Wangchuk is also associated with water satyagraha. So the demand is to inclusion of the sixth schedule and restoration of statehood for Ladakh. Okay, so he was arrested and there was violence around that as well. Prime Minister's Manipur visit, the first prime ministerial visit since 2023 ethnic violence outbreak. Okay, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi in September 2025 visited the state of Manipur, and this was the first visit of his since the outbreak of the ethnic violence in 2023. Okay, now the tour covered both Chura Chandrachur, the Kuki majority area, and Imphal, the mighty dominated capital, as a gesture of reconciliation. And during his visit, he announced projects worth 8,500 crores across the state. That includes Chura Chandrapur projects launched over rupees 7,300 crore worth of scheme, and Imphal initiative that is for 1,200 crore for new projects from the state capital. Okay, for the state capital. The major announcements include urban and digital infrastructure, which includes Manipur Urban Roads Project. The spend will be 3,600 crore. Manipur Infotech Development Project to boost the infrastructure and digital connectivity. 17 projects were inaugurated, which includes new civil secretariat, police headquarters, four IMA, which means the women's markets, Manipur Bhavans in Delhi and Kolkata, and the Jiribam Imphal railway line costing 22,000 crore, which will connect the capital to India's rail network, the Imphal to the rail network, and a new 4,000 crore Imphal airport and helicopter services. Okay. Now, historically, if you talk about Manipur, it's a northeastern border state with a historical legacy, basically. It has a complex ethnic composition. And if you talk about it carries a lot of socio and political significance. Okay. Being a border state, especially in the northeast India, it is very, very important. Manipur's recorded history traces back to 900 CE, with organized kinship evolving over centuries. By the 12th centuries, the Kanglipek state was founded and marks its own constitution and governance structure. Manipur remained a sovereign entity until the British established control in 1891 by defeating the Burmese, and the region has witnessed significant World War II battles, including the Battle of Imphal in 1944, a failed Japanese invasion attempt. Okay, after India's independence in 1947, the Manipur acceded to the Indian Union and became a full state in 1872. So Manipal became a Mizoram. Manipur became a full state. Getting confused. Manipur became a full state in 1972 only. Okay, it shares its border with Myanmar, giving it strategic geopolitical significance. Meitei or the Manipuri is the prominent language, and it's primarily an agriculture economy. Key historical events: World War II battles, Kuki Rebellion of 1917, abolition of kingdom in 1949, and statehood of 1972. The timeline about the violence which affected the state, how it all started, the cause, the trigger. So on 7th of November, in 2022, the Manipur government passed an older forest reserve order, stoking tribal resentment in the hill districts. Okay. In February, March 2023, the state government began eviction drives in tribal areas, declaring forest villagers as encroachers, withdrew from the peace agreements with Kuki militant groups. On 20th April, and that was the biggest trigger, the Manipur High Court ordered the consideration of granting scheduled tribe status to Meiteis, triggering strong opposition from Kukis and other tribes. And this is where the violence began. 28th of April, curfew and internet suspension happened, and ethnic violence erupted on 3rd of May 2023. During the Tribal Solidarity March, there were violent clashes, looting of police armories, and thousands of weapons fell into civilian hands. Between May-June 2023, the violence spread statewide with communal attacks, sexual assaults, and mass displacements. Center invoked Article 355 and deployed troops over there. Buffer zones were created, but the violence continued on a sporadic basis. There was a major attack in Jiribam on 7th of September, and armament looting happened, vandalism in human rights activist homes on 5th October 2023. Then in November 2023, there were armed attack on the relief camps, which led to more deaths. Throughout the 2024, violence continued, but intermittently, all the peace talks failed with significant loss of life as well as property. Finally, Home Minister Amit Shah called for dialogue, and the then CM Biren Singh publicly apologized. In February 2025, the president rule was imposed after the Chief Minister Biren Singh resigned on 9th of February, facing allegations of bias after 2 years of instability. The president rules was finally imposed. March and May 2025 saw sporadic clashes. Finally, Prime Minister chose to visit Manipur, meeting the victims and also announcing large-scale rehabilitation and infrastructure efforts. So, president rules, we have already covered this. We have covered in detail. So not needed to go over here. हमने already इसको काफी हद तक cover कर लिया है. Okay, so judicial review is now possible after the SR Bommai case. So we have all covered this, but in the context of Manipur, because President rules was introduced over there, so this was important. Longest stretch of President's rule has been in Manipur, one of the longest stretch in a single state, 1969 to 72, longest stretch of President's rule. First instance to Punjab tha after CM Gopi Chand Bhargav had resigned in 1951. Kerala, 1959, against the first communist government in India, Vimochana Smaran. The record used more than hundreds of them, but the landmark case when it comes to president rule includes SR Bommai case of 1994, where Supreme Court judgment is landmark and which strengthened the checks against the arbitrary use of the power to impose president's rule. Indian Armed Forces finally retired the MiG-21, India's first supersonic fighter, after 6 decades of service. It was commissioned in 1963, and while it was locally assembled, and over 600 of MiG-21s of the 817 service were locally assembled, but this was a Russian technology. This was a Russian technology actually, and designed as a high-speed interceptor exceeding Mach 2. Mach 1 is the speed of the sound exceeding Mach 2 with rapid climb rates and ground attack capabilities. Upgrade kept on happening over a period of time, but it has a very blemished safety record, more than 400 crashes and at least 170 pilot deaths, and that's why it was also nicknamed, MiG-21 was also nicknamed as Flying Coffin. Okay, so but it had served its duty very well in the 1965 Indo-Pak War, in the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War, in the Kargil War of 1999, and even the Balakot strike of 2019. Wing Commander Abhinandan Vartman shot down the F-60 Pakistan F-15 in MiG-21 Bison only. So he was flying the MiG-21 Bison, and we all know this incident, what happened at that point of time during the operation. Uh, Finally, India develops it or goes for major breakthrough, and by licensing its first indigenous multi-stage malaria vaccine at Vax, which has been developed by Indian Council of Medical Research in collaboration with Department of Biotechnology, National Institute of Immunology, and the ICMR Regional Medical Research Center in Bhubaneswar. Okay, so ICMR Regional Medical Research Center of Bhubaneswar, and the Department of Biotechnology of National Institute of Immunology (NII) have played a significant role in developing India's first indigenous multi-stage malaria vaccine, going by the name Vax. Now, this is a recombinant chimeric vaccine which targets Plasmodium falciparum, which is the deadliest malaria parasite, and it can block the parasite or the infection at multiple stages of its life cycle. Now, the technology transfer has already happened to five pharmaceutical companies. That includes India Immunologicals Limited, Tech Invention Life Care Private Limited, Panisha Biotech Limited, Biological E Limited, and Jaidus Life Sciences. So the five companies have been granted the license for the large-scale manufacturing and commercialization under non-exclusive agreements. Nobody has got an exclusive agreement. Five companies have been awarded the license to commercialize the first malaria vaccine. Okay. Now, what makes this vaccine so unique? While it is showing definitely excellent efficacy, it is very important for us to understand that it can remain stable at room temperature for over 9 months. So it will significantly reduce the dependency on the cold chains. Cold chains will not be required because even at room temperature, it can remain effective for 9 months. Okay, and it is very important to understand that this is going to be a perfect one for especially the tribal and remote areas, where 20% of the India population resides and where most malarial cases occur. Malaria, definitely we know, is a life-threatening disease. It's a parasitic disease caused by Plasmodium parasites. And it is transmitted to humans through the bite of infected female Anopheles mosquitoes. Okay, the causative agents: 5 Plasmodium species: P. falciparum, P. vivax, Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium ovale, Plasmodium malariae, and Knowlesi. Okay, mostly found in Southeast Asia. The female the carrier is Anopheles mosquito, which mainly bites between dusk and dawn. Okay. The environmental factors are definitely important. Humid temperature regions will definitely have mosquito breeding and parasite development. Global malarial burden: 95% cases in Africa occur in WHO African region. 96% deaths, 96% of the malarial deaths also occur in WHO African region, and 3.3 billion population is at risk of malaria transmission across 85 countries. Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Mozambique bear the highest burden globally. Most affected countries: Nigeria, Congo, Uganda, Mozambique, and Niger. Least affected country: most of Europe, North America, East Asia are largely malaria free. Countries with low transmission include China, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, where they are in the elimination phase. Countries that have already eliminated malaria as of 2023, 42 countries and territories are malaria free. 2021, China and El Salvador certified malaria free. E2025 initiative of WHO supports 25 countries with the potential to eliminate malaria by this year's end. In 2023, in fact, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, and Belize were certified malaria free. If we talk about India, current burden: India accounts for 1.4% of the global malaria cases, 0.9% of the global malarial deaths. India bears 66% of malarial cases in the WHO Southeast Asian region, 52% of malarial deaths outside sub-Saharan African, and 95% of the population lives in malaria endemic areas. Okay. High transmission, especially in tribal and forested regions of Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Northeast. But we have seen progress towards elimination between 1723. India reduced malaria cases from 6.4 million to around 2 million, and deaths from 11,000 to 3,500, 80.5% decline. In 2024, India exited the WHS high burden to high impact group. So high burden group se nikal ke high impact group, which is showing significant progress. In 2023, over 122 districts reported zero malaria cases. Okay. The goal by us is to have zero indigenous cases by 2027 and complete elimination by 2030 through the National Framework for Malaria Elimination. Okay. So that covers this particular topic. Agni Prime railroad launch happened this year. Okay, so a new era for India's strategic deterrence capability. Now, why is this important? Because it can happen quick and it will definitely not give enemy the chance to understand where it is coming from. So quick movement is possible. So Agni Prime missile test was done through a rail-based mobile launcher and showing the advancement of the technology which India has. The Agni series missiles were developed under India's Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, IGMDP. Okay, so the Agni series, along with other missiles, were developed under Integrated Guided Missiles Development Program. The Agni Prime is a next generation intermediate range missile with a range of up to 2,000 kilometer. Agni 5 has a range of 5,000 to 5,500 kilometer. And the Agni 6, which is under development, will have an expected range of 8,000 to 10,000 kilometer with a capability of carrying up to 10 MIRVs. What is MIRV? Multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicle. Okay, multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicle capability, and this was already demonstrated in 2024 through mission Divyastra test. Okay, a single Agni 5 can deliver 3 to 4 nuclear warheads to different targets hundreds of kilometers apart. Now, the speciality of rail mobile launch technology is it is completely self-sustained, and the technology is not new. It traces its connect back to the Cold War era. Both Soviet Union and United States had explored rail-based missile technology earlier. In fact, in 1950s, the USA carried feasibility study on rail-based basing for Minuteman ICBMs, which was abandoned in 1961. China and North Korea in the current era are reported to possess rail mobile capabilities. US planned peacekeeper ICBM deployment on railway mobile launchers. India has now successfully tested through the rail mobile platform for its Agni Prime missiles. Okay, the advantage is it can swiftly move from locations. There is no preconditions attached, and India has a vast railway network, so cross-country mobility is possible. There would be a reduced visibility, and it will definitely enhance our launching capabilities. Now, when we are talking about this, it is important to talk about India's missile program origin. And as I mentioned earlier, There is a program out there, but we go even before that. It all started in the 1960s with the establishment of DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, and Indian Space Research Organization. The missile program was formally structured in the 80s under the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, led by none other than late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He's also known as the Missile Man of India. And through this program, India developed missiles technology like Prithvi, Agni, Akash, Trishul, and Nav. Okay. So 2003, the establishment of the Strategic Forces Command happened, which manages the and operates India's nuclear arsenal. 2016 MTCR membership happened, Mobile Technology Control Regime, easing access to critical dual-use technology. And currently, India has full capability, comprehensive indigenous missile development capability is all available. Agni Prime 2000 range, 5,500 kilometers range, 6 is under development. Okay. Talking about Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, it was initiated in the year the foundation happened in 1983 under the leadership of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Names of the missile under the program: Prithvi, Agni, Trishul, Akash, Nar. The first test of the Prithvi missile under this program was carried out in February 1998, marking India's entry into the short-range ballistic missile technology. The program IGMDP was finally closed in January 28. It concluded in January 2008. January 2008 में program को conclude कर दिया गया. 1989 Agni 1 was developed. 1999 Agni 2 was successfully tested. In 2007 Agni 3 was tested. In 2011 Agni 4 was tested. In 2012 Agni 5 was tested, and it became the first successful ICBM, okay, intercontinental ballistic missile. And the present is Agni 5, whereas Agni 6 is under development. Tentative World Heritage Sites from India. Okay, so there is a tentative list as well. On 12th of September 2025, India added 7 natural heritage sites to UNESCO's tentative list of World Heritage Sites, bringing the total entries to 69 properties comprising 49 cultural, 17 natural, and 3 mixed states. It includes the Deccan Traps, Panchgani, Mahabaleshwar in Maharashtra, and one of the Earth's largest volcanic features formed 66 million years ago. And St. Mary's Island Cluster, which is in Udupi, Karnataka, unique columnar basaltic lava formation similar to Northern Ireland's Giant Causeway. Which are the other sites? Meghalaya Age Caves, the East Khasi Hills of Meghalaya, the cave systems over there, Naga Hill of Fulit, Khipre Nagaland, Eramati Dibalu in Vishakhapatnam, red sand dunes of significant geomorphological interest, Tirumala Hills of Andhra Pradesh, and Varkala Cliff of Kerala. So these are the 7 sites which have been added by India to the tentative list of World Heritage Sites. So these additions were formally submitted by the Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO and the Archaeological Survey of India, the nodal agency for heritage nominations. What is a World Heritage Site? A World Heritage Site is a landmark or an area with a legal protection by UNESCO under the Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, which was adopted on November 16, 1972. Okay, so this World Heritage Site Convention aims to identify and protect and preserve the cultural and natural heritage of outstanding universal value. There are 3 categories: cultural sites, natural sites, and mixed sites. Okay. Now, these are the cultural sites from India, heritage sites from India. So, I'm sure you are aware of this list. New addition is Maratha military landscape to the final list I'm talking about. Natural sites की अगर बात करें, so there are 7 of them, and we also have a mixed heritage site in Sikkim. 7 natural sites, 1 mixed sites, 6 states, Western Ghats, across 6 Indian states. The latest addition to the World Heritage Sites from India includes Maratha military landscapes comprising of a group of 12 forts. One fort is in Tamil Nadu, the Ginji fort is in Tamil Nadu, whereas the 11 of the Maratha military landscape forts are in Maharashtra. And these forts were occupied and developed by Maratha rulers between the 17th and the 19th century, showcasing their exceptional military architecture and strategic prowess. Okay, so these were declared as World Heritage Site in 2025. Let's look at the key military exercises of the year in which India participated. Okay, so if you talk about some of the key military exercises, that includes exercise Yudh Abhyas India USA in 2025, and this was the 21st edition of Yudh Abhyas. It's an annual bilateral exercise between India and US armies and was conducted from 1st to 14th of September in USA itself, Fort Wainwright in Alaska. 500 personnel from each side, including India's 19th Maratha Light Infantry and US 11th Airborne Division, participated. The focus area was cold weather and high altitude warfare, counterinsurgency, and disaster relief operations. Okay, so this exercise underscores the deepening ties between Indian and US defense forces and coordination in the Indo-Pacific security. Then exercise Bright Star of 2025 in Egypt from September 1st to September 10. India participated in the biennial exercise known as Bright Star, one of the largest and longest running tri-services drill. Longest running tri-services drill in the Middle East North Africa, MENA region, Middle East North Africa region, led by Egypt and USA. The exercise included 11 countries: India, USA, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, France, Jordan, and UAE. Okay, Indian contingents from Army, Navy, and Air Force participated over here. Then multilateral exercise Zapad 2025 in Russia from September 8 to 14. So multi-nation exercise. Participants includes Russia, India, China, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Belarus. The organizer was Russian military Ministry of Defense, and 100 personnel from 10 Bihar regiment, focusing on counter-terrorism drills, joint tactical planning, and simulated large-scale operations, participated in multilateral exercise Zapad 2025. Then between India and Thailand, September 1st to 14, Maitri 2025 at Meghalaya, Umroi, Meghalaya, focus areas, counter-terrorism measures, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and jungle and subtropical terrain operations. Okay, this is an annual bilateral exercise between Indian and the Royal Thai Army of Thailand. Okay. This is the list of the important bilateral exercises India participates. Yudh Abhyas between India and US, Varuna, India and France, Garuda, India and France, Shakti, India and France, then Dharma Guardian, India and Japan, Jimex, India and Japan, Austre Hind, India, Australia, Aussie Index, India and Australia, Surya Kiran, India and Nepal, Maitri, India, Thailand, Mitra Shakti, India and Sri Lanka. Then multilateral and regional exercises, Equivarian, India, Maldives, Sampriti, India, Bangladesh, Malabar, India, USA, Japan, Rimpak, India, USA, Japan, Australia, plus 25 other nations, Milan, India, plus 50 more navies, Cobra Gold, USA, Thailand, India, Japan, Singapore, and others, Bright Star, USA, Egypt, India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, France, Italy, Zapad, Russia, India, China, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Harimau Shakti, India and Malaysia, PASEX, India and USA, and Sayo Kaizin, India and Japan. So these are some of the notable multilateral and regional exercises. So while we spoke about Manipur Prime Minister's visit, there's another development which has happened in the northeastern region of our country, and that Mizoram getting its first rail line. Okay, so Bairabi Sairang railway line, which is 51.38 kilometer broad gauge line, was inaugurated in September 2025 and definitely enhances the connectivity and now better integrates Mizoram into the national mainstream. But it also bolsters the defense capabilities in the border region. And there is also a proposed rail link with Bhutan, which will strengthen the ties and is likely to counterbalance the Chinese influence over there. Okay. So Indian Railways has now successfully connected Mizoram to the rest of the country with a rail network. The Bairabi-Serang railway line, which was completed in September 25, connects Assam-Mizoram border at Bairabi to Serang, located just 20 kilometers from the state capital, Aizawl. Cost 8,000 plus crores, 48 tunnels, 152 bridges, 4 new stations. The project was approved in 2008, construction began in 2014, and the Prime Minister inaugurated the Rajdhani Express from Aizawl to Delhi, covering 2,510 kilometers in approximately 43 years. Now, what makes this historic? Mizoram has got the rail line. It was the only northeastern state capital without rail connectivity till now. And if we look at it from the context of the launch of Indian Railways, the Mizoram state gets the rail network after 172 years of the launch of the Indian Railways. So that's what makes it more significant. Okay. So definitely this will have economic impact as well. The transportation is going to be very, very cheaper. Earlier, people have to travel by spending 1,000 rupees. Now, the same trip will cost only rupees 80 by train. But this will also improve the access to the healthcare to the major Indian cities. Will provide better access to higher education institutions across the country for the students from Mizoram. Will definitely enhance the job opportunity and career mobility for the youth, but will also boost economic activity as well as boost the tourism sector over there. Now, strategic importance for Northeast as well as India. So, if we talk about this, advances India's Act East policy by positioning Mizoram as a gateway to Southeast Asia, because the state Mizoram shares 722 kilometer of border with Myanmar and 318 kilometer with Bangladesh. So, it's very vital from the security and transnational trade perspective. The Kaladan multimodal transport project and India-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral highway converge in Mizoram actually, and rail connectivity will enhance these corridors and reducing India's independence on the narrow Siliguri corridors, which is also known as chicken's neck. Okay, this will largely also help in countering the Chinese influence. Mizoram is a landlocked state and it is bordered by Assam, Tripura, Manipur, and Myanmar and Bangladesh. So, two international borders, Myanmar and Bangladesh, three national borders, Assam, Tripura, and Manipur. It acts as a buffer zone between India and Southeast Asia and very critical. Now, the point to note here is Zokhawthar Land Customs Station is the only recognized border trade point with Myanmar and lies in Mizoram. And there are two more planned at Taibung and Zorinpui. Okay. Zorinpui will discuss in the context of the Kaladan project. About Mizoram, capital is Aizawl, official languages Mizo and English, predominantly Christian population. The literacy rate has moved up. It is one of the fully literate states now under the Ullah scheme. It has more than 95% of literacy now, and it is one of the fully literate. Only 4 states are fully literate, and Mizoram is one of them. Mizoram was formed in 1987 as the 23rd state of India, and following the Mizoram Peace Accord of 1986 between government and Mizo National Front. Okay, current Chief Minister from Zoram People Movement (ZPM), Laldo Homa, and the governor is Kambampati Hari Babu. So KH Babu Yadav. India-Bhutan rail link. So India has announced the first ever cross-border rail links with Bhutan. From Assam to Bhutan, there will be a 69-kilometer line, Kokrajhar to Gilipu, and Banharhat in West Bengal to Samse in Bhutan. That will be a 16-kilometer line. The Kokrajhar Gilipu line is designated as special railway project under the Railways Act 1989, ensuring priority funding. So hopefully the project will complete faster. And upon completion, Bhutan will gain its first railway connectivity, transforming the landlocked economy and deepening the integration with India. Okay. Let's talk about the Kaladan project. We spoke about Mizoram, multimodal transit connecting India and Myanmar. Okay, so it's one of the most ambitious project of India, and it connects Kolkata's eastern seaport with Sitwe port in Myanmar through an integrated system of sea, river, and road transport, ultimately reaching Mizoram. So it is definitely a cornerstone as part of the Act East policy of India. Now, the strategic importance of Kaladan project, it will be an alternative to the chicken's neck problem. It will definitely serve as a serve as a key project to bolster India-Myanmar relations. Then it will enable the economic growth in the landlocked northeastern states and also counter the Chinese influence. The project was conceptualized in 2003 under India's Look East policy, which is now Act East policy. The framework agreement between the two countries happened signed in 2008, funded fully by Government of India with the initial allocation of 3,200 crores, which has now significantly moved up, and phased implementation has happened. The vision is to connect Kolkata to Sitwe in Myanmar, Paletwa in Myanmar, and Zorinpuri in Mizoram. So, final connection with Mizoram. Now, there are multiple components. Sitwe Port is first component over here, being built by SR Projects. It was already been completed, and it can handle 20,000 ton vessels. Okay, so it's on the Myanmar side of Bay of Bengal, and this port serves as critical transshipment point where cargo from Kolkata arrives. Okay, then inland waterway, Kaladan River navigation. The Kaladan River is also known as Kolodine River. Remember this. Kaladan River is also known as Kolodine River. Now, this is the waterway which is being created is 158 kilometers from Sitwe upstream to Paletwa town. Okay, and jetties have already been constructed at both Sitwe and Paletwa. So it was largely completed in 1718 itself, and jetty facilities are operational at the key point. Third is the road one, the road challenge, and why it's a challenge because it is yet not completed. Paletwa to Indian border. So Indian border in Zorinpuri in Mizoram. Okay. The challenge is the terrain itself. The challenge is in terms of security concerns because of the insurgent groups in the region. The responsibility of construction has now shifted to Indian PSU, IRCO, and International, and work continues, but there has been significant delay. Okay, the road from Zorinpui to Aswal in Mizoram is largely complete, and integrated checkpost is being developed at Zorinpui. I already discussed that. Okay, so moving on to science and technology now, and we'll spend some time. So India, ISRO, along with NASA, launched the NISAR satellite this year. NISAR is the first satellite mission to use two different radar frequencies, L band by NASA and S band by ISRO, from a single platform, enabling high resolution all-weather mapping of Earth's land and ice surfaces. Okay, so this was launched this year, and it's a major milestone of cooperation between the two agencies, ISRO and NASA. Okay, it's a 12-meter deployable mesh antenna, the largest ever sent to space by NASA, and allows detection of surface changes as small as 1 centimeter across the planet. Now, what was the primary objective for the NISAR satellite to be launched? To track ecosystem disturbances, ice sheet collapse, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, landslides, and monitor any major land or ice deformation. The dual frequency synthetic aperture radar, SAR, is part of the technology being used over there, and it's sun synchronous dawn to dusk orbit at approximately 747 kilometer altitude. The minimum operational life is somewhere around 3 to 5 years with potential for extended mission phases. The launch vehicle for NISAR was GSLV F-16 of ISRO. GSLV F-16 of ISRO. Okay. Complete quick review of the timelines. In 2014, the MOU was signed between NASA and ISRO. 2016, the design phase started. 2018 to 20, the development phase was there. 2020 to 23, The integration and testing happened. June 2025, pre-launch satellite arrived at Satish Dhawan Space Center, India for final prep. July 30, successful launch aboard GSLV F-16 rocket. On August 9, between August 9th and 15, 2025, the deployment of booms and radar happened. And the first images were sent by the satellite on 23rd of August. Okay, and by September 2025, it is full. The commissioning of the system is fully in place, and the full scientific operation are now there. Now, when we are talking about anything related to this technology, we should definitely talk about India's space journey. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai founded the ISRO in 1969, the Indian Space Research Organization, and he is largely held as the father of India's space program. The first launch rocket occurred at Thumba, Kerala in 1963, marking India's entry into the space age, but the ISRO was formed here. Pioneer scientists, if we talk about Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, SLV project head, and also the Missile Man of India, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, led the Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan missions. S. Somnath, no longer, but he was the ISRO chairman. We have seen him enough on TV after that failure of Gaganyaan mission, of the Chandrayaan mission. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian to travel to the International Space Station in 2025 via Axiom 4 mission. Okay, India's space program today consists of Gaganyaan program. No doubt, it has demonstrated its international leadership, and over 400 satellites have been launched for 34 nations on Indian rockets. India became the first nation to reach Mars orbit on maiden attempt, very first attempt through the Mangalyaan mission. Then lunar water discovery, South Pole landing through Chandrayaan-3, Nisar launch, and the successful ISS mission, the Axiom 4-1 in 2025. Okay. Let's look at the milestone. 1975, India's first satellite was launched by Soviet Union. The name of the satellite is Aryabhatta. 1980, Rohini satellite, India launched using its own rocket, SLV-3 launch vehicle. 1980, Rohini satellite RS-1. INSAT-1B strengthened India communication, broadcasting and meteorology services. In 1983, IRS-1E, Indian remote sensing satellite series. IRS-1E was launched in 1993. 1999, INSAT-2E was launched, GSAT-1 in 2001, Cartosat-1 in 2005. Cartosat is India's first dedicated mapping satellite for cartographic applications. Lunar exploration missions, Chandrayaan-1 in 2008 was the first lunar probe, and it discovered water molecules on the moon surface. Chandrayaan-2 orbiter remains fully functional and continues valuable lunar mapping despite lander's unsuccessful descent attempt. Chandrayaan-3, historic achievement for our country, as India became the first nation to successfully land near the moon's south pole, demonstrating advanced landing technology. Okay. Astrosat 2015, first multi-wavelength astronomical observatory. RISAT-1 of 2011, high resolution images for all-weather day-night monitoring of agriculture, forestry, soil moisture. NISAR 2025, ExpoSat in 24, dedicated X-ray polarimetry satellite for studying cosmic radiation. Axiom 4 2025, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian astronaut to visit the International Space Station. Name the other Indian who has been into space. Comment box, देखिए कितने लोग जगे हुए हैं. Rakesh Sharma, wonderful. बड़ा टाइम लगा रहे हो तुम लोग. So, and India is now having an ambitious indigenous human satellite program underway, which is Gaganyaan. So, we'll talk about that. Satellite system portfolio includes the INSAT series, GSAT series, Cartosat series, and the NAVIC satellite system. Unfortunately, most of its components are not behaving properly. So, future की अगर बात करें, so very soon we'll have the Gaganyaan happening. The first Gaganyaan crude flight should happen in 2027, and in 2028, between 2835, by 2035, India aims to establish its own space station to be known as Bharatiya Antariksh Station. So we have International Space Station, but India plans to have its own space station. And by 2040, we plan to land on Moon on our own. So indigenous developed technology. Gaganyaan involves three critical testing, and recently the first one has been completed: integrated airdrop test, pad abort test, and test vehicle flights. Integrated airdrop test was conducted recently. Okay, so what is Gaganyaan? Gaganyaan is India's first human space flight mission by ISRO, which aims to send a three-member crew to low Earth orbit, 400 kilometers, for a specified duration and make them return safely. With this mission, India will join the elite group of US, Russia, and China capable of human space flight. The first crewed mission was originally planned for December 2021. In fact, the first uncrewed flight module testing happened was supposed to happen in 2014 itself. Now, if you talk about the recent achievements, on 24th August 2025, the ISRO accomplished the first integrated airdrop test out of the three involved at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota. Now, as far as Gaganyaan is concerned, ISRO has signed an agreement with Australian Space Agency back in 2024 to bolster cooperation on space activities, particularly for Gaganyaan, and also to support search and rescue operations and crew module recovery, especially in case of emergency abort scenarios near Australian waters during the ascent phase. Okay, so the primary objective definitely includes showing our capability for human space flight by sending in three-member Indian crew into 400-kilometer low Earth orbit for 3 days and their safe returns. But the scientific goals include testing life support system, crew emergency escape, crew and service modules, and human-rated launch vehicle, because this will become crucial when we establish the Bharatiya Antariksh Station, as well as we plan the moon landing in 2040. So all these missions will lead us to there only. Okay. Now, key components of the mission includes human-rated launch vehicle HLVM3, based on GSLV MK3 module and upgraded with safety as well as redundancy features. The crew module will accommodate 3 astronauts with re-entry capability, and the service module will provide power, propulsion, and life support outside Earth atmosphere. Critical safety systems includes environmental control and life support system, crew escape system in emergency, and a most important safety component includes Vyomitra, the humanoid robot, AI-based female humanoid developed by ISRO, will fly in uncrewed mission before the actual human flight takes place. The monitoring will happen for cabin conditions, communicating with ground stations, and simulating humans' physiological responses. Okay, so Vyomitra is the humanoid robot which will go first. The phases: pad abort, crew abort test verified. Now, uncrewed missions G1 and G2 are planned and should happen anywhere between 26 to 27, year 26-27. The crew training at Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Russia, as well as astronaut training facility in Bangalore. Samudrayan, India's deep sea mission. Samudrayan is India's first manned deep sea submersible mission, where India aims to send aquanauts, not astronauts, aquanauts to 6,000 or 6 kilometers depth in the Indian Ocean. This is part of a larger mission, which is Deep Indian Ocean, by the Government of India, and is implemented by National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, and Ministry of Earth Sciences. Okay. The primary objective is to demonstrate India's capability for manned scientific explorations up to 6 kilometers by deploying human-occupied submersible Matsya 6000. The scientific objectives include exploring polymetallic nodules, mapping the deep sea biodiversity, hydrothermal vents, mineral-rich zones, and study geology and geophysics of Central Indian Ocean Basin. So it becomes very strategic because it will reduce dependence on importing critical minerals and thereby strengthening India's position in global deep sea research. Okay. Now, what is the background to this mission, Samudrayan mission? Now, this has been reduced by 50%. Now it is 75,000 square kilometer by International Seabed Authority. So India holds 75,000 square kilometer of exploration rights in the Central Indian Ocean Basin, and which has been allotted by International Seabed Authority. Now this is critical. Why? To develop the blue economy of India, because this area is rich in critical minerals, nickel, cobalt, copper, manganese, and rare earth elements. The heart of Samudrayan mission is the Matsya 6000 and human rated submersible capable of carrying 3 persons, okay, to the depth of 6 kilometers, 6,000 meters, 3 aquanauts. Endurance normally would be 12 hours. In emergency, it can reach up to 96 hours. And there will be life support systems definitely in place. Now, safety features include drop weight mechanism for automatic ascent in case of emergencies and real-time monitoring system. Now, what crew will experience? Crew will witness near total darkness, deep sea ecosystems, hydrothermal vent fields, and polymetallic nodule clusters. Design and fabrication, if we talk about the implementation phases, 21-25. Trials likely to begin very soon, underwater sea trials, crew training and life support validation. Fuel scale dive is likely to happen 26 and 27. Okay. Now, associate technologies include underwater autonomous underwater vehicles, marine, then this remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, for collecting the polymetallic nodules, and the mining crawlers. Now, the key institutions involved: National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, Indian Navy, ISRO, DRDO and IITs, and Ministry of Earth Sciences, which is overseeing the entire mission. What is the economic significance of this mission? The mineral resources in the Central Indian Ocean Basin region. The Central Indian Ocean Basin region holds a reserve of 380 million tons of polymetallic nodules, of which 4.7 million tons are nickel, 4.3 million tons cobalt, 92 million tons manganese, and 278 million tons copper. These minerals are very important for producing batteries, for the renewable energy technology, electric vehicles, as well as aerospace materials. We are dependent on importing these from other nations. That will reduce that need for importing from other countries actually, and will establish our supremacy. Current status: crew module successfully pressure tested. Subsystem testing is underway at NIOT. Matsya is ready for shallow and mid-depth trial. 500 meter, 600 meter trial has already been completed, and the first 6,000 meter manned dive is targeted around 26-27. Let's look at the larger mission connected to it. The Deep Ocean Mission is India's flagship national program for exploring the vast resources in the deep Indian Ocean, launched again by Ministry of Earth Sciences, approved by Cabinet in 2021 for 5-year implementation with budget of 4,000 plus crores. Now, why this is important? 95% of Earth's ocean remains unexplored, and ocean holds critical minerals which are required for EVs and renewable energy. These are the two main reasons actually, if you talk about. So the primary objective is same as Samudrayan: explore and harvest polymetallic nodules from the deep ocean. Okay. So as I told you, 75,000 kilometer कर दिया गया है इसको. Different components. Deep sea mining is one component. The second component is Samudrayan, development of Matsya 6000. Third is the marine biodiversity studies. The institutions which are involved includes NIOT, National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, and Center for Marine Living Resources and Ecology. The fourth component of the Deep Ocean Mission is climate change studies, mainly the carbon sequestration. Remember this term. To understand the Indian Ocean dipole, El Nino and La Nina impacts, and this will enhance the forecasting abilities for cyclones, sea level rise, fisheries productivity, as well as coastal vulnerability. deep sea technology, underwater robotics, power systems, lightings, and infrastructure, including test ranges, calibration facilities. The sixth component is advanced marine stations. Okay, so, which are the institutions involved? Ministry of Earth Sciences, overseeing the entire mission. Core agencies include NIOT, that's the lead agency, NCCR, NCCR, CMLRE, and NCPOR. Collaborators, ISRO, DRDO, IITs, IISc Bangalore, and other scientific universities. Okay, so this we have already covered. Global context. So definitely countries with similar missions: USA, China, Japan, Russia, France, Germany, and South Korea. They already have these deep sea missions. Dhruva Space Leap 1 satellite. So Dhruva Space Leap 1 mission in August 2025. So India's commercial satellite, so company Dhruva Space, the Leap 1 satellite was launched aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket on 27th of August 2025, reflecting a major Indo-Australian partnership while showcasing advanced AI and Earth observatory technologies. This was launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, and the successful deployment happened on 27th of August. Dhruva Space is an innovative Indian startup known for indigenous satellite platforms and commercial space solutions. Indo-Australian American collaboration featuring payloads from Akula Tech and Esper Satellites of Australia on Dhruva Space platform with SpaceX launch services. Okay. P30 जो Dhruva Space modular flight P30 satellite bus was used, previously space qualified on ISRO's PSLV C58. So ये जो platform था वो था P30 satellite bus. Now, advanced payloads include Nexus 1 from Akula Tech and OTR2 from Esper Satellites. Now, these are advanced technologies, advanced payloads, which, like if I talk about Nexus 1, it will, the system has been trained for fire detection monitoring, spectra analysis capabilities, defense applications, agriculture monitoring, and disaster response support. Whereas if you talk about OTR2, it's a cutting-edge hypersectoral imaging sensor providing rich Earth observation data, which will help in mining exploration, precision agriculture, climate change monitoring, ecosystem health analysis. Okay. Then India's commercial Earth observation constellation. Okay, so India's first fully indigenous Earth commercial observation satellite constellation under Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in space is establishing, and this is being done by Pixel Space. So Pixel Space is an Indian-led consortium which is doing this, and the mission marks a significant milestone emphasizing data sovereignty, indigenous manufacturing, and advanced space technology capabilities. Pixel Space Limited is a Bengaluru-based company, partners with Dhruva Space, Pearside Space, and Sature Analytics State. The role of InSpace is policy support, technical facilitation, and public-private partnership framework. The total investment outlay is 1,200 crores over 4-5 years. 12 advanced Earth observation satellites designed, built, launched, and operated entirely in India. The phased rollout will happen in 4 to 5 years. Commercial oscillation, the technology includes, of course, the SAR, synthetic aperture radar, with multi-sensor capabilities. Indigenous launch is definitely what we are looking at, and data sovereignty is critical. So this will eliminate dependence on foreign satellite data, ensuring complete control of Earth observation within India. Digital protection, Digital Personal Data Protection Rules 2025, now getting implemented in phases. As a bill, we saw it first in 2023, but after a gap of 2 years, now it has become rules and is under implementation now. The law rests on 7 core principles: consent and transparency, purpose limitation, data minimization, accuracy, storage limitation, security safeguards, as well as accountability. So these are the seven core principles on which digital personal data protection rules are based. A central feature of the Act is the creation of the Data Protection Board of India, and the board will function as an independent body overseeing compliance. Okay. Now, okay, so I'll come back to this. I think there is a slide missing out over here. We'll cover that. Okay, so I was discussing about this earlier. जो standoff हुआ था between the Tamil Nadu state government, the legislative assembly, and the governor. And so what you should definitely remember is जो Supreme Court का ruling आया था. That is very very important. And when the standoff happened between the two, the Tamil Nadu government sought intervention by the Supreme Court, arguing that indefinite delay or refusal to grant violates that constitutional provisions and democratic norms, and also undermines the will of the elected legislature and the people it represents. Okay, so that was the background. The governor sat on the bills for a long time without any explanation. So the Supreme Court came out with a landmark verdict in April 2025, saying that the governor has no absolute power to withhold the bills. Okay, the governor's power to withhold assent to state legislation is not absolute and cannot be exercised as a pocket veto through unending delay. Once the bill is considered and repassed by the state legislature, I hope you do understand that first time the governor can send back the bill. So bill, if it has been repassed by the state legislature, the governor is then constitutionally obliged to grant his assent. There's no authority to indefinitely hold that. And the court denounced the unjustified delay and held that governor must act within a reasonable time frame, proposing a maximum outer limit of around 1 month on action on bills. Okay, although it refrained from giving strict timelines due to constitutional separation of powers. Okay, so the court used its extraordinary powers under Article 142 to declare the 10 legislative bills which were pending with the governor to have been deemed as to have received the assent from the governor itself. Okay, so वो मान लिया गया by the judgment that these 10 bills have been given approval by the governor of Tamil Nadu. Okay, Mr. Ravi. Now this was a 5-judge constitution bench in 2025 recently, November 2025, अभी पिछले महीने. The 5-judge constitution bench later clarified this last month that Article 142, which gives the extraordinary power to the Supreme Court, cannot be used to create a permanent legal fiction of deemed assent. Okay, so इस case में it was okay, but this is not what we are saying that it should be in future as well. So it cannot be used to create a permanent legal fiction of deemed assent for the future. The governor assent remains constitutionally required. तो सबको यहाँ नहीं आ जाना, गवर्नर से नोट लेना बहुत ही जरूरी है. Okay. Key constitution provisions involved. Article 200 empowers a state governor. Upon receiving the bill passed by the state legislature, either the governor can grant his assent or withhold the assent or reserve the bill for consideration of the president. Okay. Article 201, presidential consideration, relates to the bill passed by the state legislature and which has been reserved for the president consideration, establishing a procedure out there. Article 143 enables the President of India to refer questions of law or fact to the Supreme Court for its advisory opinion, including the governor can do that. Article 142 grants the Supreme Court power to such decrees or make orders necessary for doing complete justice, the extraordinary power. So these rulings reinforce the federal balance by asserting that governors are constitutional head, not parallel executives. The Supreme Court intervention in Tamil Nadu this particular episode was justified by extraordinary delay and lack of bona fides. The judgment also clarified that pocket veto which is indefinite inaction by the governor, is unconstitutional, and future disputes may invite court order directions, but not an automatically legal presumption of assent in ordinary circumstances. So, who is the governor of a state? A governor is the constitutional head of the state. Should be a citizen of India. To be elected as governor of state, should be a citizen of India. Be at least 35 years of age. Should not hold any office of profit, and not be a member of parliament or state legislature at the time of election. Article 157 to 150 and 158 specify the eligibility conditions. The office of the Governor of India established under Part 6 of the Constitution of India through Article 153 to Article 167. Okay. Governor is appointed by the President of India under Article 155. The Constitution does not require consultation with the state government. Okay. So अगर किसी स्टेट के गवर्नर को रिक्रूट करना है तो स्टेट के गवर्नमेंट से कोई भी डिस्कशन की जरूरत नहीं है. द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कैन डू इट ऑन इट्स ओन एक्चुअली, बट देयर इज अ convention which requires or suggests that consultation is desirable. Sometimes happens, sometimes does not happen. The governor holds office during the pleasure of the president, Article 156, meaning that there is no fixed security of tenure. The governor can be removed at any point of time without assigning reason. The standard term is 5 years, but can be removed earlier or continue until a successor assumes the office. A governor can be reappointed or be made governor of multiple states simultaneously. The oath of article comes under Article 159. The oath is administered by the Chief Justice of the High Court of that state. Okay. The governor exercises executive, legislative, judicial, as well as discretionary powers. Okay. So, under the executive powers, the governor can recommend president rule under Article 356 if he believes that constitutional machinery has failed in the state. Also appoints the chief minister, council of ministers, the advocate general, the state election commissioners. If we talk about the legislative powers, can dissolve the state legislature, addresses the assembly at the start of first session each year, outlining the government's policy and legislative agenda. Earlier, the governor could nominate one Anglo-Indian member as well to the assembly. This system has now been discontinued by the 104th Amendment of 2020. Assent to bills, may give assent, may withhold assent, or return the bill for consideration or reserve the bill for presidential consideration. Okay. In the state of Tamil Nadu versus Governor 2025, the Supreme Court held that governor must act within a reasonable time. Financial power, a money bill can be introduced only with governor's recommendation. Ensures the annual state budget is laid before the legislature. Judicial power can grant pardons, reprieves, respites, and remissions for offences against state laws under Article 161. Discretionary power of the governor, reservation of bills for the president under Article 200, report to the president about the failure of the constitutional machinery. When no party has a clear majority, choosing the chief minister most likely to command confidence of the house. The governor also has the power to dismiss a state government if it has lost a majority. It's rare, but has to follow Supreme Court guidelines. And in the 6th schedule area, the four northeastern states, the governor has special powers over autonomous district councils. Okay. Ethanol blending in India. So now the petrol is coming blended with ethanol up to the extent of 20%. What is ethanol blending? Basically, blending the ethanol with the petrol to reduce fossil fuel consumption, lower the emissions, and enhance energy security. Ethanol is a byproduct. It's a biofuel, primarily a byproduct of sugarcane, damaged food grains, corn, rice, and other biomass. The program under which all this is happening is known as Ethanol Blended Petrol Program and is being led by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and is being implemented by the oil marketing companies. Now, there are two types of ethanol. One is anhydrous ethanol. The other one is hydrous ethanol. Hydrous ethanol is mainly used for industrial purposes. What is being used in vehicles now through the petrol pumps is anhydrous ethanol. The water is removed. The chemical formula is C2H5OH, has high octane rating. Okay. So how does this program helps? India imports 85% of its crude oil. Remember this. So this will definitely reduce crude oil imports, lower the carbon emissions, which will definitely improve the air quality and environment sustainability. It creates additional demand for sugarcane and surplus grain, thereby supporting the farmers, promotes the green economy, and allows India to achieve energy security and diversify fuel sources. The program was launched in 2013 and blending 1.5% ethanol. In 2022, India achieved E10, which is 10% blending in June 2022, 5 months ahead of the target. Rapid growth happened from 2023. Ethanol procurement increased to over 500 crore liters, and 20% ethanol blending target, the target was for 2020, was achieved in 2025 itself. So now petrol comes blended 20% ethanol. Okay, the sources include sugarcane based sources, grain based sources, and the other biomass. If we talk about the blending categories, E5, E10, the numbers represent the percentage of blending. 20 represents the 20% ethanol blending. India is already doing that. E85, E100, flex fuels mostly common in Brazil and US. Now, of course, there is environmental benefit out there, which will lower carbon monoxide emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce sulfur oxide and nitrogen oxide emissions as well, lower the particulate matter at the same time, but more importantly, it will reduce the oil import bill for the government. The government initiatives around this: National Biofuel Policy 2018, which promoted the 2G bioethanol, Roadmap for Ethanol Blending 2020-25, clear timelines for E20 rollout, then differential pricing, interest subvention scheme for the distilleries, OMC, procurement policy, and flex fuel vehicles. So Toyota, Bajaj, Hero, and TVS are already piloting flex fuel engines. We already have seen that abroad. Uh, one 1G and 2G, first generation, derived from sugarcane and starch crops. 2G ethanol is derived from agricultural waste. Okay, 2G plants are being set up by IOC, BPCL, and HPCL. Brazil is the global leader, uses E27, 27% ethanol blending. Most cars in Brazil are flex fuel. US E10 is widely used. E5 and E10 widely used in European Union. Okay, India is catching up fast. Prime Minister, during his Independence Day speech from the Lal Killa, announced Mission Sudarshan Chakra. Okay. Now, what is Mission Sudarshan Chakra? It's a multi-layered, integrated air and missile defense shield. Okay. Definitely, you can connect with S-400 system, and it provides protection to the strategic, military, civilian, and critical infrastructure, including the defense bases, hospitals, transportation hubs, and religious sites. So very, very important. The context and rationale, I think I did not deep deeper into it. So modern warfare, if you talk about, brings multiple threats: missiles, munitions, hypersonic vehicles, drones, and cyber attacks. Mission Sudarshan Chakra is an initiative to respond with dynamic but layered defense architecture. Okay, and it aligns with Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, reducing foreign reliance. So, what are the key objectives? To develop robust defense shield, multi-layer protection for national territory, infrastructure, and population, neutralize the threat, detect, track, neutralize missiles, aircraft, drones, and hypersonic weapons, critical asset protections, as well as offensive capabilities, swift retaliatory response, making it possible. Surveillance and network, space-based surveillance, ground radars, and data fusion from the command centers. Okay, kinetic systems and non-kinetic systems. So hard kill as well as soft kill we are talking about. So through soft kills, through jamming and misguiding technology, electronic warfare systems, and cyber defense capabilities. There will be a unified command and control, which will comprise of Air Force, Army, Navy, the space organization, space-related organizations, cyber departments, and the intelligence departments will work cohesively as part of the unified command and control. So it is all about comprehensive protection. The timelines of implementation: the integration of the existing systems in the next 2 years, and new procurement of guns and missiles, Between 27 and 32 for the 5 years, to deploy advanced systems, long-range interceptors, and directed energy weapons and space sensors. By 35, full operational capability must be achieved across all domains and infrastructure. Okay, so 10-year period for complete deployment is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced during his 15th August Independence Day speech. Okay. Panchayati Raj. Now you might be wondering, why Panchayati Raj? Did we not cover everything related to constitution, history, and all those things? Because it's related to the current affairs. Remember Sabha Sar. So मैं सभा सार पे बाद में आता हूँ, पहले पंचायती राज in detail समझ लेते हैं, क्योंकि सभा सार पे अकेले बहुत सारे questions नहीं बनेंगे. So if consortium goes there, then definitely talk about Panchayati Raj. So it's India's system of rural self-governance. That's it. So Panchayati Raj very simply is about local self-governance, bringing government closer to the people. It was constitutionally established by the 73rd Amendment Act of 1992, making panchayats mandatory. And it actualizes Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Gram Swaraj, which means self-governed villages as democracy's foundation. So village assemblies in Vedic period were also there, panchayats as dispute resolution bodies. During even British eras, Lord Ripon's resolution of 1882, Magna Carta of local self-government. Then Balwant Rai Mehta Committee, post-independence, 1957, proposed three-tier system. Ashok Mehta Committee of 1978 emphasized two-tier system. Finally, the 73rd Amendment Act of 1992 became the turning point, institutionalizing Panchayat Raj nationwide. What are the key features? Added Part 9, Articles 243 to 243O, added 11th schedule with 29 subjects, made panchayats uniform, compulsory structures. The exemptions are there in certain tribal areas. The whole objective was for a democratic decentralization, past participation of the grassroots, empowerment of weaker section, and having a responsive and accountable governance. Gram Panchayat at the village level is the smallest unit of government, smallest unit of rural government. Members are elected directly by the villagers, headed by Sarpanch, also known as Mukhya or Pradhan. The responsibilities of Gram Panchayat includes local roads, water supply, sanitation, Manrega implement, Awas Yojana implementation, birth debt registration, and welfare programs. Then we have next level is block level, the Panchayat Samiti, immediate tier coordinating between the Gram Panchayat and the Zilla Parishad, technical supervision, block level development plans, monitoring agriculture, health, and education programs. Jilla Parishad, the district level, is the apex body, district level panchayat with elected representatives consisting of MPs, MLAs, officials, and is headed by the Jilla Parishad president or chairperson. The key function of Jilla Parishad includes approving the district development plans, major infrastructure projects, and managing the larger scheme, DRD, and health and education. Gram Sabha is the cornerstone of direct democracies, the people parliament at the village level. All registered voters of the village who are 18 plus years, they are part of the Gram Sabha, and it approves the village development plans. Okay. The 11th schedule assigns 29 subjects to the panchayats. States distribute these through state laws: agriculture, irrigation, road, housing, water, sanitation, rural electrification, health and education, women and child development. Now, where do panchayats get their revenues from? Where the finance comes from? They have their own sources of generating revenue through property tax, local market fees, water tax, licenses, user charges. Then states also fund in through granting aid, share taxes, development funds. Central government provides funds through Finance Commission grants, Manrega, PMAY, then Swachh Bharat Mission, NNRM, and PMGSY missions actually. Finance commissions, the central and the state finance commission, recommend fund distribution every 5 years. There are reservation provisions, some states with 50, but mostly 33% reservation for women. There are seats reserved for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community proportional to the population, as well as in some states for the OBCs as well. Okay. The State Election Commission conducts the panchayat elections every 5 years. So State Election Commission prepares and maintains the voter list and supervises the election procedure. Now, this comes under the Article 243K for ensuring free and fair elections. Okay. E-Panchayat mission includes Panchayat Enterprise Suite, Swamitwa scheme of 2020, some of the digital transformation under Panchayati Raj. If we talk about Swamitwa scheme includes drone-based mapping of village properties, issue of property cards, and strengthening the taxation and land rights. Rashtriya Gram Sabha Abhiyan, which is about capacity building for Panchayat functionaries. Savasar was a AI-powered meeting tool which was introduced recently, and the AI tool automatically generates the minutes of the meetings from Gram Sabha through audio-video recordings using NLP technology, the advanced AI NLP technology. Now, the features of Savasar includes it is integrated with Bhasini, supports 13 Indian languages and is expanding, and transcribe the discussion, identifies key decisions. This was launched on the Independence Day, and all 1,194 Gram Panchayats of Tripura, that's achievement of Tripura, used it for special Gram Sabha on Independence Day. सिटीजनशिप सर को लेकर के बात हो रही है, स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन ड्राइव बाय द इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया. तो इंडियन सिटीजनशिप का क्वेश्चन उठता है, तो इसको समझ लेते हैं. So basically, Indian citizenship defines the legal status of being a citizen of India. The citizens have the right to vote, to help, to hold public office, and to receive government protection. The Indian citizenship is governed by the Constitution and by the Constitution and under the Citizenship Act of 1955. Now, citizenship can happen by birth, by descent, by registration, by naturalization, or by territory itself. The loss of citizenship can happen by renunciation, voluntary giving up the citizenship, or termination when acquiring citizen of the another country, or the government can also revoke citizenship due to fraud, disloyalty, or another specified reason. The CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, provides a path for naturalization of religious minorities from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh who migrated to India before 31st December 2014. Now, enacted on December 11, बहुत भूचाल आया था देश में. Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. This was enacted on December 11, 2019, amended the Citizenship Act of 1955 for fast tracking the citizenship of certain undocumented immigrants. That includes Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, who entered India by December 31st, 2014 and were facing religious persecution there. The residency requirement reduced from 11 years to 5 to 6 years for naturalization, and this does not apply to certain tribal and protected areas in northeastern states, by the way. Prime Minister earlier in July had a 5-nation tour and a historic diplomatic engagement across Ghana, Trinidad and Tobago, Argentina, Brazil, and Namibia. 5 state visits, 5 awards, highest civilian awards from the nation. So remember like this. So the journey started, the tour started on July 2nd, and he reached Ghana. First visit in 30 plus years by the Prime Minister of India, comprehensive partnership upgrade, and he received the office of the Order of the Star of Ghana, the highest civilian award from Ghana. On July 3rd and 4th, he was in Trinidad and Tobago, the first Prime Minister visit from India since 1999. OCI cards extended to 6th generation, received the highest civilian award, Order of the Republic. Argentina, July 4th and 5th, first standalone visit of a Prime Minister of India in 60 years to Argentina, expanded defense, agriculture, mining cooperation, received QT Buenos Aires, the highest civilian award there. In Brazil, attended the 17th BRICS Summit, strategic partnership expansion, received Grand Collar of National Order, the highest civilian award there. Namibia, July 9, first visit of a Prime Minister of India in 27 years, parliamentary address with standing ovation, received Order of Welwitschia Mirabilis, the highest civilian award for Namibia. Okay. So tour highlights, summing up, 5 nations visited, 5 highest civilian awards, 8 days of diplomacy. Okay. India, Afghanistan, 2 critical ministry visits from Afghanistan recently. तो बात कर लेते हैं, but it's not about modern times. India and Afghanistan go long back in history. Simply Mahabharata चले जाते हैं ना, गंधार, गांधारी, गांधार नरेश, शकुनी मामा, you remember? So ties वहां से शुरू होते हैं, if not more, we can recall about. So century old civilization ties between the two nations, culturally rooted in Buddhism, Sufism, historic trade routes, people to people interaction, isn't it? So I don't think there is any issue as far as the people of the two nations are concerned. Afghanistan has historically also served as gateway to the Central Asia for India, and India has invested largely in Afghanistan over time. Since 2001 itself, India has emerged one of the Afghanistan most significant development partners, having invested over 3 billion US dollar in reconstructing and capacity building of Afghanistan. However, since Taliban's return to power again in August 2021, this has altered the political and diplomatic landscape, but things are again recalibrating now. Changes are happening. So the connect goes historical through Gandhar civilization, then Afghan origin rulers, if we talk about the medieval era, including Lodi and Sood dynasties, directly influenced the Indian polity and culture. India was among the first countries to recognize Afghanistan's independence from British influence in 1919. Strong bilateral relations during King Zahir Shah's reign, 1915 to 70s, and India supported the Northern Alliance against the first Taliban regime in 1990s. Okay, development partnership. With the fall of first Taliban regime in 2001, India emerged as one of the largest and most committed regional development partners for Afghanistan. Some of the key development projects include Dilaram Highway. Then this road connects to Iran Chabahar project. Then Salma Dam, India-Afghanistan Friendship Dam, also known as Salma Dam, providing irrigation and electricity to thousands of Afghanistan families. And the new parliament building in Kabul has been constructed by India. So India provides a lot of humanitarian relief as well to the Afghanistan. Afghanistan provides India access to Central Asia and serves as a buffer against Pakistan's strategic doctrine. And a friendly government in Kabul is very, very important from India's security interest and preventing terrorism safe havens. Now, if we talk about Chabahar project, Iran's this one, this has been developed by Indian investment as gateway to Afghanistan. Then international north-south transport corridor, which links India, Iran, and Central Asia. But there has always been security concerns regarding the terrorist group like Haqqani Network, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So any friendly government to these organizations is not good for India. Taliban 2.0. Taliban again took over Afghanistan in August 2021, and India evacuated embassy staff under Operation Devi Shakti. So closed its diplomatic mission over there. Then Taliban, because Taliban cabinet includes also members from the Haqqani network, the terrorist group actually. So India reopened a technical mission in Kabul in June 2022, which has now been announced to become a full-fledged embassy very soon. Now, over the time, talks with Taliban were held through representatives in Doha and Kabul on humanitarian aid, Indian national safety, and regional security. India continues to support Taliban. Over the last 4 years, India has sent 50,000 tons of wheat and has invested in terms of humanitarian assistance more than $150 million in total aid, sending COVID-19 vaccines, earthquake relief following Paktika and Herat earthquakes. A lot of Afghan students receive educational scholarship when they study in India. Trade continuity is there. India remains a major buyer of Afghan agriculture products, which includes dry fruits, kishmish, asafoetida, and pomegranates. Then the trade continues through Chabahar port and the air cargo routes because Pakistan comes in between and doesn't allow. So what significant happened recently and why we covered this topic? So between October 9 and 16, the foreign minister Amir Khan Muttaqi, the foreign Taliban's acting foreign minister, arrived in India, that marking the first ministerial level visit by any senior Taliban government member to India since their return to power in 2021. Now, this was only possible by the relevant UN Sanctions Committee temporarily lifting his travel ban. Okay. Among the meeting agenda, bilateral relations, trade and economic development, held official meetings with our foreign minister, external minister S. Jaishankar. There were meetings with the business groups as well, and he also visited religious sites, including Darul Ulum in Deoband. Okay, then this was followed by the Ministry of the foreign minister visit was followed by the commerce Afghanistan's commerce minister visit in November 2025. He was on a 5-day trip to India, focused on expanding trade and investment ties. Okay, so the visit gained urgency due to recent blockages at the Afghanistan-Pakistan border that has severely impacted the Afghan exporters. Okay, so received by India Trade Promotion Organization (ITPO), participated in trade fairs, exhibition, met the Indian traders as well as business stakeholders, and discussed about expansion of the commerce sector in India for Afghanistan. As a diplomatic step forward, India announced its technical mission in Kabul would be upgraded to a full embassy following the foreign minister's visit, and also plans for Taliban to send diplomats to New Delhi, though India maintained its has not formally recognized the Taliban government. Okay. चलो अब नेबर्स की बात कर लेते हैं. नेपाल में जेन जी प्रोटेस्ट हुआ रिसेंटली, सो उसकी बात करते हैं. आफ्टर हाफ एन आवर विल टेक अ 5 मिनट ब्रेक, 5-7 मिनट ब्रेक. सो पहले नेपाल को समझ लेते हैं. नेपाल इज लाइक इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द अर्ली सिविलाइजेशन, इट गोज बैक टू नियोलिथिक टाइम्स. ओके, एंशिएंट वैदिक टेक्स्ट में नेपाल का मेंशन है. The Kathmandu Valley was a vibrant center of Newar civilization around the 4th century CE and flourished with trade, devotion to Buddhism and Hinduism. Then kingdoms have been largely spoken about when it comes to Nepal. The Malla period between 12th to 18th centuries is particularly renowned for its stunning temple architecture. थोड़ा recent times पे आ जाते हैं. The between 1743-1768, if you talk about unification of Nepal happened. Prithvi Narayan Shah launched a systematic unification campaign, conquering and consolidating dozens of small kingdoms to establish the modern day Nepal. 1815-1816 Sugauli Treaty. Nepal lost significant territories, Sikkim, Kumaon, Garhwal and parts of Tiraj to British India, but crucially preserved its independence. Okay, 1814-1816 उसके पहले अगर बात करें, Anglo-Nepalese War, Nepal's expansion brought to direct conflict with the powerful British East India Company. But Nepal has never been ruled by any other country, but there has been conflicts. The Rana period between 1846 and 1951, a military coup was led by Jang Bahadur Rana, established an autocratic hereditary premiership that would rule Nepal for next 104 years. Then in 1950, the Nepali Congress, anti-King Tribhuvan and anti-Rana revolutionaries successfully overthrew the Rana regime, and a constitutional monarchy was established at that point of time. King Mahendra dissolved the parliament in 1960, instituting the party-less Panchayat system that continued for 3 decades. 1996 वाला decade जो था till 2006, a devastating civil war erupted as Maoist rebels demanded abolition of the monarchy itself and fundamental socio-economic transformation. Over 13,000 people died in the conflict. Then in 2001, tragedy struck when King Birendra, Queen Aishwarya, and many royal family members were killed. Prince Gyanendra assumed the throne amid controversy. Mass pro-democracy protests, Jan Andolan 2, forced the change. The monarchy was abolished, and Nepal was declared a federal democratic republic in 2008 and adopted its constitution in 2015. Okay, so Nepal constitution was promulgated only in 2015. Okay, Nepal politics has largely been turbulent in modern times. Frequent change of prime minister, the ruling parties, frequent elections continues to happen. On September 4th, 2025, recently, Nepal government abruptly banned 26 social media platforms, and it became a trigger. It was a trigger basically. The grievances were already underlying. It became a trigger. Widespread corruption, nepotism, The Nepot kit scandal, poor governance, and shocking lack of transparency had already fueled that resentment. But the moment the government banned the 26 social media platforms, the dissent came to the public actually. The unemployment remains critically high with limited job opportunities, forcing the youths to move abroad and driving the brain drain in the country actually. So the student-led protest erupted across Kathmandu and the key cities of Nepal, and the escalation happened quickly. The government buildings, parliament, and even the Supreme Court were set on fire in the unprecedented scenes. The Hilton Hotel was set on fire. They are planned no longer to be in Nepal. They are moving out. Hilton Group is moving out. The government responded with curfews and heavy-handed police action, and under international pressure, partial internet access was restored, but the violence continued. More than 70 people lost their life. Five ex-PMs were targeted as well, and their family members were targeted. Okay. Now, the political fallout of this protest, Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had to resign, and in an historic moment, former Chief Justice of Nepal and the only woman Chief Justice ever for Nepal, Sushila Karki, was appointed the interim Prime Minister on September 12, becoming Nepal's first female Prime Minister. By mid-September, mostly the protests subsided, but not before leaving a deep lasting scar on Nepal's political landscape. So we have seen the political change, we have seen the social aspects getting change over there, but largely Nepal has become a conflict zone. Now, talking about Nepal India relations, it has always been complex. The India Nepal Treaty of Peace and Friendship established open border in 1950. Mutual economic and security cooperation followed and allowed Nepal to import and export goods via the Indian ports. In fact, Nepalis can also join our Indian defense forces, so that kind of relationship we have maintained. Now, relations have fluctuated over decades now, and largely with the influence of China coming in between. The disputes also date back to the colonial era, if you talk about the Sugauli Treaty itself. But India remains Nepal's principal trade and transit partner, but Nepal is continuously growing closer to China now. And political developments in Nepal directly reflect the concerns of India, and they swiftly put the blame back on India actually. Now, which are the territorial disputes? And recently, Nepal has launched the currency with three of these territories shown on their currency. 100 rupee जो उनका है उस पे दिखाया है. So the territorial disputes includes Kalapani, Lipu Lake, Limpiadhura, the northwestern border जो है वहां पर Nepal claims that based on Sugauli Treaty and interpretation of river origins, this is their area. Then 2020 map controversy happened. India road construction through Lipulok triggered Nepal's release of a new constitutional map as well as amendment. Both nations contest the true source of the Kali River and associated territorial boundaries. Nepal landlocked geography means it is heavily reliant on India for access to ports and essential imports. Water sharing remains largely unresolved, in fact, significantly impacting the agriculture, hydropower generation, and water security for both the nations. And with nationalism triggered on both the sides and China's growing influence, sensitive issues like citizen rights on Indian origin Nepalis periodically cause frictions and mistrust. Okay. Susila Karki, quickly, Bachelor of Arts from Viratnagar, where she was born. She did her master's in political science from Banaras Hindu University. That's the India Connect. Law from Tribhuvan University in Kathmandu. Practiced law in Viratnagar, where she was born, and made history as Nepal's first woman Chief Justice, July 2016 to June 2017. So she was the first female Chief Justice, now the first female Prime Minister of Nepal. Okay, she largely got the Gen Z support. Block everything. Another protest, another region. French citizens united across political divides in massive protest against austerity measures by the government of France. Okay, blocking the highways, metros, and warehouses across the country. Block everything. The Let's talk about France first, quickly. So, located in Western Europe, bordering Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Andorra, Spain, and both the Atlantic and Mediterranean Sea. Capital is Paris. Diverse landscape from alpine mountains to fertile plains, Mediterranean coast. Largest country in EU by area. Population approximately 67 million as of 2025. Semi-presidential republic with directly elected president and an appointed prime minister. Okay, so France elects the president, prime minister is appointed. Uh, so historical journey, if you talk about from Roman province to the consolidation of the French monarchy, 100 years war, prolonged conflict between France and England, featuring the rise of Joan of Arc and establishment of French national identity, age of absolutism. Louis XIV, the Sun King, epitomized absolute monarchy. French Revolution, very important, 1789, 1799. Overthrow of monarchy happened, declaration of the rights of man, reign of terror, and emergence of democratic ideals. Then Napoleon's French Empire dominated continental Europe until his defeat at Waterloo. 19th and 20th century France is all about industrialization, vast colonization, and then traumatic experiences in World War One and Two. Okay, Nazi occupation also happened. Modern era France transitions to the Fifth Republic under Charles de Gaulle in 1958 and with strengthened presidency. Post 1968, waves of social change. Currently, the president is Emmanuel Macron, and his government faces growing instability. So, what happened? Let's look at the timeline. Block Everything emerges online as a viral call to action, urging citizens to block roads, public spaces, and organize strikes to protest the harsh austerity measures in the proposed 2026 budget. September 10, 2025, nation-wide shutdown happened. 175,000 protesters mobilized in 812 separate actions across France. Highways, train lines, Paris Metro, Amazon warehouses are blocked. 473 arrested with 80,000 police personnel deployed. Second wave happened on September 18th. Third wave happened on October 2nd. The protest intensified. What triggered the protest? The democratic deficit, deep anger over President Macron's governance style, seen as increasingly autocratic despite centrist rhetoric. Okay, 7 different prime ministers with single political alliance eroded the public trust. Then Prime Minister's Bayro's 2026 budget proposed devastating 44 billion euro in cuts, pension freezes, removal of public holidays, and 5 million euros slashed from the health spending. Then unprecedented coalition. And this is a reminder of the Yellow Vest Revolution of 2018. So that is the connect you should remember, 2018 Yellow Vest Revolution. Okay, so what are the consequences and the fallout? So major cities saw the blockade, government collapse happened. Serving the Beru, who was serving as the prime minister, was forced to resign under overwhelming pressure. So he was replaced by Sebastian Lecornu in emergency succession. So the trust has completely been eroded. Now, talking about the relationship France and European Union, Robert Schuman's historic 1950 speech is widely regarded as EU's origin story. Okay, so remember this name, Robert Schuman. Then France actively pushes for European Union strategic autonomy and sovereignty in global affairs. French nominees hold influential EU positions, including Ursula von der Leyen as the European Commission President, and France remains central in shaping policies of EU on defense, digital technology. If we talk about India and France, there are historical ties from Puducherry in India to long-standing diplomatic, cultural, and education. Remember, Puducherry, Puducherry now was a French colony. Then strategic partnerships since 1998, including major defense deals, including the Rafale recently, joint military exercises, Sakti, Varuna, and Garuda, cybersecurity and Indo-Pacific cooperation. There is collaboration even as far as the space research is concerned, and over 1,000 of French companies operate in India. Together, India and France started the International Solar Alliance, so there is a joint leadership out there. Thailand and Cambodia conflict. The nations had conflict. In fact, I would say twice this year, but it roots back earlier as well. एकदम से suddenly start नहीं हुआ था, पहले से भी conflicts चले आ रहे हैं. But let's first understand the two nations quickly, how they are connected. Thailand and Cambodia share the international border, approximately 817 kilometers of it, and several of the border areas are disputed. The key flashpoint includes the World Heritage Site or the ancient temple of Priya Vrihar Temple and hills like Phu Mukhya, also known as Nom Trap, which are claimed by both sides. The conflicts roots back to the colonial era. The dispute has colonial era roots, map drawn under French Indochina and British Siamese administration has left ambiguous boundaries. The Priya Vihar case, the 2008 judgment of the International Court of Justice, awarded the temple to Cambodia but left surrounding lands ambiguous, fueling further tensions. So, what happened this year? Let's talk about the pre escalation phase. 13th February, a Thai Cambodian incident near the Prasad Ta Thom, tensions over national anthem and territorial symbolism happens. 28th May, Cambodian and Thai soldiers exchanged fire in the Emerald Triangle area, and one Cambodian soldier was killed. June 2025, diplomatic fallout happens. There are leaked phone calls, border checkpoint closures, and rapid reprisals. Major outbreak of fighting happened in July 2025. On 24th, significant escalation, artillery, rocket fires, airstrikes. Thailand reportedly deployed F-16 jets, and at least 14 people were killed, mostly civilians. It is estimated that over 130,000 Thai civilians were evacuated. Cambodia also evacuated many families. Ceasefire attempts, 28 July, unconditional ceasefire was agreed between the two governments. On 26th of October 2025, the signing of the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord in Malaysia happened, which was witnessed by regional players, also including United States. Okay. Bangladesh protests की बात कर लेते हैं. What was the protest all about? This all started last year. What is happening now? Protests तो almost नहीं हो रहे हैं, पर फिर से erupt हो रहे हैं. But the all started last year in June 2024. So the Bangladesh youth protested against the job quotas in Bangladesh. Now, this reservation system was notified in 1972, reserving 30% of the government and semi-government posts for the freedom fighters, those who fought in the Bangladesh Liberation War against Pakistan, and 10% for women. After the assassination of the Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founder of Bangladesh in August 1975, father of Sheikh Hasina, the quotas were effectively frozen until 1996 when Sheikh Hasina became the prime minister for the first time. तो उस समय तक तो quotas को freeze कर दिया गया था after the assassination of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. The benefit of the freedom fighters quota was subsequently extended to the next generation, to their sons and daughters. Now, after 2001, when Awami League lost power in 2001, the process of implementation of the quota slowed down, and Sheikh Hasina again returned to power in 2009, became the prime minister, and 2 years later, the quota benefits were also made available now to the grandchildren of the freedom fighters. In 2018, the Hasina government decides to scrap the freedom fighter and other quotas, which was subsequently challenged in the court, and in its June 5, the High Court under the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, the High Court bench ruled that government's decision was arbitrary and that the freedom fighters and their progeny remained one of the most backward sections of the country's citizens. So Bangladesh protests were all about this reservation. The protests were led by the youths of Bangladesh. They opposed the return of a 30% quota in the government employment at all levels for those who fought for the freedom of Bangladesh from Pakistan, as well as their children and grandchildren. The situation was flamed further by a statement from then Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, in which she seemed to equate the protesters with the descendants of Rajakars. Remember, we discussed about Rajakars when I was talking about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and Operation Polo. The mercenary collaborators of the Pakistan military who led brutal campaign of murder and rape in which up to 3 million Bangladeshis are established to have been killed in a span of few months in 1971. So the violence was sparked because of that court order. The High Court Division of the Supreme Court reinstated that 30% quota, overturning the 2018 government decision to eliminate those quotas. Students and teachers were protesting since April 2004, demanding that quotas be capped at only 10%. And these protesters then had clashes with police. The Bangladesh Chhatra League, which is the student wing of the ruling Awami League party, clashed with the police. Sheikh Hasina resigned among mounting protests, and that time she had to fled the country. And we all know she is in India right now. Okay, so this was the whole story about how this all started. Okay, now we have already covered this, so I don't need to get into this. We have already covered this actually. Now, after resignation, an interim government was formed led by Muhammad Yunus. Hasina has been tried in absentia by the International Crimes Tribunal Bangladesh. Don't get confused with any other international crime tribunal. This is a local tribunal itself. International. They have given the name International Crimes Tribunal. तो लोग सोचेंगे कि बाहर के देश भी involved है. So this is something which was in news recently, and that is why I'm covering all this. Hasina has been tried in absentia by the International Crimes Tribunal Bangladesh for a role in ordering a crackdown during the protest, and the sentence handed over to her includes death sentence and in one of the cases 5-year imprisonment as well. According to public domain records, over 12,000 arrests were made during this operation by March 2025, and this operation is Operation Devil Hunt, which was launched by the transitional government, which instituted a crackdown on supporters and affiliates of her political party. So the current advisory government ruled this operation, which is Operation Devil Hunt, and this was launched in February. And it is believed more than 12,000 arrests have been made, largely the supporters of Sheikh Hasina. On 17 November 2025, she was sentenced to death in absentia for crimes against humanity, including incitement and failing to prevent atrocities during the protests. Bangladesh has formally requested her extradition from India. Now, there is a treaty between the two, but definitely that is not going to happen because of certain clauses. India can definitely not send her. There are clauses out there. So after fleeing Bangladesh, she has been in India. That's a well-known fact. Her family recently also praised India for ensuring her safety amid the crisis. India's official stand has been very clear. India has noted the verdict of the tribunal, but it said it remains committed to the best interest of the people of Bangladesh while constructively talking with all the stakeholders. Okay, India is very much unlikely to remain. So there's a diplomatic flashpoint already brewing up, and it is going to escalate soon. Now, Bangladesh की history में थोड़ा घुस जाते हैं. During partition of India, Bengal was divided into two: West Bengal and East Bengal. West Bengal became part of India. East Bengal became part of Pakistan. Okay, so Bangladesh was earlier known as East Pakistan. Urdu was imposed as a major as the sole national language. This led to the Bengali language movement in 1952. Students protesting were killed, and this became a symbol of resistance. East Pakistan earned most of the Pakistan foreign exchange via jute exports, but most development was happening in West Pakistan. तो ईस्ट पाकिस्तान पैसा कमा कर दे रहा था, वेस्ट पाकिस्तान उसको यूटिलाइज कर रहा था. So definitely there was an economic neglect of the East Pakistan. Despite having the majority population, East Pakistan had limited power. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's Awami League demanded that autonomy through 6-point movement. In 1970 elections, Awami League won 167 of the 169 seats in East Pakistan and secured majority in Pakistan National Assembly. West Pakistan leadership refused to hand over the power and started the crackdown through Operation Searchlight on March 25, 1971. A brutal military operation aimed to crush the Bengali nationalism. Widespread killings, rapes, burning of villages, millions of them fled to India. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman declared independence for the East Pakistan. The Bengali soldiers, students, and civilians formed Mukti Vahini, which means Liberation Forces. India definitely played a decisive, multidimensional, and historic role. Humanitarian role, if we talk about, approximately 10 million refugees entered India. India set up refugee camps, provided food, shelter, and medical services. India also lobbied at the United Nations in Western capitals to highlight the human rights abuse in East Pakistan and the refugee burden, provided military support to Mukti Vahini, training camps across the border states, and joint operations were conducted by Mukti Vahini and Indian Army. India also signed a treaty with Treaty of Peace, Friendship, and Cooperation with USSR and ensured Soviet political and military support is there, and that will also deter US and China for intervening in favor of Pakistan. On the full scale war started on 3rd December, Pakistan airstrikes happened. India declared war on the same evening. Okay. On the eastern front, we had Bangladesh. On the western front, we had Pakistan. So India fought on two fronts. It was not Bangladesh, it was East Pakistan supporting them, but still Pakistan's presence was there. Then Indian Army, Navy advanced swiftly. Joint operations with Mukti Vahini liberated the major towns of East Pakistan. The one of the historic moments for the Indian Army, the surrender of the Pakistani Army on 16th of December 1971. Lieutenant General A.K. Niazi surrendered to Lieutenant General Jagjit Singh Arora. 93,000 Pakistani troops became prisoners of war, the largest surrender after World War II. December 16, 1971, Bangladesh achieved independence. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman became the first prime minister, later the president of the country, and India became the first country to recognize Bangladesh. India-Bangladesh relations after independence were very friendly. Indira Gandhi and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman shared warmth. 1974 land boundary agreement was conceptualized. If we talk about the period of 1978 75 to 2008, relationship fluctuated because of the political instability in Bangladesh, like that includes military regimes of Jia and Irshad. They were less friendly with China. Sheikh Hasina era has largely been cooperative, period of exceptional cooperation. Connectivity projects have been there. Land boundary agreement was finally implemented in 2050, and India became the Bangladesh biggest development partner. Okay, so that's about India Bangladesh. US government shutdown. यूएस गवर्नमेंट शटडाउन तुरंत हो जाता है, लेकिन कब होता है? When Congress fails to pass the required federal budget or fails to approve temporary funding. So it is also known as continuing resolutions before the start of the new fiscal year. In US, the new fiscal year means October 1st. Okay. So under American law, when federal agencies do not have funding, they must stop all non-essential operations. This is mandated by Anti-Deficiency Act of 1844, which prohibits the government from spending money not authorized by the government. Now, why does the shutdown happen? Congress controls the government spending. If the Congress and the president disagree, no funding bill passes. Then most shutdowns happen when one party controls the White House, the other controls the Congress, or even one chamber like the House. Common disputes always are about spending caps, border security, welfare programs, healthcare like Obamacare in 2013, foreign aid, and defense spending. Each year, Congress must pass 12 appropriations bill to fund all federal agencies. Even if one major department runs out of money, there is a partial shutdown which happens there. What happens during the shutdown? Non-essential services stop if immediately, like national parks, museum, new applications for passports, visas slow down. Federal agencies like EPA, Commerce, HUD halt. Then if you talk about contractors stop, many federal contractors stop working. What does not stop, what continues, includes military operations, air traffic control, border security, Medicare, social security payments, and postal services. Essential workers must work without pay until a budget is restored. Shutdown definitely costs billions. Federal workers miss paychecks, later reimbursed by law. Government contractors often never get back the pay. Economic slowdown in tourism, travel, small businesses happen, and credit rating agencies start issuing warnings. Between the 2018-19 shutdowns of 35 days, it costed the US economy an estimated $11 billion. $11 billion. So that's the impact of it. Okay. The historical shutdowns, if you talk about, so first in 1976, second in between 81 and 90, multiple shutdowns. 1995-96 again 21 days का shutdown था. 2013 16 days का shutdown था. Why India does not face a shutdown? Because unlike US, the US Constitution separates legislative and executive. India में क्या है? There is a vote of account or interim budget, like what happened earlier. So अगर एक outgoing government है और दूसरी government आएगी, we do not know who will come. In February, when the budget is to be presented, it's an interim budget, not a full-blown budget. So uska arrangement already hai कि in the meantime how the government will function. So interim budget pass कर दिया जाता है, even without the full budget, the economy runs. So we do not face a shutdown here. Israel Iran conflict की बात कर लेते हैं, but पहले historical background की बात कर लेते हैं. Under the 1953 Iranian coup, the Iran under the Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was aligned more with the West. Iran maintained relatively warm and cooperative ties with Israel, and being part of strategy sometimes referred to as Israel's periphery doctrine to build alliances with non-Arab regional actors. Iran also sold oil to Israel and had cooperation links with Western powers. Then comes the 1979 Iranian Revolution. The 1917 Iranian Revolution overthrew the Shah and established the Islamic Republic under religious leadership. After that, Iran's posture towards Israel transformed dramatically, radically, I would say, and it broke off the formal relations with Israel and adopted a strong anti-Israel ideological stance. Iran began vocally supporting the Palestinian cause, positioning itself against Israel, which it saw as an occupant or opponent of its ideological and political vision. Then the proxy conflicts during the 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s. Iran supported and funded various non-state actors opposed to Israel, including Hezbollah and the Palestinian groups like Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Iran also backed militias in other countries and actors in regional conflict, like including Syria and Iraq, against the Israel interests. Israel preemptively targeted what it perceives as Iranian threats, suspected Iranian or Revolutionary Guards, backsides, and individuals. Okay, over time, Iran came to view Israel as a threat because of Israel's military capabilities and overt or covert operations. Okay. So the escalation to the direct confrontation, अगर हम बात करें अभी, so Iranian strike happened in April 2024. Iran carried out drone and missile strikes targeting Israeli areas, citing retaliation for an Israeli bombing on an Iranian consulate in Damascus. In October 2024, Iran launched a large-scale attack with 200 ballistic missiles as part of what it described as reprisal operations, and then interception systems were invoked and damages were reported. On 13th of June 2025, Israel initiated a significant military operation targeting Iran's nuclear facilities, the military sites, and the infrastructure. Iran responded with large-scale retaliation, over 550 ballistic missiles and more than 1,000 suicide drones, according to certain reports. Okay. The conflict triggered US intervention in a supporting role for Israel. The US forces intercepted some of the Iranian attacks and also carried out strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. A ceasefire was brokered finally and came into effect on 24th of June 2025, mediated by the United States and the government of Qatar. Okay, so that's the entire conflict story between the two nations. Axiom Mission 4, private space flight to the International Space Station. Okay, so इसको complete करते हैं, उसके बाद 5 minute का break लेते हैं. Okay, so a significant milestone, no doubt about it, a private crewed space flight to the International Space Station operated by Axiom Space in partnership with SpaceX, which is by Elon Musk and NASA, the US Space Agency. The mission launch happened atop SpaceX Falcon 9 Block 5 rocket, and which placed the crew, the Dragon Grace spacecraft, into the low Earth orbit. It was the first mission to fly aboard the Crew Dragon capsule named Grace, also C-213, and which is the fifth and final Dragon capsule manufactured. June 11, 2025 was the original launch date, but got delayed. The successful launch happened on June 25, 2025. Mid-June 2025 delay हो गया था, but 25th June को successful launch हुआ. The return, the splashdown happened in Pacific Ocean of San Diego coast on July 15, 2025. Okay. The four-person crew brought together expertise from various nations and includes Commander Peggy Whitson, an Axiom Space employee, former NASA astronaut as well, and who led the mission alongside pilot Shubhanshu Shukla from ISRO. Mission specialists also included Slavoj Uznansky, a European Space Agency project astronaut from Poland, and Tibor Kapu, representing the Hungarian Space Office. This was the first government mission from in over 40 years' time from India, Hungary, and Poland. Each flew their second ever government-spaced astronaut. Axiom 4 mission marks the first government-sponsored mission from these three nations, India, Hungary, and Poland, to reach the International Space Station, a significant upgrade from the earlier Salyut missions. Shubhanshu Shukla became the first member of India's current astronaut corps to fly in space, opening a new chapter in Indian human space flight. Peggy Whitson was the commander. This was the role. She's from the United States. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. Prashant Nair was also selected. Final Group Shubhanshu Shukla flew from India. Slavoj Uznansky, mission specialist, and Tibor Kapu, again mission specialist. Okay, 4-member crew. Launch vehicles: SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, Block 5 rocket, spacecraft Crew Dragon Grace C-213, fifth and final build Crew Dragon vehicle. Docking port: Harmony module on the International Space Station, US orbital segment. Partnership: working alongside NASA's Expedition 73 crew during ISS operations. Originally planned for 14 days, the mission lasted 18 days due to operational adjustment and scheduling optimization. Okay, so the International Space Station has been in operation for more than 26 years now. As of May 31, 2025, it has been in continuous operation for over 26 years. And out of that, for more than 24 years, it has been occupied. Okay, so there has been at least one human present over there. And it is expected to deorbit in 2030. It will remain operational in 2013. Then it will be safely deorbited using a NASA spacecraft. The station is divided into two main sections: the Russian orbital segment, and which has been developed by Roscosmos, which is Russia's space agency, and there is a US orbital segment built by NASA, European Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency. The station orbits at an altitude of 400 kilometers and circles the planet roughly 93 minutes, completing 15 and a half orbits per day. Remember this, Shubhanshu Shukla also mentioned this: 16 sunsets and 16 sunrises, 15 and a half orbits every day is completed by International Space Station. The orbiting speed thus is 7.67 km per second or 27,600 km per hour. Remember this. Okay, so there is one place at least US and Soviets collaborate actually. So after the Cold War, and that's the International Space Station. The first ISS module was launched in 1998 with major components delivered by Proton and Soyuz rockets from Russia and Space Shuttle. Long-term occupancy began only on November 2, 2000, and that's why out of the 26 years in operation, for more than 24 years, it has been inhabited. Somebody has been there. India plans to have its own Antariksh station, or the space station to be known as Bharatiya Antariksh Station, to be fully operational by 2035, and it is likely to be launched in 2028. Before that, Gaganyaan becomes very, very critical. Okay. Now, when we are talking about this, while it is quite early from this year's perspective, quickly covering this, what happened earlier. So when 8-day mission became a 286-day mission, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Shrita Williams returned to 8 after an unexpected long 286-day mission aboard the International Space Station early this February. Initially, it was planned only as an 8-day flight aboard the Boeing Starliner aircraft, but the return was delayed due to technical issues with the vehicle, including helium leaks and thruster. So finally, NASA made a decision to bring them home via SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft named Freedom as part of the Crew 9 mission. Okay, comparing NASA, ISRO, and SpaceX. SpaceX was founded in 2002, owned by Elon Musk. The key missions include Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Dragon, Starlink, Starship project. Starlink is from them. Apollo, Artemis, Mars rovers, ISS partnership from NASA, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, GSLV, PSLV, Navic satellite from ISRO. These are their key missions. So ISRO is particularly known for its highly cost-effective launches. Okay, इसको अभी के लिए स्किप करते हैं. ऑलरेडी सरप्राइज खत्म कर दिया उन्होंने, उसको पूछ ही लिया है. सो इसको स्किप करते हैं. आई एम श्योर यू गाइस हैव कवर्ड ऑल दिस. So we'll take a short 5-minute break here, and I'll come back again. We'll cover national international news, and then we'll move on to the other aspects. So we just take a very short 5-minute break. In my laptop, it's 6:10 p.m. right now, or 6:09 p.m. We'll start again at 6:15. Stay tuned. Okay. Take a break now. Okay, yes, back again. Hello, hello. I hope you guys took that short break, had water, coffee, tea, whatever you wanted, and of course the nature's break. Chalo, let's restart and we continue with the national story for the time being. So let's start with the Constitution 130th Amendment Bill. Okay, it was introduced in the Lok Sabha uh, on August 20th by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and this seeks to amend Articles 75, 164, and 239 AA of the Indian Constitution with the objective of removing ministers, including the Prime Minister, the Chief Ministers, and other union and state ministers who have been arrested and detained for 30 consecutive days on charges which are punishable with imprisonment of 5 years or more. Okay. So the aim of the bill is to ensure that ministers who are implicated in serious criminal cases cannot continue to hold offices while in custody. Okay. So Article 75, a union minister who is arrested on any serious criminal charge, which is punishable by at least 5 years of imprisonment, and is detained for 30 consecutive days, shall cease to hold the office. So, this is an automatic cessation. It includes the prime minister, union ministers, and if they fail to resign or are not removed within 30 days of detention, then automatically the person ceases to hold the office on the 31st day. No exceptions out there. Reappointment to ministerial office becomes possible only after the release on bail or discharge from the criminal charges, ensuring fairness. Key amendment provisions, Article 164 at the state level. Similar provisions apply to the state ministers, where removal occurs by the governor on the advice of the chief ministers. If the chief minister does not advise removal by the 31st day of detention, that minister automatically ceases to hold the office. If we talk about Article 239 AA, which relates to Delhi, that extends the identical condition and removal process to ministers serving in the National Capital Territory of Delhi government. Okay. Now, this ensures standards across all levels of governance in India. This affects all ministers at central, state, and Delhi levels, but does not directly cover MPs or legislators who are not ministers. So, this is about the ministers. Serious crime defined as offenses punishable by 5 years or more of imprisonment. Okay. This was introduced on 20th August and referred to the Joint Parliamentary Committee for detailed examination due to significant debates as well as concerns from the opposition. This requires special majority in both the houses under Article 368. The critics talk about the legal fairness concerns. The critics argue that bill conflates detention with guilt. A minister could lose office without conviction as well. Okay. If we compare with the similar past amendments, 130th Amendment, which talks about detention for 30 days on serious charges, past amendments only disqualified post conviction and sentencing under representation of the People Act. Who it applies to? Only the ministers and not the members of parliaments or legislatures. So the person has to be minister in the executive branch, either a PM, CM, or union or state ministers. Past amendments are applied primarily to the electoral legislatures, MPs, and the MLS, and not separately to ministers as executive office holders. Under the 130th Amendment, the minister ceases to hold office on the 31st day. Earlier, no automatic cessation was on detention was there actually. So, key constitutional amendment related here, if you talk about 91st Amendment of 2003, which imposed a ceiling on minister numbers at union and state levels, maximum 15% of the total legislatures, curbing excessive large cabinets, and this was inserted under clause 1A of Article 164. 52nd Amendment introduced the 10th schedule to tackle political defections. 61st and 62nd Amendment amended the Representation of People Act to disqualify convicted MPs, MLS sentenced to 2+ years, indirectly affecting ministers' eligibility, as ministers must be legislators as well. 84th Amendment of 2001 strengthened the anti-defection provisions to curb political defections that influence ministerial positions, and now the 130th Amendment Bill. Okay. Landmark judicial cases related around, if we talk about, includes Manoj Narula versus Union of India in 2014, where Supreme Court ruled no legal bar on appointing ministers with criminal antecedents, emphasizing PM's constitutional discretion. However, advised avoiding those charges charged with serious offences to maintain public trust. The VN Senthil Balaji case of 2025, SC intervened when Tamil Nadu minister who is accused in cash for job scam was reappointed post bail. Court noted being misled regarding the bail status and directed minister to choose between freedom and office, effectively compelling the resignation. Then we have Arvind Kejriwal case in 2024. Supreme Court granted bail to Delhi CM in money laundering case, but barred official duty during trial. Court could not compel resignation, but CM voluntarily stepped down, highlighting judicial limits without legislative framework. Then SR Bombay versus Union of India in 1994 dealt with the president's power to dismiss state governments observing constitutional morality principles. Public Interest Foundation PIL 2018, Supreme Court held power to legislate disqualification criteria rests with the Parliament, rejecting judicial or executive bars beyond law. Article 142 of 2020, Supreme Court removed Manipur minister using extraordinary power, Article 142, which they recently exercised in the case between Tamil Nadu governor and the Tamil Nadu government. Lily Thomas versus Union of India 2013, when in the landmark ruling that MPs, MLAs cannot continue post conviction. Okay, nullified provision allowing convicted representatives to continue during appeals. अब चलते हैं next topic पे, which is Ramsar conventions. More sites added this year. What is a Ramsar site? A Ramsar site is a wetland site designated to be of international importance under the Ramsar Convention, which is also known as the Convention on Wetlands. Okay, an international environmental treaty which was signed in 1971, February 2, 1971, in Ramsar, Iran. So Ramsar is the name of the city, and hence the Ramsar Convention. Okay, under the UNESCO auspices. It came into force on December 21, 1975. The objectives of the Ramsar Convention is to provide for national action and international cooperation regarding the conservation of the wetlands. The convention today has 172 signatories, the countries who are obligated to create wetland reserves and promote wise use of wetland habitats. India joined the Ramsar Convention in 1982, initially designating Chilka Lake of Odisha and Koiladev National Park of Rajasthan. So the first one was Chilka Lake, Odisha. Second one was Koiladev National Park, Rajasthan. India joined the convention in 1982. If we talk about the current status, the total number of Ramsar sites in India as of September 2025 stands at 93. Sites until 2014, there were only 26. But since 2014, 67 new sites have been added and a major expansion has happened during this 11-year period. According to WWF India, wetlands are among the most threatened ecosystems in India. Okay, the Indian government definition of wetlands, as per the Wetlands Conservation and Management Rules of 2017, does not include river channels, paddy fields, or areas utilized for commercial activities. Those are the new Ramsar sites added this year, the most recent of them being Gokul Jalashay and Udaipur Jheel in Bihar. Gokul Jalashay is located in Buxar district, notable for its rich biodiversity and community-based reservation efforts. Udaipur Jheel is situated in West Champaran district, critical habitat supporting aquatic and avian biodiversity. Earlier this year, Minar Wetland Complex from Rajasthan and Kichan Wetland from Rajasthan, two from Rajasthan, were added. Minar Wetland Complex is also known as Bird Village, consisting of lakes Brahma Talab and Dhand Talab. Okay, so these two sites were added earlier, the most recent being Gokul Jalasay and Udaipur Jheel from Bihar. Total number of sites now gone to 93. Over here, if we talk about earlier, beyond these two states, earlier we also had Udhwa Lake from Jharkhand, first from the state, then Khechopalri wetland from scheme, first Ramsar site for the state, and Sakaratai and Therthangal bird sanctuaries from Tamil Nadu earlier in 2025. So if we look at this year, almost 8 Ramsar sites from India have been included. Tamil Nadu leads with the highest number of Ramsar sites at 20, followed by Uttar Pradesh with 10 sites. Okay. If we talk about India as a whole, India's Ramsar sites collectively cover over 1.36 million hectares, providing critical ecosystem services. Okay. While this has been covered, quickly इसको कर लेते हैं. ये भी sample paper में आ गया, तो chances थोड़े कम ही दिख रहे हैं, but okay. You would be surprised to know ICC Women's Cricket World Cup is oldest global event in cricket, including men's cricket as well, because it started 2 years before the Men's Cricket World Cup. Men's Cricket World Cup start हुआ था 1975 में, but Women's Cricket World Cup was inaugurated in 1973, the first winners being England themselves. Whereas in men's cricket, the West Indies were the winners for the first two editions, third being India in 1983, led by Kapil Dev and his team. The first champions were England, and the championship was based on round robin points with no knockout final. Okay. The idea about the Cricket World Cup for women came from English captain Rachel Hero Flint and financier Jack Hayward, aiming to promote women's cricket internationally. Australia is the most successful team with 7 titles. England has 4. New Zealand and India have 1 each. The 2025 edition marked the first All-Asian Host Championship partnership India and Sri Lanka hosted together. So 1973, first ever Cricket World Cup for any kind, men's or women's. 1978, first time hosted outside England. The second edition took place in India in 1978. Introduction of a knockout final, moving away from the league format, happened in 1982. Debut World Cup for Iran and Netherlands, and first time hosted by Australia, 1988. 1997, largest tournament with 11 teams, and first World Cup participation for South Africa, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. In the year 2000, New Zealand won their only title, defeating Australia. 2005, hosted in Africa for the first time, India reached their first final. 2017, the final at the Lords was a global spectacle with record attendance. England won the final against India. 2025, India won their maiden title on home soil, defeating South Africa by 52 runs. So this is the champions table. If we talk about, so India and New Zealand have only won once. Australia has won it 7 times, whereas England has won it 4 times. If we talk about the Indian women's cricket, the Women's Cricket Association of India was formed in Lucknow and pioneering the women's competitive cricket in India. The WCAI, Women Cricket Association of India, organized the first National Women's Cricket Championship in 73-74. The India's first international women's cricket tour was in 1976 to the West Indies, marking entry into the international cricket. WCI later merged with BCCI in 2006, giving women's cricket greater institutional support and growth opportunities. The Indian women cricket team won their maiden cup this year, the ODI World Cup this year, defeating South Africa by 52 runs. Earlier, India had reached Women's World Cup finals previously in 2005 as well as 2017 and were runner-up in both the occasions. Some of the notable names, if we talk about Indian women's cricket team, includes Mithali Raj, also known as Queen of the Indian cricket, and is the highest run scorer in women's ODI with over 10,000 international runs. Julan Goswami, also known as Chakra Express, is the highest wicket taker in women's ODI with over 200 wickets. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of the current Indian ODI team, Smriti Mandhana, and Anjum Chopra. Anjum Chopra is a former Indian to play 100 ODIs and former captain as well. Deepti Sharma, The earlier pioneers of Indian women cricket include Daina Adulji and Shanta Rangaswamy as well. Indian women's team played their first test match in 1976 against the West Indies, and the first ever test win in November 76 happened against West Indies under Shanta Rangaswamy's captaincy in Patna at Moinul Haq Stadium. Women's cricket team was not founded by a woman. Women's cricket team was founded by a man, a businessman from Lucknow, Mahendra Kumar Sharma. Okay, Mithali Raj is the youngest cricketer to score a century on her ODI debut. UNESCO Creative Cities of Gastronomy, Lucknow got added to the list. UNESCO Creative Cities Network was launched in 2004, and it identifies cities that have creativity as a strategic factor for sustainable urban development. The network organizes member cities into 7 creative fields: gastronomy, crafts and folk art, design, film, literature, media arts, and music. Literature, Kozhikode was added last year to the list. In gastronomy category, Lucknow got added this year list, only becoming the second Indian city to be part of UNESCO's Creative Cities of Gastronomy. Okay. Now, what are the criteria for creative city of gastronomy? A city of gastronomy is recognized for its rich culinary heritage, including traditional recipes and diverse use of indigenous ingredients. So these are the factors on which the selection happens. Some of the prominent names includes Parma, Italy, Paraty, Brazil, Shunde in China. The first Indian city designated as a city of gastronomy is Hyderabad, and it was designated in 2019. And Hyderabad is definitely known for its Hyderabadi biryani and culinary heritage. Lucknow now joins the list from India and becoming the second UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy from India for its century-old Awadhi cuisine and Awadhi cuisine, basically blending Mughal and Hindu cultural influences, the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb. So, why this is important? Because this will definitely promote culinary tourism, will help heritage preservation and local support through cultural diplomacy. Okay, so Hyderabad, the first city from India to be designated on the creative list of gastronomy, and Lucknow now joins the list, becoming the second city. So we had cyclone Montha recently, and what exactly is a cyclone? Cyclone is a large-scale air mass that rotates around a strong center of low atmospheric pressure. Okay. Now, tropical cyclone, when formed over warm ocean waters near the equator and manifest into a severe storm with heavy rain, strong winds, and thunderstorms. And they can cause large scale damage due to heavy winds, heavy rainfall, leading to floods, storm surges, and coastal erosion. How these cyclones are formed? So it's a simply, I would say, 5-step process. Warm ocean waters, the evaporation and the rising of the air happens. The heat warms the surrounding air, causing it to rise further and creating a low pressure zone with inward spiraling winds. Then comes the Coriolis effect. The Earth rotation causes this low pressure system due to the Coriolis effect, leading to development of cyclonic circulation. And then the intensification happens if the environment conditions such as low vertical wind shear and sufficient humidity in the mid-troposphere are favorable. Cyclone Montha was formed in the North Indian Ocean and in the Arabian Sea region close to the Indian coastline. It was formed in the year 2324, and it was identified as a severe cyclonic storm by the Indian Meteorological Department. It brought significant landfall and strong winds recently, affecting the coastal states. The name was chosen from a list of 13 names submitted by 13 member countries of the World Meteorological Organization, WMO or ESCAP, the panel on tropical cyclones, which is responsible for naming cyclones in the North Indian Ocean region. Okay, so if we talk about naming of the cyclones, cyclones are named to simplify the communication, improve clarity. The WMO maintains rotating list of the names contributed by the countries. For the North Indian Ocean region, covering the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, names are contributed by countries including India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Oman, Iran, Thailand, among others. Okay, Cyclone Montha was named by Thailand. Cyclone, typhoons, and hurricanes are all tropical cyclones but differ in their geographical locations. तो ये ध्यान में रखना, typhoons की बात करते हैं, hurricanes की बात करते हैं, cyclones की बात करते हैं. They are all tropical cyclones, but because of the geographical locations, the namings are different. Typhoon, the term is used in Northwest Pacific Ocean region. Cyclone is used in Indian Ocean and South Pacific region. Hurricane word is used in Atlantic Ocean and Northeast Pacific Ocean region. Okay, the structure and formations are similar. Regional naming conventions differ. Okay, so based on intensity, we have tropical depression, we have tropical storms. Tropical depression, where wind speeds can reach up to 62 kilometers per hour. In tropical storm, a cyclonic storm, wind speeds can reach up to 118 kilometers per hour. In severe cyclonic storm or the severe tropical storm, the wind speeds range between 89 to 117 kilometers per hour. Based on if you talk about further, very severe cyclonic storm, the wind speed up to 165 kilometer per hour. Extreme severe cyclonic storm, up to 220 kilometers per hour, and super cyclonic storm, wind speeds exceeding 220 kilometers per hour, which means it's very catastrophic. Okay. Moving on, India's heaviest communication satellite, CMS-03, also known as GSAT-7R, was launched by ISRO in November this year, on 2nd of November, aboard the LVM-3M5 rocket from Sriharikota Satish Dhawan Space Center. Weighing approximately 4,410 kg, CMS-03 is the heaviest communication satellite ever launched from the Indian soil to a GTO, geosynchronous transfer orbit, okay, making a significant milestone in India's space capabilities. The name of the satellite, CMS-03 or GSAT-7R, weighed 4,410 kilogram, launched into GTO, destined to geostationary orbit, 35,786 kilometer, geostationary orbit 35,786 kilometer above the Earth. The purpose of this launch is to have multi-band communication satellite, which is designed to provide advanced, secure voice, video, and data communication services, primarily for the Indian Navy and other defense uses. Okay, it's a replacement and upgrade for the older GSAT-7A satellite, providing better coverage, enhanced signal protection, and higher data capacity, which is critical for strategic defense communications. The launch vehicle LVM-35 is also known as Bahubali rocket. It's a heavy lift, 3-stage launch vehicle, and it's named Bahubali for its unmatched power. Configuration is with 3 stages: first stage, second stage, and third stage. Can carry payloads approximately 4,000 kg to GTO, geosynchronous orbit, and up to 8,000 kg to the low Earth orbit, which is LEO. This is the 5th operational flight of the LVM-3 series, and it demonstrated ISRO's ability to launch heavier communication satellites from India. Technical and strategic importance: this supports real-time naval communication. Its multi-band transporters allow handling of complex communication traffic, including voice, video, and data, with advanced encryption. It enhances India's strategic communication infrastructure for the defense and civilian uses, and paves way for the future space capacity expansion. Special intensive revision drive, फिर से मामला कोर्ट में पहुंच गया है. Recently arguments were happening. Kapil Sibal was doing the argument, but it all started with the drive by the Election of Commission of India before the Bihar elections. Okay. Now, what is all this all about? So it's a comprehensive voter list revision exercise that goes beyond the routine. It focuses on re-verifying all entries through house-to-house enumeration, fresh documentation requirements, deletion of ineligible voters, and inclusion of new eligible voters. So the idea is to uphold the electoral's role integrity, reinforcing the principle of one person, one vote. Okay. So this is being conducted before major elections. Now it has been rolled out to more states now. and the last major revision which happened was in 2003. So becomes very, very significant. Now, what is the constitutional authority of this? Constitution empowers under Article 324 and supported by the Representation of People's Act 1950, the Election Commission of India exercises statutory powers to conduct SIR. Okay. The Bihar SIR was notified by the ECI with a qualifying date of July 1, 2025, making all citizens turning 18 by October 1, 2025 eligible to enroll. Okay. Recently, in November, the elections to the Assembly of Bihar were held actually, where the NDA became victorious. So it was launched mid 2025, encompassing close to 8 crore voters. And in the phase one, focusing on high risk and error prone areas with strong migratory population. In the phase two, followed by a comprehensive house to house enumeration and verification drive across all polling stations. For the exercise, 4 lakh plus booth level officers and volunteers were mobilized for door to door distribution and collection, and 100% documents submission happened. The criteria were very stringent, requiring proof of identity, date of birth, and person and parentage for newly added electors post 2003. 99.11% document submission happened as far as cases we are, a record high participation, which has been also recently pointed out by the Supreme Court of India in one of the arguments that there was no complaints coming from the ground while our 100 observers. So Supreme Court had appointed observers, then no complaint from the general public came as far as SIR is concerned. Okay, so what happened through the drive? Deletion of ineligible entries happened, new voter inclusion happened, booth rationalization happened, and zero repolls during the 2025 assembly elections was achieved. Current states undergoing SIR: Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Jharkhand, and Odisha. So what is Election Commission of India? It's a constitutional authority established under Article 324 of the Constitution. It is charged with superintendence, direction, and control of elections to Parliament, state legislatures, the office of the President, and the Vice President of the India. It's an all India body common to both central and state governments. So Article 324 grants ECI its core powers. The elections are governed under Part 15, Articles 324 to 329, and there is further statutory backing in terms of representation of the People's Act, the Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners' appointment, conditions of service, and Term of Office Act 2023. The ECI consists of a Chief Election Commissioner and such number of election commissioners as the President may fix. So currently the composition is Chief Election Commissioner 1 and 2 election commissioners. The appointment is by the President of India. The 2023 Act provides for selection committee comprising Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and a nominated minister to recommend the appointments. The term of the election commissioners is up to 6 years of age or until the age 65, whichever is earlier. For the Chief Election Commissioner, reappointment is not allowed. Key functions: preparing and revising the electoral rolls, conducting the elections, reorganizing and regulating political parties, allotment of political symbols, monitoring campaign finance, and setting the limits for the campaigns, the money to be used, issuing and enforcing the model code of conduct for the elections. Removal of the Chief Election Commissioner is on par with a judge of the Supreme Court. Impeachment by the Parliament. So this is about independence and safeguards. If I talk about recently, in some of the politicians have been talking about that once we come to power, we'll see these guys to task. You can't do that because that independence safeguard has already been in place for them. So whatever actions they take while holding the office, they cannot be held accountable, whether they are in office or outside of the office. I mean, they have retired. Salary and service conditions are independent, same as Supreme Court judge for the Chief Election Commissioner, and ECI operates independently of the executive, designed to be impartial and autonomous. Major reforms and innovation: introduction of electronic voting machines, voter verified paper audit trail (VVPAT). The 2023 Act clarified on the appointment process of the CEC and ECs and strengthened the autonomy of the ECI. Okay. The voter felicitation initiatives from the ECI includes digital role revision now, grievance portals, and enhanced inclusions. Constituencies and reservations. So the country has been divided into 543 parliamentary constituencies, each of which returns one MP to the Lok Sabha, the lower house of the parliament. The Federal Democratic Republic of India has 36 constituent units. All the 28 states and 3 of the 8 union territories have their own assemblies, the Vidhan Sabhas. Okay. Total number of assembly constituencies in our country is 4,123. 28 states plus 3 UTs, that makes a total of 4,123. The parliament comprises of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha, not more than 250 members, 243 at present. 12 members are nominated by the president under Article 80 of the Constitution. Lok Sabha, 543 plus 2 members of the Anglo-Indian community nominated by president under Article 331 of the Constitution. So this we have covered. General elections in India, 1951 की बात करते हैं. The first general elections to the House of People and all state legislative assemblies were held simultaneously in 1951-52. So ऐसा नहीं है कि one nation one election हुआ नहीं है. It was there in the beginning, but then if we talk about the 1968 era, from there premature dissolution of some of the state assemblies in 1968 and 69, the cycle there got disrupted. But still there are states which go for elections along with the Lok Sabha elections. That includes Odisha, that includes Haryana. 1957, 62, 67 elections, the practice of common election, one nation, one elections continued in these years as well. In 1970, Lok Sabha itself was dissolved prematurely and the fresh elections were held in 1971, जिसको लेके सारा तमाशा culminized in emergency. Okay, so 1971 election के बाद ही सारा कहानी शुरू हुआ था emergency का. Okay. Now, first general elections were held between 25th of October 1951 to 21st of February 1952. इंडिया ने पहले इतने लार्ज स्केल पे इलेक्शंस देखे नहीं थे. Climatic conditions in this time is really harsh, especially in the North India, challenging logistics. So elections was held in 68 phases. The first vote of the election were cast in the district of Chinni district of Himachal Pradesh. 489 members of the first Lok Sabha from 401 constituencies in 25 states. Now you might be wondering, 401 constituencies only, but 489 members. So for that, there is a reason. There are some seats where multiple representatives were elected. Election Commission was created in 1949. In March 1950, Sukumar Sen was appointed as the first Chief Election Commissioner. A month later, Parliament passed the Representation of the People Act 1950, April 1950, which set out how the elections for the Parliament and state legislatures would be conducted. So we are talking about one nation, one election of 1951-52. 314 constituencies elected one member. 86 constituencies elected 2 members. This was primarily done to give representation from scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So one from general category and one each from scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. And there was one constituency which was North Bengal constituency of West Bengal, which elected 3 members. Okay. चलो नेक्स्ट टॉपिक पकड़ते हैं. इंटरनेशनल ब्लू फ्लैग सर्टिफिकेशन. रिसेंटली महाराष्ट्र के बीचेस को ब्लू फ्लैग सर्टिफिकेशन मिला. नाउ दिस इज अ ग्लोबली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड इको लेबल अवार्ड टू बीचेस, mariners and sustainable boating tourism operators that meet rigorous standards for environmental management. This was established by the Foundation for Environmental Education, FEE, Denmark. The program started in 1985 and expanded worldwide by 2001. It is considered one of the most prestigious certifications for sustainable coastal and marine tourism globally. Now, the core criteria for certification includes, there are 33 criteria, but categorized under 4 main heads: environmental education and information, bathing water quality, environmental management, and safety and services. Okay. Benefit of blue flag certification includes, of course, the beach will have the global reputation. It will support sustainable tourism, help reduce pollution and pollution waste, resource wastage, community participation, and increases the safety standards and comfort for the visitors. Globally, there are 5,000 plus certified sites spanning across more than 40 countries. Spain, France, Greece, Brazil, South Africa, and increasingly India have multiple blue flag certified beaches now. In India, we have 18 blue flag certified beaches, in fact 19, but one has not been certified yet. So 18 are certified altogether. But recently, five beaches from Maharashtra received the blue flag certification this year in 2025. That includes Sri Vardhan in Raigad district, Nagaon in Raigad district, Parnaka in Palghar district, Guhagar beach in Ratnagiri district, and Ladkar beach in Ratnagiri district. So these five beaches received the blue flag certification. And here's the list of the beaches having the blue flag certification. Puri Beach in Odisha is Asia's first blue flag beach. Remember this, not just India, but Asia's first blue flag beach is Puri, which is in Odisha. So Odisha has two blue flag beaches. Andhra Pradesh has one. Tamil Nadu has one, which is Kovalam Beach on Andaman Nicobar. Lakshadweep has two. Kerala has two. Karnataka has two. Daman Diu one. Gujarat has one. Shivrajpur Beach. Maharashtra has five beaches now designated as blue flag certified. Sir Creek was in news recently, and a lot of political statements around that. Sir Creek is a 96-kilometer tidal estuary in the run of Kutch marshlands, okay, located at the border between Indian state of Gujarat and the Sindh province of Pakistan. It empties into the Arabian Sea and forms a natural boundary between India and Pakistan. The Sir Creek originates near the Indian village of Karanja in Gujarat and extends west side to the Arabian Sea. It's characterized by mudflats, mangroves, tidal inlets, and salt marshes. Okay, why it is very, very important from our context? It is definitely important from the geopolitical context because it marks as a part of the international boundary between India and Pakistan. It's a contentious border area with history of disputes. Control over Sir Creek affects territorial waters and exclusive economic zones in the Arabian Sea, crucial for the fishing rights and potential offshore oil and gas exploration. It blocks direct land access between Pakistan administered territories of Sindh and coastal areas of Gujarat. And it is also important ecologically. Okay. Now, India and Pakistan share a long standing disagreement as far as Sir Creek is concerned, dating back to 1968 in the Indo Pakistan boundary treaty interpretation. The dispute centers on the interpretation of a 1914 agreement, with both sides claiming different alignments of the border. फिर से एक थोड़ा लीगल टॉपिक उठाते हैं, द वक्त अमेंडमेंट एक्ट ऑफ 2025. Why I'm picking up? क्योंकि अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑब्जर्वेशन आया था बहुत ही रिसेंटली. ओके, सो द वक्त अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2025 amends the Waqf Act 1995 to improve management and transparency of the Waqf properties across India. Abolishing Waqf by user eliminates the controversial practice where unregistered properties acquired Waqf status through long-term religious use, and this Amendment Act introduces stricter regulation for property creation, management oversight, and limitation laws for disputes. Now, what are the key challenges and petitions which were submitted? So, multiple petitions challenged the act in the Supreme Court, alleging that there is a violation of fundamental rights. Article 14, which is right to equality, 15, which is prohibition of discrimination, 25, 26, freedom of religion, and 300A, right to property. The main contentions were 5-year Islamic practice requirement before dedicating property as Waqf, abolition of Waqf by user potentially enabling government takeover, concerns over arbitrary executive power designation in property designation, and inadequate safeguards for Waqf claims versus government ownership. So what Supreme Court observed, and in the interim order in September 25 said, Court declined to stay the entire act, affirming legislative authority and presumption of constitutionality over there. 5-year clause was stayed. Requirement to prove practicing Islam for 5 years stayed due to lack of determination mechanism. Waqf by user was upheld. Abolition upheld, noting past misuse. but existing work properties retain the status pending final adjudication. Proviso requiring senior officer designation deemed prima facie arbitrary, and that was also stayed, but work by user was upheld. So that's important, you should remember. Now, the court's reasoning was due process first, rules making must precede enforcement of provisions, and it is important to balance the rights. Protection of religious rights must be balanced with preventive misuse or illegal occupation. Okay. Abolishing work by user was justified considering historical misuse and government land encroachment in the name of work property. Okay. 6 month registration requirement upheld with flexibility for extension to ensure accountability. Okay. Now, interim ruling allows the overall act, the Work Amendment Act, to largely operate, halting only specific problematic clauses until safeguards are established. So, Supreme Court averted the blanket stay, balancing constitutional scrutiny with need to improve work management and prevent encroachments. Okay. Now, if we talk about the Waqf Act, let's look at its historical evolution. So, in 1923, we had Musalman Waqf Act, the first Waqf Act, which was published in 1923, and advising Waqf boards formed in 1913. Uh, Work Board 1913 during British rule on managing state work boards. In 1954, Independent India's Act defined Waqf as a property dedicated to God for charitable and religious purposes. Muslims could permanently dedicate property for purposes recognized as charitable, pious, or religious under Muslim law. 1995 Work Act enhanced the power, gave more power to the Work Board, including provisions for establishing the board, prohibiting property transfer, restoring occupied properties, and granting document access powers. The Work Amendment Bill 2024 was introduced last year, amending the Work Act 1995. The Act regulates work property in India, defining Waqf as endowment of movable or immovable property. The bill renames the Act to United Work Management, Empowerment, Efficiency and Development Act 1995. Every state is required to constitute a work board to manage work. Okay, so the key amendments, if we talk about from the earlier Work Act to the bill which was introduced and now the Act, the only persons formation of work care, only person practicing Islam for at least 5 years may declare waqf. Okay. Now this has been contended in the court, and this has been stayed by the Supreme Court. So, but the removal of waqf by user has been upheld by the Supreme Court of India. Okay. Then, if we talk about any government property identified as waqf will cease to be so. Collector determines ownership in case of uncertainty and submits report to the state governments. The Act empowered Waqf Board to inquire and determine if property is Waqf. The amendment bill removed this provision. Earlier, it was the power given to the Waqf Board. The earlier Waqf Act provided for survey commissioner appointment. The bill empowers collectors, the district collectors, basically to conduct these surveys. Pending surveys conducted as per the state revenue laws. Then, talking about the Central Waqf Council reforms, the council purpose is to advise central and state governments and the Waqf boards. Union minister in charge of Waqf is the ex officio chairperson. The bill provides for two members who must be non-Muslims. MPs, former judges, and eminent persons need not be Muslims. Muslim members, representation of Muslim organizations, scholars in Islamic law, and chairpersons of the Waqf boards must be Muslims. Two Muslim members must be women as well. Central Waqf Council, leadership, Union Minister of Charge of Works as ex officio chairperson. Two members, non-Muslim, already covered, or though women hone chahiye. Okay. The previous system, when we talk about the Waqf Act, provided for election of up to two members each from Electoral College of Muslim MPs, Muslim MLAs or MLCs, and Bar Council members. At least two members had to vote. The new system, the state government nominates one person from each background. They need not be Muslims. Okay. Then board must have two non-Muslim members, one member each from Shia, Sunnis, and backward classes of Muslims, one member each from Bohra and Aga Khani communities if they have Waqf in the state, and two Muslim members to be women. Then tribunal, Waqf tribunal composition, previous structure was like this: chairman, judge equivalent to a class 1 district session or civil judge level. Members included state officer equal to additional district magistrate or person knowledgeable in Muslim law and jurisprudence. New structure: chairman should be the current or former district court judge level. Members current or former officer of rank of joint secretary to the state government, and removes this part, person knowledgeable in Muslim law, from as far as the tribunal is concerned. The previously tribunal decisions were considered to be final, appeals prohibited except High Court on its own accord. In the new bill, tribunal orders may be appealed in High Court within 90 days. Central government is empowered to make rules regarding registration, publication of work accounts, and board proceedings. Can get account audited by CAG or a designated officer. Allows for separate boards for Aga Khani and Bohra sect in addition to the existing provision for Sunni and Shia boards if Shia Waqf exceeds 15% of the properties or income. National sports policy was unveiled this year, and it's a comprehensive policy to transform India's sports ecosystem from grassroots to elite. Approved by the Union Cabinet on 1st of July 2025, and other often presented along Khelo Bharat Niti 2025 and major governance reforms, which includes National Sports Governance Bill or the Act. Tagline: Sports for Nation Building. India aims to build that mass participation culture like other countries, including China, strengthening the grassroots pipelines and convert talent into world-class athletes. So if we go by the chronology, 2024, 14 to 24, Khelo India schemes were launched and incremental reforms set the background. Between 30th June and 1st July 2025, the drafts were made and cabinet approval happened. National sports policy was cleared by Union Cabinet on 1st of July. July and August, government introduced the National Sports Governance Bill to overhaul sport bodies, later progressed to Act and Bill stages. August, October onward, rule-making, consultation, and state-level alignment is in progress. Now, key features of the National Sports Policy: its integration with the National Education Policy, sports embedded in school and university curriculum. Then it is for athlete welfare and career support by providing health insurance, pension, retirement planning, education, and job linkages. Special measure for girls, women, PWD athletes. Anti-doping and integrity is another key feature. Decentralized delivery, district to state to national ecosystem with a clarity of role, leveraging panchayats and school network from grassroots. Emphasis on sports science, digital talent database, tele-coaching, and climate resilience stadium designs. Okay. Jan Vishwas 2.0. Jan Vishwas refers to a legislative initiative by the Government of India to decriminalize or rationalize minor offences and penalties in a number of central statutes. Okay. It builds on the Jan Vishwas Amendment of Provisions Act 2023, which had already decriminalized 183 provisions across 42 central acts. Jan Vishwas 2.0, the bill was introduced in Lok Sabha on 18th of August 2025. The aim is to enhance trust-based government, ease of living, ease of doing business by shifting from fear of punishment for minor lapses to a system of warning or penalties. Now, according to research by Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, it found that 882 of the 882 central laws, 370 have criminal provisions for 7,305 offenses. And many of these apply beyond core criminal justice. Okay. So disappropriate punishments is another aspect, and that's why this reform is needed. Many minor procedural or technical infractions can carry jail terms, thereby creating a chilling effect on business, startups, entrepreneurship, and citizen compliance. Minor offenses clog in the criminal judicial system, justice system, diverting resources away from serious offenses. For example, if you look at the National Judicial Data Grid, It had over 306 crore pending criminal cases with over 2.3 crore older than a year. The government flagged the link between the regulatory burden and the business environment in India, and many statutes date back to the colonial era or even earlier. Jan Vishwas 2.0 aims to bring the statute book in line with the present day requirements. So, what are the key features? The bill proposes to amend 355 provisions, of which 288 are for decriminalization, like removal of imprisonment clause, and 67 for rationalizing of penalties, ease of living reforms. It targets 16 central acts administered by 10 or more ministries or departments, including Motor Vehicles Act, Electricity Act, Legal Metrology Act, Drugs and Cosmetic Act, New Delhi Municipal Council Act, Apprentices Act, MSME Development Act, and others like RBI, T Act, Core Industry Act. So, what are the specific features? First-time offences in many cases would not attract imprisonment. Instead, warnings or improvement notices may be issued. For 76 offences under the 10 Acts, a first-time defaulter triggers an improvement notice rather than immediate penalty or imprisonment. The bill proposes that fines penalties be periodically increased 10% every 3 years unless law already provides for it to maintain that deterrence. Okay. Resolving violations in certain statutes, thus reducing dependence on criminal courts for minor defaults, and also the bill also seeks to delete archaic sections or the subsections or clauses which no longer serve any practical purpose but create unnecessary burden. Justice Suryakant is now the Chief Justice of India, 53rd Chief Justice of India. He assumed office on 24th of November, succeeds B.R. Gavai, who retired on 23rd November 2025. Justice Suryakant's tenure will last until his retirement on 9th of February 2027, when he'll attain the age of 65. So the convention of seniority is again being followed. The senior most eligible Supreme Court judge nominated by the outgoing Chief Justice of India and then appointed by the President of India. Article 124 of the Constitution states that there shall be a Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court is the apex judicial body and came into existence on January 26, 1950 with the coming into force of the Constitution. The initial Supreme Court functioned from the old Parliament House till it moved to the present building located in Tilak Marg. The original Constitution of 1950 envisaged a Supreme Court with a Chief Justice and 7 puisne judges, leaving it to the Parliament to increase this number. Considering the workload later, Parliament increased the number of judges from 8 in 1950 to 11 in 1956, 14 in 1960, 18 in 1978, 26 in 1986, 31 in 2009, and 34 in 2019, which remains the current strength. Okay. Articles 124 to 147 of Part 5 of the Indian Constitution outline the entire Supreme Court, its organization, independence, jurisdiction, powers, procedures, and the Parliament has the authority to regulate these provisions. The appointment process: Chief Justice is appointed by the President after consulting with the select judges from the Supreme Court and High Courts. So now it is definitely the seniority basis. Other judges are appointed by the President after consulting the Chief Justice of India and others. Consultation: the Chief Justice of India must be consulted for appointment of any judge other than the Chief Justice. In order to be appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court, the person must be a citizen of India, must have been for at least 5 years a judge of the High Court or of 2 or more such courts in succession, or an advocate of the High Court or of 2 or more such courts in succession for at least 10 years, and he must be, in the opinion of President, a distinguished jurist as well. So one of the Chief Justices, Justice U. Lalit, came from this route. He was a High Court advocate for more than 10 years, a distinguished one. So provisions exist for appointment of judge of a High Court as an ad hoc judge of the Supreme Court, and for retired judges of the Supreme Courts to sit, High Courts to sit and act as judges for the court. The Supreme Court judge can be removed by the President following an address by Parliament supported by 2/3 majority present, only on the grounds of proven misbehavior on incapacity. The language of Supreme Court is English. and the rules governing the regulating it is Supreme Court rules 1966 and 2013 under Article 145 governs its practice and procedure. Okay, so independence of judiciary has been done through removal protection. A Supreme Court judge cannot be removed from office except by order of the president, passed after by address of each house of the parliament, supported by the majority. In that case, a person who has been a judge of the Supreme Court is debarred from practicing in any court of law or before any other authority in India. Supreme Court Rules 1966 and Supreme Court Rules 2013, framed under Article 145 of the Constitution, to regulate the practice and procedure. Judges' salaries and benefits are set by the Parliament and charged on the consolidated fund, ensuring financial stability and independence. Okay. Judges' conduct cannot be discussed by the parliament or state legislatures except there is an impeachment proceeding against a judge under Article 121. This is provided for. No parliament member or no parliament cannot, or the state legislatures cannot discuss the judge's conduct. The court can punish contempt to maintain its authority via Article 129. The Chief Justice of India appoints staff and determines their service conditions without executive interference. Parliament can not reduce the Supreme Court's jurisdiction but can only extend it. And Article 50 mandates that separation of the judiciary from the executive so that there is no interference in judicial matters. As per convention, the successor suggested by the incumbent Chief Justice is often the next most senior-most judge of the Supreme Court, but this has been broken earlier. 1973 में Justice A.N. Rai was appointed, superseding 3 justices. 1977 में it was broken. But इसको mostly consider नहीं किया जाता है क्योंकि यहाँ पे condition medical वाला था, but कई बार confusion है. It was breached in 1954 actually. First time it was breached in 1964 when Gajendra Gadkar J superseded Imam J, who was seriously unwell. Justice Mirza Hamidullah Beg was appointed Chief Justice, superseding Justice Hansraj Khanna. Go back to emergency. He was the only dissenting judge. Remember, Justice Hansraj Khanna could not become the Chief Justice of India because his elevation did not happen because he was the only dissenting judge in ADM Jabalpur versus Wala case, if you remember. Okay. Justice Y.B. Chandrachud served as the 16th Chief Justice of India from 1978 to 1985, the longest serving Chief Justice of India in the history at 7 years and 4 months. Father of the former Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. Okay. 2025 also marks the 20 years of RTI Act, Right to Information. And recently reports were published, and that's not a good situation. Only the two states, Jharkhand and Himachal Pradesh, the information commissions are completely defunct, and in 3 Central Information Commission and that of Andhra and Chhattisgarh are without the Chief Commissioner. For the 7th time in 11 years, the Central Information Commission, which hears all RTI appeals against the central government and its public sector undertakings, is without a head, without a commissioner. Of the 10 information commissioners, 8 positions are lying vacant in the CIC, and a case is being heard in the Supreme Court to fill the vacancies. So this report has come from the Satark Nagrik Sangathan, an NGO. Now, under the Sunshine RTI Act, the information commissions comprise a chief information commissioner and up to 10 information commissioners. Chhattisgarh State Information Commissioner is functioning with a single commissioner, and the state information commissions of Karnataka, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Bihar have only 2 commissioners. 241,751 appeals and complaints were registered between July 1, 2024 and June 30, 2025 with the 27 information commissions, which already had 413,972 pending appeals. During this period, these commissions disposed only 182,165 cases. Now, given the time taken to dispose of the appeals, the report also said that Telangana SIC will take an estimated 29 years to dispose of an appeal, 29 years, 2 months. Tripura SIC will take 23 years to dispose of an appeal. Chhattisgarh SIC will take 11 years. Madhya Pradesh SIC will take almost 7 years to dispose of an appeal. Even though Section 25 of the RTI Act obligates each commission to table a report on implementation in the state legislature, the report also found that 69% of the information commissions are yet to publish the annual report even for the last year, 23-24. What exactly is the RTI Act? It's an act of Parliament of India and Delhi Legislative Assembly which sets out the rules and procedures regarding citizen rights to access information. It replaced the former Freedom of Information Act 2002. So RTI Act replaced the Freedom of Information Act 2002. The key features, if you talk about, includes that every public authority computerize their records for wider dissemination and proactively publish certain categories of information so that citizens need minimum recourse to request information formally. The RTI bill was passed on 15th of June 2005 and came into force or effect on 12th October 2005. Every day, on an average, over 4,800 RTA applications are filed. In the first 10 years, over how much? 1.75 crore applications had been filed. The authorities under RTI Act 2005 are called public authorities. The Public Information Officer or the First Appellate Authority has quasi-judicial functions. The Act was enacted in order to consolidate the fundamental right, which is freedom of speech. Since RTI is implicit in right to freedom of speech and expression under Article 19 of the Indian Constitution, it is an implied fundamental right. Okay. Information disclosure in India was very much restricted either by officials' secret acts or various other special laws, whereas this RTI Act overrides it. Okay, right to information is now fundamental rights of the citizen of India, and but it is also countered by the Whistleblowers Protection Act 2011. Okay, the act extends to the whole of India. Okay, what about the political parties and private bodies? The private bodies are not within the Act's purview. In a decision of Sarabjit Roy versus Delhi State Electricity Regulatory Commission, the Central Information Commission reaffirmed that privatized public utility companies fall within the purview of RTI. So any private company which is providing public utility services on behalf of the governments, they fall under the purview of the ITI. As of 2014, private institutions, NGOs receiving 95% of the infrastructure funds from the government also came under the Act. In August 2013, government introduced Right to Information Amendment Bill, which removed the political parties from the scope of law. So earlier, the CIC held that political parties are public authorities, but then the 2013 government introduced the Amendment Bill, which removed the political parties from the scope of law. Currently, political parties are not under the RTI Act. Okay. So the amendments recently in July 2019 modified the terms and conditions of service for the CIC and information commissioners at both state and central level. In November 2019, Supreme Court of India upheld the decision of the Delhi High Court, bringing the office of the Chief Justice of India under the purview of the RTI Act. Okay, so organizational structure, there is a Chief Election Officer, Chief Information Commissioner, along with the Information Commissioner. The CIC are directly appointed under the President of India. Okay, the appeal process, if you talk about, the CPIO is the initial contact for citizens who request information under the RTI Act. If a citizen is dissatisfied with the response provided by the state public information officer, they may file an appeal with the designate appellate authority. Which are the exempted organizations? Mostly the organizations which are into intelligence and security services. So Intelligence Bureau, RAW, Narcotics Control Bureau, Economics Intelligence Bureau, Directorate of Revenue, CRPF, ITBP, Central Industrial Security Force, National Security Guard, Sashastra Seema Bal, all these kinds of organizations are outside the ambit of the RTI. Such central organizations are listed under Schedule 2 of the Act, and this schedule has been amended 4 times: 2005, 2008, 2008, October 2008, and May 2021. अच्छा, वहां पे हम मिस कर रहे थे, सो विल कवर दिस क्विकली. सो अगस्त 2023 में पार्लियामेंट ने डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट को इनैक्ट किया था. द पर्पस इज दैट व्हाट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस मस्ट डू व्हेन दे कलेक्ट और यूज सच डेटा. So the law creates a full framework for the protection of digital personal data in India. The Act follows the SARL approach: simple, accessible, rational, and actionable. Now, which are there are some key terms under the Act of 2023. The rules have now been passed. There is a data fiduciary, an entity which decides how and why and how the personal information data is processed, either alone or with others. Then there is a data principal, the individual to whom the data relates. So you and I become the data principal. In case of a child, this includes a parent or a lawful guardian. In case of a disabled who cannot act independently, this includes lawful guardian acting on the behalf. Then any entity that processes the personal data is the data processor on behalf of the data fiduciary. Then there is a concept of consent manager, an entity that provides single transparent platform through which the data principal may give, manage, review, or withdraw consent. So the data principal can provide data, can also ask for removal of the data. And then there is an appellate tribunal, TDSAT, Telecom Dispute Settlement and Appellate Tribunal, which hears appeals against the decisions of the Data Protection Board. The penalty provisions: the highest penalty is 250 crore rupees in case of failure to maintain reasonable security safeguards. In case of not notifying the board, Data Protection Board, or affected individuals, the data principals, about the personal data breach, the fine is up to 200 crore rupees. For other violations by data fiduciary, the fine is 50 crores. The Act places clear responsibilities on data fiduciary to keep the personal data safe and stay accountable for its use. अभी हमें पता नहीं है हमारा डेटा कहाँ कहाँ घूम रहा है, but this act will definitely change that. So what are the rights for the citizen? Every person has a choice to allow or deny the use of their personal data, but the consent must be clear. It must be informed and easy to understand. Individual may withdraw their consent even anytime. Citizens can seek information on what data has been collected, why it has been collected, and how it is being used. This has to be provided in a simple form. Individual can ask for a copy of their personal data, and if required corrections, that can also be done. Rights to erasure has also been provided for, and which data fiduciary must consider and act on this request within a specified time. An individual can also appoint someone to exercise their data rights on their behalf, helpful in case of illness or other limitations. Data fiduciaries are required to address all requests related to correction, access, updating, or erasure within a maximum of 90 days. Breach notification must be done at the earliest, and data fiduciaries must provide a point of contact for questions relating to the personal data. Special protection for children and the person with disabilities. How this aligns with the RTI Act, DPDP, how it aligns with the RTI Act. So these work alongside access of information guaranteed by the Right to Information Act. The changes introduced through the DPDP Act revise Section 81J of the RTI Act in such a way that respects both rights without diminishing the other. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण अवार्ड्स conducted under the ambit of the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. This was launched on 2nd of October 2014, aimed at making India, urban India, free of open defecation, okay, and achieving 100% scientific management of municipal solid waste in 4,041 statutory towns in the country. The second phase of the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban was launched on 1st of October 2021 with a period of 5 years. The vision for SMBU 2.0 is to achieve garbage-free status for all cities by 2026. The SBM Urban 2.0 contributes to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 2030, and this will definitely improve the quality of life. Now, initially, the Swachh Sarvekshan Awards were launched in 73 cities. Now it has expanded to cover 4,589 urban local bodies in the 24-25 editions. The cities are evaluated on parameters such as waste segregation, processing, sanitation in public spaces, and citizen feedback. The ninth edition was conducted between April 24 and March 2025, and the theme for 2025 is reduce, reuse, and recycle, the 3R, promoting the circular economy principle in line with the Jaipur Declaration adopted at the 12th Regional 3R and Circular Economic Forum, March 2025. Additionally, new indicators have been introduced for project grounding and city transport unit transformation. Okay. So partner missions to the Swachh Sarvekshan mission includes Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrut, SBM Grameen, Namami Gange, National Urban Livelihoods Mission, National Urban Digital Mission, Smart Cities Mission, Digital India, Startup India, Skill India, Make in India, NCAP, and Satat program. Okay. Now, this year, what happened this time, there was another league which was created, which is Super Swatch League. Now, this was done to ensure level playing field and acknowledging the consistent top performers like Indore, which has been ranked number one for 7 consecutive years. So, Ministry of Home and Urban Affairs introduced a new category, Super Swatch League cities. They were excluded from the regular rankings to promote fairness and encourage emerging cities. So for the first time, city classification was done on population, enabling that fair comparison and targeted improvement across urban local bodies. Cities were ranked in 5 categories: very small cities, medium cities, big cities, and million plus cities. Okay. Swachh Mahakumbh 2025. Uh, Recognition for special initiative of Swachh Mahakumbh 2025 went to Prayagraj. Cleanest Ganga town was again Prayagraj. Safai Mitra Surakshit Seher, safest city for the sanitation workers, Vishakhapatnam, Jabalpur, and Gorakhpur. Cleanest cantonment boards, Sikandrabad this time. Promising Swachh Share, 35 cities across 30 states and union territories were recognized as promising Swachh Share. Key cities include Rajahmundry, Patna, Guwahati, Pimpri Chimchor near Pune, then Agra, Bhubaneswar. Coverage: 4,589 urban local bodies, 58 cantonment boards, 88 Ganga towns. These, I think you remember this, that's good enough. 2 parts. Part 1, Swachh Sarvekshan. Part 2, certification. The scoring was done like this. Part 1 had 80% weightage, certification had 20% weightage. Total marks 12,500. Super Swachh League, if we talk about 24-25, more than 10 lakh population: Indore, Surat, Navi Mumbai, Vijayawada; 3 lakh to 10 lakh, Noida, Chandigarh, Mysuru, Ujjain, Gandhinagar, and Guntur; 50 to 3 lakh, 50,000 3 lakh, New Delhi Municipal Corporation, Tirupati, Ambikapur, and Lonavala; 20,000 to 50,000 population, Vita, Saswar, Deolali, and Dungarpur; less than 20,000, very small cities, Panchgani, Patan, Panhala, Vishrampur, and Budni. Presidential awardees, Swachh Shahar in the population categories, 5 top 3 bata deta hu. I'm sure you'll have access. More than 10 lakh population, Ahmedabad, Bhopal, Lucknow. If we talk about the cantonment boards, Sikandrabad, Deolali, followed by Mau at the 3rd position, Ganga towns, Prayagraj, Varanasi, Kanpur. Best Ganga town, Prayagraj, and Safai Mitra Surakshit Seher, Vishakhapatnam, Jabalpur, and Gorakhpur. Okay. Ullas Scheme, Now Bharat Saksharta Karyakram, also known as New India Literacy Program, is a central sponsored initiative that aligns with the NEP, and it aims to empower adults aged 15 and above from all backgrounds who miss formal schooling, helping them integrate into the society. Okay. And so Ullas promotes social responsibility and a sense of duty, Kartavya Bodh. And there are portals like Diksha portal and the Ullas mobile app and portal. The vision of the Ullas scheme is to make Bharat Jan Jan Sakshar. Okay, The implementation duration is 22 to 27, 5 year. So far, if we talk about these are the numbers stacked for this. More than 40 lakh volunteers are working out there, 14 lakh 11,000 tagged learners. Then we have more than 2 crore 40 lakh 85,000 number of learners. Now, which are these states achieving full literacy? Tripura became the third state in the country after Mizoram and Goa recently. Tripura recently became the third state in the country after Mizoram and Goa. They had already achieved that status to become fully literate with the literacy rate of 95.6%, marking leap from 20.24% in 1961. Tripura is one of the few states in India to be recognized as a fully literate state. Himachal Pradesh became the fourth state to achieve functional literacy, joining Tripura, Mizoram, and Goa very recently. And Himachal Pradesh literacy rate has reached 99.30%, exceeding the national benchmark of 95%. Ministry of Education considered this 95% as equivalent to full literacy. Okay. Ladakh is the only union territory and it became fully literate in June 2024. India's overall literacy rate currently stands at 80.9%. Previous schemes, 1978 National Adult Education Program, which was launched in 1978 for the age group 15 to 35. 1988-2009 National Literacy Mission. 2009 to 2018 Sakshar Bharat or the Literate India. This ran till 2018. Literacy is defined as the ability to read and write with understanding in any language for those 7 and above, as per the 2011 census. So, as per 2011 census, overall adult literacy at that point of time was 69.3%, women 64.6%, men 80.9%. So, remember this data, or all this data: national literacy rate of 77.5%, Mizoram 98.2%, Goa 93.6%, Tripura 90, and this has already moved up. They were the top performers in 23-24. Now they are already declared the literate states. Okay. Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Bill 2025. Quickly देख लेते हैं क्या है ये. So it applied to whole of India and also to money gaming service offered within the territory of India or operated from outside the territory of India. So the central government has been given powers to recognize and register social games that are safe and age appropriate. Esports have been recognized as a legitimate competitive sport in India, and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports will prepare the guidelines. The bill imposes a complete ban on online money games. This applies games of chance, games of skill, and those that combine both. Okay. Financial transactions related to these platforms cannot be processed by banks or the payment systems, and authorities will also be empowered to block access to unlawful platforms under the IT Act 2000. Okay. So stricter punishments have been introduced. Anybody offering the money games or facilitating online money games, the imprisonment can be up to 3 years and fine up to 1 crore rupees. Advertising for such games can attract a jail term of up to 2 years and fine of 50 lakh rupees. Repeat offenders attract imprisonment up to 5 years and fine of up to 2 crore rupees. Offenses under key provisions will be cognizable and non-bailable. Okay. And there has been a corporate accountability also placed over here. Now, the other bills which come in relation to this in terms of amendment to be done or have already been done, the IT rules of 2021 laid down norm for the online gaming platforms. Then Section 69A of the IT Act empowers the government to block access to illegal websites or links. Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, Section 111 penalizes unlawful economic activities and cybercrime. Section 112 prescribes the punishment and the penalties. Okay. Integrated Goods and Services Tax Act of 2017. The online money gaming suppliers must register under simplified registration scheme. The Director General of GST is authorized to direct intermediaries to block access, and taxation parity ensures digital entities follow the same taxation rules as physical businesses. As far as Consumer Protection Act 2019 is concerned, it prohibits misleading and surrogate advertisements. CCPA has powers to investigate, penalize, and take criminal action against offenders. Okay. Raisina Dialogue, quickly. It's a premium conference on geopolitics and geoeconomics held annually in New Delhi since 2016. And the 25th edition of the theme was Kal Chakra, People, Peace, Planet, emphasizing interconnectedness and the need for sustainable solutions to contemporary global challenges. Raisina Dialogue is often seen as India's attempt to rival the Munich Security Conference and Singapore's Shangri-La Dialogue. Okay, so it is organized by Observer Research Foundation (ORF) in partnership with the Ministry of External Affairs, and it attracts over the 3 days global leaders, policymakers, academicians, industry experts, and journalists to discuss critical international issues. 2025 key discussions revolved around weaponization of trade and economy, Indian Ocean region, and Quad Alliance. The Philippines want India to join this Quad Alliance comprising US, Japan, Australia, and Philippines to counter China tactics in the South China Sea. Operation Sindoor, codenamed for a specific purpose because the April Pahalgam attack reportedly selectively killed Hindu men, leaving many wives widowed. Sindoor symbolically represents married women in Hindu tradition. So from 7th of May to 10th of May, and brief conflict happened. The trigger was the Pahalgam terror attack on 22nd of April 2025. 26 tourists, all men, were killed by the Pakistan-based groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. After repeated LOC ceasefire violation, India declared that it would respond at a time and place of its choosing. The objectives were very clear: punish those punishable for Pahalgam terror attack and destroy terror launch pads in POK and Pakistan's Punjab. Initial strikes happened on 7th of May 2025. India launched missile and air strikes, codename Operation Sindoor, against 9 targets across POK and Punjab's province of Pakistan. So Rafale jets and all were used over here. Only terror infrastructure were targeted. Pakistan called these strikes at unprovoked act of war. According to some data, 114 aircrafts were involved, fighter aircraft, 72 from Indian Air Force, 42 from Pakistani Air Force, and more than 70 Pakistani drones were destroyed near Bhuj and Nalia. Independent assessment suggests that 4 India fighters down, but there's no proof for that. Pakistan claimed 5 for India. In fact, Rafale and France both have denied any loss as far as this is concerned. And in fact, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti also simply stated that all our pilots are simply back home. As a response, Pakistan attacked with missile and drone strikes on about 15 Indian military installations, and they were all neutralized by S-400 and integrated counter-UAS systems. Okay, India then carried out a proportionate response against the terror infrastructure. On 10th of May 2025, the DGMOs of both countries agreed to unconditional ceasefire covering land, air, and sea domains. Okay. Punitive measures remain. Indus Water Treaty is kept in abeyance. India has made it very clear that it is not going to restore the treaty again in future and would divert rather water to the Rajasthan. Okay. So all this India-Pakistan की हिस्ट्री की बात करें, so had fought multiple wars, 47-48 over Jammu and Kashmir, 1964 war against Pakistan, Operation Gibraltar, 1971 war, liberation of Bangladesh, Shimla Agreement in 1972 was formalized, the line of control came into place. Operation Meghdoot was launched by India in 1984, and India preemptively occupied Siachen Glacier heights, starting the long Siachen conflict, leading to Kargil conflict later, Kargil War in 1999, and then early 2000 composite dialogue process was put in place. Then 2008, 26 by 11 Mumbai attacks, and India demanded action on the terror infrastructure. 16 to 19 surgical strikes to Balakot across the LSC, followed by air battle over Naushera. 2019-21, after the revocation of Article 370 and J&K Reorganization Act, Pakistan downgraded diplomatic ties with India, expelling the Indian High Commissioner and suspended trade. 2021 ceasefire reaffirmation happened between the Director General of Military Operations of both the nations. But then 2025, we saw the Pahalgam terror attack and the subsequent actions followed. Okay, India has already carried similar operations. First of the operation was Operation Gulmarg, sometimes spoken about polo type era in military histories. 1965 war, response to the Operation Gibraltar by Pakistan to incite insurgency in J&K, which Pakistan was doing. So there was a response to that. And then in 1971 and 1971 naval operations, if we talk about Trident and Python, okay, Trident and Python Navy strikes on Karachi harbor. Meghdut in 1984, preemptive capture of the preemptive occupation of the Siachen Heights. Operation Vijay relates to Kargil War. Parakram in 2001-2002 in response to the Parliament Act. Surgical strike post Uri in 2016. Balakot air strikes is Operation Bandar, which is where IMF Mirage 2000 strikes on Jaishe Mohammed terror camp in Balakot happened. Indus Water Treaty. According to the treaty, the treaty was signed in Karachi on September 19, 1960 by then Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and Pakistani President Ayub Khan. Divided the rivers for the two nations. India got control of the eastern rivers, Vyas, Ravi and Satluj. Western rivers were given to Pakistan. Indus, Chenab and Jhelum were given to Pakistan with some Indian usage rights. Okay. It survived 3 wars between the two nations, but this time we have decided that we are not going to bring back treaty back. Under the treaty allocation, India received 30% control of 30% of the total water carried by the Indus system rivers, while Pakistan received 70%. Okay, so this reflected the geographical realities in one sense. During the first years of partition, the waters of Indus were apportioned by the Inter-Dominion Accord of May 4, 1948, okay, until the more comprehensive treaty was negotiated with World Bank mediation, okay. So under the treaty, both countries agreed to exchange hydrological data and setting up permanent Indus Commission by each country, appointing Indus commissioners by each country, and notifying the other party about plans of any engineering works which might affect the water flow and providing the technical data. Successful projects around this: Salal Dam, constructed after mutual agreement with both countries; Bagdihar Power Plant, cleared after technical experts ruling; Kishanganga Hydroelectric Plant, approved through Court of Arbitration verdict. Tulbul project remains pending for decades despite protracted discussions between the two nations. Okay. On April 23, 2025, following the Pahalgam terror attack, Government of India declared the suspension of treaty with Pakistan, citing national security concern. First time either country had formally suspended the 65-year-old agreement. World Bank responded saying it cannot intervene in the dispute, that its role was limited to that of a facilitator. Okay. Operation Sindhu, evacuating citizens from Iran earlier this year during Israel-Iran conflict in mid-June. So phase 1 was from June 17 to 19. Indian Embassy in Tehran facilitated the movement of 110 Indian students from northern Iran across the border into Armenia, from where they were airlifted to New Delhi. The second phase was later launched. Then if you talk about June 18 to 17, large-scale evacuation happens. India evacuated 3,597 Indian citizens from Iran using 15 special flights through Armenia and Turkmenistan. On June 23rd, 2025, Israel extension happened. Operation expanded to evacuate 818 Indian nationals from Israel via Jordan and Iraq. All this was happening under Operation Sindhu. Temporary pause happened on June 2025. Operation halted as Iran reopened its airspace, so this operation was no longer required as such. Total evacuated from Iran 3,519 through 15 flights. Duration June 17 to 2025. Primary route was through Armenia and Turkmenistan. Priority given to Indian students in northern Iran. Israel evacuation 818 nationals via Jordan and Egypt. Okay. Now, if we talk about earlier such evacuation measures taken by India previously. Last year, we had Operation Indravati in Haiti. During the civil unrest 2023, we had Operation Ajay evacuating Indian nationals from Israel during the Israel-Hamas conflict. Operation Kaveri in 2023, these are some of the prominent ones. Operation Ganga, Ukraine 2022, Operation Dost, Turkey and Syria, when the earthquake struck these nations. So these are some of the most recent and famous ones. Okay. So we pick up the next one and we continue. No breaks, guys. आगे बढ़ते हैं, and allow me to just bring that PPT up. The final one for the day. आगे बढ़ते हैं. We'll complete this, which will now be about summits, indices, and awards. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that. We'll look at. Just allow me a second. रिविजिट कर लेना, नोट्स बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है ना. व्हाई यू आर आस्किंग हैज एनीबॉडी मेड द लिस्ट ऑफ टॉपिक्स? आई एम मेंटेनिंग अ स्पीड नाउ, सो तो रिविजिट कर लो आराम से कल सुबह, कोई इशू नहीं है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. एससीओ समिट से हम शुरुआत करते हैं. पहले वापस जाऊं, स्लाइड थोड़ा आगे भाग गया. ओके, सो एससीओ समिट से शुरुआत करते हैं. शंघाई कोऑपरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. And so recently the summit was held. I hope this is visible. Yes, this is visible. So आगे बढ़ते हैं. Now, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO, the origin traces back to Shanghai Five. China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan formed the Shanghai Five to build military trust and demarcate borders. So this was 1996. SCO, the birth happened in 2001. It became the Shanghai Five became the Shanghai Cooperation Organization on June 15, 2001, with Uzbekistan joining as the sixth founding member state. The major expansion happened between 2017 and 2024. India and Pakistan joined as full members in 2017. Iran followed in 2023. Belarus in 2024, significantly expanding the organization's reach as well as influence. The core purpose of the group is to promote mutual trust, comprehensive security, economic, and cultural cooperation while addressing the terrorism and extremism. SCO is headquartered in Beijing, China, and the major bodies include Council of Head of States, Council of Heads of the Government, and they hold annual summits. Wait. So the annual summits are held. The security focus is through regional anti-terrorist structure RATS, which is headquartered in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, which coordinates the counter-terrorism efforts. The official languages are Russian and China. Why SCO is very, very important? Why it's an important body? Global significance, if you look around, it has 24% of the world's lands area. If you look at the all the countries part of SCO, 42% of the global population, and contributes to 36% of the global GDP. Okay, so that's why it's important. There are member states: China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, India, Pakistan, Iran, and Belarus. And there are partner states merged with observer or dialogue status. And these are the partner states. Laos was admitted in 2025 itself, okay, as a partner or observer state. Now, 2025 summit, it happened, the location was Tianjin in China, August 31st and September 1. It was the 25th SCO Heads of State Council Summit, fifth time hosted in China. Leaders from all the 10 member states, including India, Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, Belarus, participated. North Korea and several CIS leaders were invited. Prime Minister Modi represented India. The theme was upholding the Shanghai spirit, SCO on the move. Upholding the Shanghai spirit, SCO on the move. So every summit has a declaration. The declaration includes condemnation of all forms of terrorism, firm opposition to unilateral sanctions or coercive economic measures contrary to UN Charter, reference to US tariffs, commitment to multilateralism, sovereign equality of nations, emphasized respect for the national sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, and supporting the UNGA resolution against glorification of Nazism, racism, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination. Okay, so new initiatives, four new permanent SEO centers were announced, focusing on emerging security threats, organized crimes, cybersecurity, and coordinated anti-drug efforts. Okay, Laos admitted as a new partner, expanding the network at the partner status. Development Bank decision to establish an SEO development bank to finance infrastructure project was announced, and the group also endorsed creation of platforms on energy cooperation till 2030. Okay, additional outcomes. Cholpon Atta in Kyrgyzstan was declared SEO tourist and cultural capital for 25-26. Okay, long-term vision outlined the comprehensive development strategy extending till 2025, condemned the military actions in Gaza and Iran, and then pledged to significantly deepen trade, finance, and sustainable development. Officially granted SEO observer status within the Commonwealth of Independent State, thereby strengthening the institutional linkages. Okay, if we talk about India and SEO, India joined SEO as an observer state in 2005, but became a full member in 2017 alongside Pakistan. India chaired the 2023 summit in the New Delhi, hosting several ministerial meetings and championing the secure SEO theme. Okay, secure SEO theme was about security, economy, connectivity, unity, respect for sovereignty, and environment. PM Modi has actively attended these summits, all these summits so far in that sense. Gaza Peace Plan on October 9, 2025, Israel and Hamas formally signed the first phase of the US brokered Gaza Peace Agreement, marking a significant breakthrough, ending the 2-year conflict that began, but it has not completely ended, by the way. So the plan was announced by President Donald Trump on September 29, and it's a comprehensive 20-point proposal aimed at achieving a lasting end to the hostilities, securing the release of hostages, and establish long-term stability in Gaza. After the Israel cabinet approved the agreement on October 10th, 2025, a formal ceasefire took effect, and a high-level international summit at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt on October 13, 2025 formalized the deal with signatures from President Trump, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and mediators from Qatar and Turkey. July 2025, former Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, begins drafting post-war governance plan for Gaza through his Institute for Global Change. On September 18, the Times of Israel first reports Blair's involvement in peace planning efforts. But before that, Blair met President Trump and Jared Kushner at the White House to discuss the proposal. On September 25, reports confirmed Blair's interest in joining and potentially chairing the Board of Peace. September 29, Trump unveils the 20-point plan alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas given October 5 deadline to accept. October 7 to 8, 2 rounds of indirect negotiations with US envoys, Kushner and Witkoff, plus Qatari Prime Minister happens. And the agreement reported very close. Trump confirms both sides signed off on the first phase on 8th of October. The agreement was formally signed in Egypt on 9th of October. Israel cabinet approves on the next day. Israeli forces complete withdrawal to agreed lines, triggering formal ceasefire. US officials enter Gaza to verify the compliance, and Hamas announces readiness to release 20 living hostages. Then international summit in Sharm el-Sheikh finalizes the agreement with Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and US signatures. Now, phase 1, immediate ceasefire and hostage release within 72 hours. Israel releases 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, including 250 serving life sentences, whereas Hamas releases the 20 living hostages. Now, this resumption of aid happens via UN and Red Crescent. In the phase 2, governance and reconstruction, there is Gaza International Transition Authority, which will be the supreme political and legal authority established to govern Gaza, modeled on UN transitional administrations like UNTAC and UNMIC. So GITA, Gaza International Transitional Authority, will monitor or govern the Gaza. 7 to 10 member body led by President Trump, including Tony Blair, with binding authority over legislation, will form the Board of Peace. Then there will be a chairman strategic secretariat, 25-member team to support the board leadership, and dedicated security force composed of elite personnel from Arab and international partners. Okay. Then governance structure will be with Palestinian Executive Authority. Hamas will have definitely no role over here. And 5 commissioners will be appointed to oversee humanitarian affairs. Okay. The Palestinian leader appointed by the Board of Peace will head the executive authority. The municipalities continue to operate under mayors, and the independent system will be overseen by a judicial board led by an Arab jurist. Okay. Uh, what about security, law, and economic development? Arab-led multinational peacekeeping force will be deployed alongside Israeli withdrawal. Gaza civil police, locally recruited, vetted, and non-partisan police force will maintain the public order. Okay. Special economic zones featuring Trump Riviera, including a resort called Trump Gaza, will be part of the Trump Economic Development Plan. Role of engaging parties: US is the architect and political guarantor of the plan. Israel agreed to the ceasefire and phased withdrawal. Hamas agreed to hostage release and disarmament. Palestinian Authority is not a direct signatory, but it welcomed the plan. Egypt hosted the negotiations and the final summit. Qatar and Turkey mediated the talks. Okay. Not important. Alaska Summit 2025, held on August 15 between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin at joint base in Anchorage, marked the first face-to-face meeting between the two leaders since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Okay, so the summit occurred among the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war tensions, and with President Trump moderating expectations, referring it as a feel out meeting rather than one aimed at immediate breakthroughs. So there was no concrete agreement, there was no formal ceasefire or peace deal reached. Trump sought to engage NATO leaders and Ukraine President Zelensky following the summit to discuss the Putin talks. However, no public guarantees from Russia were given actually. The summit fell short of resolving fundamental disputes over Ukraine's sovereignty. Contrasting assessments: Trump's post-summit rating of 10 contrasted sharply with more skeptical media and diplomatic assessment. Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov's public appearance wearing a USSR sweatshirt symbolized Russia's defiant posture. So nothing was achieved as such out of this summit. Then another summit, the peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The peace summit, this was initiated on August 8, 2025 by the Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan and Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev, with the US President Donald Trump mediating the historic talks. Okay. Now, if we talk about the two nations, the tensions date back to the Soviet era. Okay, so there has been 4 decades of intermittent conflict, ceasefires, failed peace negotiations. Azerbaijan's 2023 military offensive resulted in Azerbaijan regaining control over the Nagorno-Karabakh region and the displacement of nearly all ethnic Armenians, approximately 1 lakh people. Both sides now agree to mutual relinquishment of the territorial claims, absolute ban on use of force, and adhering to the international laws. Now, here comes very important part of it, which is Trump route for international peace and prosperity. Now, what is this TRIP? TRIP is construction of Trump route, which is the construction of TRIP linking mainland Azerbaijan to the Nakhchivan exclave through Armenian territory. Okay, route remains Armenia's sovereign land, but operated under Armenian law, with US holding development rights for 99 years. And then if we talk about the route's completion, would facilitate transport of goods and people between Europe and Central Asia, strategically circumventing Russia or Iran. Okay. Now, Azerbaijan conditioned the final treaty signing on Armenia, amending its constitution to remove references to Nagorno-Karabakh region, with referendum planned for 2027. Legal cases brought by both Armenia and Azerbaijan to the International Court of Justice on the allegations of ethnic cleansing will continue. They continue, though peace talks proceed on the parallel tracks. Okay. Recent developments as of October 2025, Azerbaijan lifted restriction on the cargo transport to Armenia, and both leaders expressed caution optimism at the United Nations General Assembly about closing the chapter of enmity. India supported the peace agreement and welcomed the negotiations. So trip spans around 43 kilometers through Armenia's unique region, remaining Armenia's sovereign territory, but the redevelopment will be done by US with a 99-year lease. Actually, development will be done by US. Okay, so ASEAN Summit 2025, the 46th and 47th meetings of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, for 3 days, October 26 to 28, 2025. The theme was inclusivity and sustainability. This was the theme for this year, and one of the most significant ASEAN gatherings since the bloc founding in 1967. Now, ASEAN is composed of 11 member states in 2025: Brunei, Myanmar, Malaysia, which was the host nation, Cambodia, Indonesia, then Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, the 10 earlier ones, and Timor-Leste now joining as the 11th member, marking the full geographic representation of the Southeast Asia. Then there are partner countries including India, China, Japan, South Korea, US, Australia, Canada, Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and institutions like IMF and United Nations. So inclusivity and sustainability was the key theme for the 2025 ASEAN Summit, and it declared the 2026 as the year of ASEAN-India Maritime Cooperation. Okay, year of ASEAN-India Maritime Cooperation. Important outcomes from the declaration: the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord, Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Inclusive Green Growth, welcome of Timor-Leste as the 11th member, completing the entire geographical footprint, ASEAN-India relations strengthening, and plan of action for 2630. Now, key economic and strategic discussion includes focus on regional supply chain resilience and supporting projects like India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway and the Kaladan Multi-Modal Transport Project. Cybersecurity cooperation, launch of first ASEAN-India Track 1 Cybersec Policy Dialogue, addressing global trade issues including US tariffs and blue economy, cooperation in blue economy. Okay. ASEAN was founded in 1967 by 5 members: Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. And the founding happened in Bangkok, Thailand, with the signing of the ASEAN Declaration, also known as the Bangkok Declaration. The ASEAN Free Trade Area was established in 1992. The ASEAN adopted the charter in 2007 that provided it with legal personality and established a formal institutional framework. The chairmanship is on a rotating basis. In 2015, ASEAN launched ASEAN Community with 3 pillars: ASEAN Political Social Security Community, Economic Community, and ASEAN Social Cultural Community. 1994, Brunei joined. 1995, Vietnam became a member. 1997, Laos and Myanmar joined. 1999, Cambodia, the last joined, and this year, Timor-Leste taking the count to 11. Okay. As far as India is concerned, formal relations between the two groups, India and ASEAN, established the formal dialogue relations in 1992. Historic date ties, if you look at from the country's perspective, date back to 2 millennia. India's lookist policy, which was initiated in 1991, and its evolution to the actist policy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, reaffirms India's commitment to strengthening ties with ASEAN countries. India was granted the status of ASEAN's sectoral dialogue partner and became the first country to receive ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement in goods in 2010. The ASEAN-India Summit started in 2002, evolving into an annual summit. In 2012, ASEAN-India Commemorative Summit marked the 20th anniversary of the diplomatic relations. The ASEAN-India Plan of Action for 21-25 and the new plan for 26-30 underlines goals for deepening cooperation between the two. Economic engagement, as far as India and ASEAN is concerned, trade volume of $125 billion, The target is to take it to $200 billion by 2030, positioning ASEAN as India's third largest trading partner. Okay. India participates in the ASEAN led forums, whether it is East India Summit, ASEAN Regional Forum, or ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus. Okay. ASEAN India Summit this year was the 22nd. It was held virtually, reiterating the commitments between the two, India and ASEAN. So that covers that. International Solar Assembly happened this year in India. But before I talk about that, allow me to cover International Solar Alliance itself. It's a alliance of more than 122 signatory countries, most being sunshine countries, which lie either completely or partly between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Bangladesh boasts of the world's most extensive off-grid power initiative, and uh, and and uh, uh, a valuable source of insights and guidance for other nations who are seeking to enhance availability of eco-friendly electricity. Okay, through the utilization of solar energy, the initiative by Bangladesh has facilitated electricity access for 20 million residents of Bangladesh. The India International Solar Alliance initiative was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the India-Africa Summit in 2015, ahead of the 2015 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Paris. The framework agreement of the International Solar Alliance opened for signatures in Marrakesh, Morocco in November 2016, and 102 countries joined. Okay, it's a collaborative initiative between India and France aimed at uniting the efforts to combat climate change by implementing solar energy solutions. Okay, so it was conceptualized on the sidelines of COP21 in Paris in 2015. And following the 2020 amendment to the framework agreement, all UN member states are now eligible to join the alliance. Currently, more than 120 countries are the signatories, with 90 plus countries having ratified to become full members. The mission is to unlock $1 trillion in solar investments by 2030. It's headquartered in Gurugram, Haryana, and the alliance is also sometimes called as International Agency for Solar Policy and Application, ISPA. Okay, India has placed a target of 175 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030 and reduction in emission intensity by 33 to 35% by 2030. The recent signatory includes Moldova as early as August 2025. Greece and Israel joined ISA in 2021, Armenia in 23, Spain in 24. The recent addition is Moldova. International Solar Assembly was the happened in New Delhi recently in the last week of October, and it was preceded by regional committee meetings: Europe in June, Asia Pacific in July, LSE region in August, Africa September in 2025. The new reports and frameworks will launch: Ease of Doing Solar 2025, Global Floating Solar Framework, Solar PV Skills, Jobs in Africa, and Solar Compass General Editions. So, the International Solar Alliance officially titled the 8th session of the ISA Assembly in 2025. Now, if you talk about the initiatives unveiled by India: Sunrise, Solar Upcycling Network for Recycling, Innovation and Stakeholder Engagement; SIDS Procurement Platform for Small and Developing States; Global Capability Center, a Silicon Valley for Solar; and Osho Wog Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid Initiative Direction. So this completely reflects ISA's shifts from advocacy to implementation and measurable impacts now. 10th Sustainable Development Reports 2025 were released recently, and with only 5 years remaining for the SDG goals, the world is definitely not on track to meet most of the SDGs by 2030. The scores measure progress on a scale of 0 to 100, where 100 indicates a country has achieved all 70 goals, 0 means no progress has been made. What are the key findings? The projection shows that only 17% of the SDGs targets, the Sustainable Development Goals target, are on track to be met by 2030. So there is a significant slowdown due to conflict, structural vulnerability, and limited fiscal space. Nordic countries lead the SDG rankings with Finland at number 1, Sweden at number 2, Denmark at number 3. Notably, 19 out of 20 countries are the European nations. East and South Asia have shown fastest regional progress since 2015. India ranks ahead of Bangladesh. India ranked 99 this time, ahead of Bangladesh, which is at 114, Pakistan 140th, but it trails Bhutan, which is ranked 74, Nepal ranked 85, Sri Lanka 93rd, and Maldives 53rd. Okay, on the multilateralism and participation, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, and Tobago are the top three countries most committed to the United Nations multilateralism. Brazil ranks highest among the G20 nations at 25th. Chile leads the OECD nations at 7th rank, while the United States rank at 193rd position for the second consecutive year due to its opposition to the SDG and withdrawal from the Paris Agreement and WHO. A decade into Agenda 2030, 190 of the 193 UN member states have participated in the voluntary national review process. Only Haiti, Myanmar, and United States have not participated. Areas of progress, if we talk about, most countries have made strong progress on basic services and infrastructure, notably in mobile broadband and internet use related to SDG 9, electricity access related to SDG 7, and reducing 5-year and under 5 and neonatal mortality in SDG 3. However, 5 targets have seen significant reversals. Obesity rate, SDG 2, press freedom, SDG 16, nitrogen management, SDG 2, red list index, SDG 15, and corruption perception, SDG 16. So they have shown reversals, not improvement. Okay. Over 800 million people, 1 in 10, still live in extreme poverty, and the global inequality is rising, SDG 1 and 10 related. The global food system suffers from high rates of hunger and malnutrition. 30% of the food is wasted globally. Climate change continues to hinder the SDG progress, and the global unemployment has decreased to a historic low, but informal employment and job vulnerability remain problematic. Major reversals occurred in obesity rates, press freedom, sustainable nitrogen management, biodiversity loss, and corruption perceptions. Financing and cooperation, the developing world faces an annual 4 trillion SDG financing gap. Okay. India's position, 99th rank, first time in the top 100. According to the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network 10th SDG report, India is placed 9th, first time coming into the top 100 with a score of 67 out of 100. So this is an improvement from the previous ranking. Last year we were at 109, 2023 112. Okay. Now, on the what are SDGs? They are 17 interconnected goals with 169 targets aimed at tracking major global challenges like poverty, inequality, climate change, and environmental degradation. At the heart are 17 sustainable development goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries developed and developing in a global partnership. Traces to the Earth Summit of 1992. The SDG builds on decades of work by countries and United Nations, and we should talk about the 1992 Earth Summit. In June 1992, the Earth Summit in Brazil, more than 178 countries adopted Agenda 21. Member states in 2000, in the year 2000, unanimously adopted the Millennium Declaration at the Millennium Summit at the UN headquarters in September 2000. The summit led to the elaboration of 8 Millennium Development Goals to reduce extreme poverty by 2015. In 2002, in Johannesburg Declaration on Sustainable Development and Plan for Implementation, the Millennium Declaration and Agenda 21 were included and was proposed to build on that. In 2012, Rio Plus 20, the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio Plus 20 in Brazil to June 2012, member states adopted the outcome document, The Future We Want. Okay. And then what happened from here? The formal launch to a process to develop the set of SDGs to build upon the Millennium Development Goals and to establish UN high-level political forums. SDG happened over there actually. Okay, so it goes back to the Millennium Development Goals. 15 became the landmark year, Paris Agreement, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with its 17 SDG was adopted at UN Sustainable Development Summit in New York. These are the 17 SDG goals. G7 Summit of 2025. G7 was established in earlier in response to the 1973 Group 7 was established in response to the 1973 energy crisis. The first summit happened in 1975, and it was the first summit of heads of state and government in France. It included France, US, UK, Germany, Japan, and Italy. G7 formation happened with the admission of Canada in 1976, the next year. In 1977, since 1977, representatives of the European Economic Community, now known as European Union, also participate in the work of the group. They do not hold the rotating presidency, but they participate in the work of group. From 97 to 2013, the G7 actually was G8 because Russia became part of it. However, once Russia annexed Crimea, it was suspended from the group and the G7 continued. G7 does not have a permanent administrative structure. Starting 1st of January every year, one of the member states takes the presidency on rotation basis, and that nation holding the presidency serves as the temporary secretariat for a period of 1 year. Okay. In 2024, Italy assumed the presidency for the 7th time in its history, succeeding Japan, and handed it over to Canada on 31st of December 2024. So current presidency is still with Canada at this point of time. Canada hosted the summit in Kanaskis, Alberta, Canada, 16th and 17th June. The summit themes included, or the priority included, protecting communities and the world, building energy security and and accelerating the digital transition, and securing partnerships for the future. Core members: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, and US. European Union was again represented. They work in the group working of the committee. Several non-G7 countries were also invited. They are invited every year. In fact, if we talk about India, India is invited every year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi again represented our country over there. The key agenda items included the addressing the economic challenges across the G7 nations, covering topics such as global security with specific reference to ongoing global conflicts. Under Canada presidency, priority of accelerating digital transformation, focus on securing sustainable supply chains for critical minerals. 2025 summit also saw adoption of initiatives to address wildfire threats, and the summit took place amid high global tensions, notably the conflicts and tariff disputes. The declarations include Kanansky's Wildfire Charter, G7 Critical Mineral Action Plan, support for global and regional security, and agreements on the sidelines. Then we had Bonn Climate Change Conference. It is officially called as the Sessions of the Subsidiary Bodies. Basically refers to the annual mid-year meeting of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Now, these sessions are not the main annual Global Climate Summit, that is COP, but they play a critical technical and preparatory role for the COP. So the subsidiary body meetings typically occur twice a year in Bonn, Germany, once in June and again coinciding with COP or later sessions. Okay, so objective is to review the implementation of the Climate Change Convention, facilitate technical discussions and scientific inputs. The institutional bodies which are involved include Subsidiary Body for Implementation, SBI, and Subsidiary Body for Scientific and Technological Advice, SBSTA. Okay. Then other stakeholders includes delegates from nearly all UNFCCC party nations, civil society groups, and indigenous representatives. During SB 62, the 2025 Bonn Conference, several critical themes were on agenda: global goal on adaptations, implementation and progress review, climate finance, uh, the Just Transition Work Program, Loss, Damage and Mitigation and Transparency. G20 Summit 2025 in South Africa in November. This was the first time G20 Leaders Summit took place in the African continent. South Africa held the presidency till end of November 2025. The theme was solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Okay, so that was the theme for the G20 this year. Last year, earlier in 2023, we had the presidency. Now, leaders' declaration, unprecedented this time because the declaration by the leaders happened despite US absence as well as objections. The declaration acknowledged the first G20 summit convened on the African continent, and the document mentions the African philosophy of Ubuntu, and because we are. The final declaration was adopted at the beginning of the summit. Usually, declarations are adopted at the end of the summit. What makes this G20 unique is the final declaration was adopted at the beginning of the summit, a break from the tradition. The 122-point declaration covered multiple thematic areas: climate action, resilience, debt, financial system reforms, development, global equity, food security, digital transformation, among others. Okay, so these were the key declaration themes. Now the presidency has been handed over to United States for the next year. वहाँ पे भी drama हुआ. The US team was not there actually, but South Africa defended its approach, emphasizing that shared global goals outweigh our differences, and handed over the presidency to the US party. Okay, so summit definitely saw active participation from our Prime Minister, and he addressed the session focusing on fair and just future, announced advancing an AI mission, emphasizing equitable access, and also to host an AI Impact Summit in 2026 in India. During the bilateral discussion, India and the government of Italy adopted a joint initiative to counter financing of terrorism, strengthening international cooperation on security matters. G20, if we talk about Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Japan, Italy, Republic of Korea, South Korea, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Turkey, United Kingdom, United States, along with the European Union, make the G20. They account for 80%. The G20 members account for 80% of world GDP, 75% of the global trade, and 60% of the global population. Founded in 1999 after the Asian financial crisis, later upgraded to the level of heads of state and government basically, and became a premium forum from international economic cooperation in 2008. And annual summits are being held since 2011. Okay. Structure and functioning, there's no permanent secretariat. The presidency is held by the countries, the previous one and the next, so-called Troika. So if you talk about right now, the Troika for this year was Brazil, South Africa, and the US, because last year presidency was with Brazil, this year it was with South Africa, next year is US. They form the Troika. There's no permanent secretariat. The G20 work is divided into two tracks: financial track and Sherpa track. The G20 process is led by the Sherpa of the members countries. There are various working groups, regular meetings happen, multi-year mandate is very, very important over here. Then there are guest countries. Spain is a permanent invitee to the G20. Regular participation includes IMF, World Bank, OECD, WTO, ILO, FSB, and all. And the incumbent president may invite other countries or international organizations as part of the G20 meetings. COP30, the implementation summit, Brazil, November 10 to 2021. Very pivotal in global climate action. It was held at an hangar convention center in the heart of the Amazon region, and deliberately positioned as the implementation COP. Okay. Notable absentees included China's Premier Jinping and US President Donald Trump. They were not present during COP21. COP31 will be convened in Turkey with Antalya serving as the host city. Australia will play a crucial role as president of negotiations. Okay. Now, the Paris Agreement promise in 2015, nearly 200 countries united in Paris with a historic commitment. Limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level and keep warming well below 2 degrees Celsius. The difference between 1.5 degree and 2 degree may seem very small, but it translates to dramatically different futures. It's huge. The impacts are severe: extreme heat waves, devastating sea level rise, ecosystem collapse, and human displacement. Despite rapid growth in renewable energy, particularly solar power, the current national climate plans fall dramatically short of the 1.5-degree goal. COP30 arrived at this critical juncture, transforming hollow promises into concrete implementation. So at CUP 2029 last year, wealthy nations pledged at least $300 billion annually by 2035 to help. While this figure is significant, this fell short of what the vulnerable nations actually need. The agreement included broader aspiration, $1.3 trillion from both public and private sources. Now, Brazil's presidency published that ambitious target, but a detailed roadmap was definitely missing. The COP30 calls for tripling adaptation finance by 2035. Okay. Uh, Protecting the planet's lungs. Basically, Brazil launched an initiative at the COP30 summit, the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, a fund aiming to raise the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, a fund aiming to raise $125 billion from loans and investments. Okay. Fundamental shift, recognizing that tropical forests provide invaluable ecosystem. UK has been cautious in its response, and Brazil also announced plans for a comprehensive roadmap to fulfill the COP26 Glasgow pledge to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. Glasgow commitment in 2021, nations pledged to reverse deforestation. That was a bold promise for most nations took seriously. The Tropical Forest Forever Facility represents a paradigm shift as far as Brazil is concerned, but the implementation challenges remain. COP by the numbers: 56,118 delegates, 3,805 Brazilian delegation. While Chinese premier was absent, Chinese representatives count as 789. US federal delegates, the count is zero, including President Trump's absence over there. However, the Californian governor, Gavin Newsom, attended to promote his state's environmental commitments and forge international partnerships. BRICS Summit, July 6, 7, 2025, held in Brazil. This year, Brazil hosted a lot of summits. The official theme for the 17th BRICS Summit of 2025 was strengthening global South cooperation for more inclusive and sustainable governance. And during the summit, Indonesia became a full BRICS member in 2025, marking the first South Asian nation to join BRICS. Okay, several other countries were welcomed as partners: Belarus, Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Cuba, Nigeria, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Uganda, and Uzbekistan. First BRICS summit, the key highlights: first BRICS summit to feature Indonesia after admission in January, reflecting the Global South coalition. Uh, Vladimir Putin participated virtually due to an outstanding ICC arrest warrant. The declaration announced that India will assume BRICS rotating chairmanship for 2026 and will host the 18th summit. Leaders adopted declaration on global governance of artificial intelligence, a historic first for the BRICS. Primary area of focus: global governance reforms, alternative payment system and mechanism for diversifying trade relationship, introducing the BRICS climate leadership agenda, AI governance, which feature prominently for the first time, and addressing terrorism and regional conflicts. The origin of BRICS goes back to 2001, when the British economist Jim O'Neill coined the term BRIC. Russia initiated the creation of BRICS. It started as BRIC basically, and the first BRIC summit happened in Yekaterinburg in Russia in 2009. 2009, the member countries were Brazil, Russia, India, and Japan, so it was BRIC. South Africa joins in 2010, and thus comes the BRICS over here. In 2024, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and UAE joined. In 2025, Indonesia became the first South Asian member. BRICS represents nearly half of the world population, 40% of the global GDP, 26% of the global trade. The key initiatives include New Development Bank, BRICS Contingent Reserve Agreement, BRICS Pay Payment System, BRICS Joint Statistical Publication, and BRICS Basket Reserve Currency. Okay. Now, the significance, if you talk about the 2025 summit, the expansion of BRICS underlines the push towards global South solidarity. Okay, India gets the chairmanship for the 26th or the 18th summit for the year 2026. BIMSTEC 6th Summit was held in Thailand earlier this year, and this was the 6th Summit Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Held in Bangkok, theme was Prosperous, Resilient, and Open BIMSTEC. So remember the theme, Prosperous, Resilient, and Open BIMSTEC. Summit participants, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, the members country. The key agreements: first ever vision document, Vision 2030, providing comprehensive roadmap for future cooperation. Maritime Transport Agreement, MOU with IORA and BIMSTEC, and formalizing partnership with United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in shared priorities. The key outcome in terms of institutional framework, together with BIMSTEC Charter, the rules of procedure were adopted. Eminent Persons Group report was also adopted, and leaders endorsed joint statement on impact of earthquake that struck Myanmar and Thailand earlier this year. Secretary General is Indramani Pandey, the ambassador of India to Bangladesh, and he outlined the progress made since the fifth BIMSTEC summit in 2022. So after a gap of almost 3 years, the summit was held. At the summit's conclusion, Bangladesh assumed the chairmanship of the BIMSTEC group, and Professor Mohammad Yunus, the chief advisor of Bangladesh, reiterated the country's commitment to work collaboratively with the other BIMSTEC members. Okay, BIMSTEC was formed in Bangkok in 1997 as BISTEC, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand. Myanmar joined in 1997, later, same year, and the group was renamed as BIMS-EC, BIMSTEC. Nepal and Bhutan became full members in 2004, and the group was renamed as BIMSTEC at the first summit in 2004. Member states, the 7 countries: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. Okay. Permanent Secretariat is in Dhaka. Current Secretary General is Ambassador Indramani Pandey. The priority sectors are 14 sectors of cooperation, and you should not forget the BIMSTEC Multinational Military Field Training Exercise, which is MILEX 18, which was held earlier in 2000. अब कुछ indexes quickly cover कर लेते हैं before we wrap up the session. We'll try to wrap by 9 maximum. Okay, so Global Innovation Index की अगर हम बात करें, which is published by World Intellectual Property Organization and ranks 139 economies worldwide. Okay, measures on 78 indicators out there. Now, if you talk about the GII, Global Innovation Index, it was launched in 2007 by NCARD and WIPO. Now, WIPO publishes the report every year. And over the years, GII has adopted the emerging trends like entrepreneurship, innovation during uncertainty, and pandemic's impact. Okay, WIPO is a specialized agency of the United Nations, established in 1967, joining UN in 1974. And it promotes the protection of intellectual property worldwide. Okay. Now, global trends in innovations, as per the report, has declined to 2.9% in 2004, and it is projected to fall further this year. Okay. Venture capital deals remains below pre-2023 levels, despite financial headwinds. Breakthrough in AI and quantum computing and deep sciences happens. Central and Southern Asia surpassed the Latin America for the first time, driven by India, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. The top countries: Switzerland #1. When we talk about the most innovative economies, Sweden at #2, US at #3, Republic of Korea at #4, Singapore at #5, followed by Finland at #6, Netherlands 7, Germany 8, Denmark 9, China at #10. China makes the entry for the first time into the top 10, ranked 2 globally in R&D expenditure, and #1 in patent filings. India ranks 38 globally in Global Innovation Index 2025, a significant improvement from ranked 48 in 2020, and is the first innovator in Central and Southern Asia among the lower middle Indian, number one innovator in Central and Southern Asia and among the lower middle income economies. Strengths: knowledge and technology outputs ranked 22, ICT service exports ranked number one globally, late stage venture capital deals number four, intangible asset intensity ranked number eight. India's innovation challenge, business sophistication, the infrastructure, the institutions, and the industry university R&D. These are the challenges, and this is how India is ranked over here. World Happiness Report 2025 with the theme caring and sharing. Okay, so the World Happiness Reports is a partnership between Gallup, the Oxford Wellbeing Research Center, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the WHR's editorial board. Since 2024, it has been published by Wellbeing Research Center at the University of Oxford. Okay, the World Happiness Report owes its existence to Bhutan, which sponsored the UN Resolution 65309 earlier in 2011, which was happiness towards a holistic approach of development. Bhutan does not measure the GDP; it measures happiness as the index of progress. The first World Happiness Report was presented in April 2012. The UN General Assembly adopted the resolution 66 to 81, proclaiming March 20th as the International Day of Happiness, and it is around this day the report is published almost every year. Okay, Northern European countries always continue to dominate the top ranking. Finland holds the distinction of being ranked the happiest country in the world, and Denmark and Iceland following it. And Finland has been doing it for on a continuous basis. Okay. Now, if we talk about the 149 economies where the Gallup polling data was done, if the reports mentions about the covers six particular categories: gross domestic product per capita, social support, health life expectancy, freedom to make life choices, generosity, and perceptions of corruption. Okay, so there are data gaps. If we talk about the focus, the caring and sharing was the theme for the 2025 report. Finland, for the eighth consecutive year, retained the title. Nordic countries continue their dominance over there. And UK and US barely made it to the top 25, while France ranked 33rd, losing sixth position compared to the previous edition. Finland number one, Denmark number two, Iceland three, Sweden number four, Netherlands at five, Costa Rica six, Norway seven, Israel surprisingly eight, Luxembourg at nine, Mexico at 10. These are the top 10 nations as far as the World Happiness Report, the happiest countries if you talk about. The least happiest countries includes Afghanistan at the bottom place at 143rd of the 143 economies handled. Lebanon, Lesotho, Sierra Leone, and Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan ranks 109th, slightly ahead of India. Okay, India's rank globally is 118, 57 on monetary generosity, and 10 on volunteering. When it comes to trust indicators like returning lost wallets, India ranks 115 when returned by neighbors, 86 by strangers, and 93rd by police officers. क्या क्या रिसर्च करते हैं ना, बहुत सारे भेद खुल गए. Okay, World Happiness Reports notable trends. Despite European dominance in the top 20, there are notable exceptions. Costa Rica and Mexico entered the top 10 for the first time. Middle East resilience. Israel maintained its position at the 8th place. Even last year it was on the 8th place. United States dropped to its lowest ever position at 24th, still being in the top 25, having previously peaked at 11 in 2012. So the best ranking of United States is only 11. Okay. And if you talk about UK, it's at position 23, lowest average, is reporting its lowest average life evaluation since the 2017 report. HDR 2025, a matter of choice, people and possibilities in the age of age of AI. Now, the SDI, the Human Development Index, is how we measure the national progress. And there are three dimensions. We have health dimension, we have education dimension, we have standard of living. Health dimension aligns with SDG 3, education dimensions aligns with SDG 4, 4.4 and 4.3, and standard of living aligns with SDG 8.5. Okay. What makes the Human Development Index? Long and healthy life, knowledge, a decent standard of living. Together, these dimensions make the HDI. The 24-25 SDR is titled A Matter of Choice, People and Possibilities in the Age of AI. Top performers, Iceland, Norway, Switzerland. Bottom performers, South Sudan, Central African Republic. Okay. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which is North Korea, and Monaco are not ranked in the index due to data availability constraints. So top countries: rank one Iceland, followed by Norway, followed by Switzerland, fourth. So same scores, second and three rank: Denmark, Germany, Sweden, same rank. Australia, Hong Kong, Netherlands, United States 17. India is at 130, performing very poorly. But the rank has slightly improved. We were 133 in 2022 out of the 130 out of 193 countries in the last year. Since 1990, India's SDI value has soared by over 53%, but India faces a 30.7% loss in human development due to inequality. If we talk about the neighbors, China at 78, Sri Lanka 89, Bhutan 125, rank above India. Bangladesh 130th, tied with India. Nepal 145, Myanmar 150, Pakistan 168. Okay. On the health aspect, India has made achievements over there. Children, if we talk about the India's life expectancy, that has increased to 72 years in 2023. Compared to 8.2 years children remaining in school in 1990, that number has gone up to 13 years, and India's gross national income per capita has quadrupled on a 2021 purchasing power parity basis to US dollar 9,046 in 2023. Global Gender Gap Index measured 148 countries, 148 economies, and this is the report all about. So only 68.8% of the global gender gap has been closed. The annual progress made is only 0.3%. With that rate, it will take 123 years to achieve parity. Okay, so with this rate of progress, it will take 123 years to achieve parity. Okay, now while considering the constant set of 100 economies which have been covered since 2006, जो 100 countries जो constantly इस report में figure करते आए हैं since 2006, the gap, if you talk about those 100 countries, the gap has narrowed by 0.4% point from 68.6 in 2024 to 69 in 2025. So based on the collective speed, if we talk about, it will take that 123 years to achieve full parity. Okay. Now, if we talk about the leading nations, Iceland leads with 92.6% of the gap close, ranking first for the 16 consecutive years, the only economy above 90% since 2022. All top 10 economies have closed at least 80% of their gender gaps. 8 of the top 10 positions are occupied by European nations. Iceland 92.6%, Finland 87.9%, Norway 86.3%, Sweden 81.7%. They are constantly ranked in top 10 since 2006. Okay, the rising stars includes United Kingdom at 83.8%. Ranked 4th, Republic of Moldova at 81.3%, ranked 7th. So they have moved up to join the top 10. Germany at 80.3% stands at 10th, and Ireland at 80.1% stands at 10th position. Okay, at 10th position, Germany at 9th position. New Zealand at number 5, Namibia at number 8. So remaining the top, these two nations make the other complete the top 10 if we talk about. Now, if we talk from the income level perspective, they are classified, the groups are classified: high income, upper middle income, low income, and lower middle income. Now, progress across the 4 dimensions: health and survival 96.2%, Highest parity has been achieved over here. Educational attainment 95.1%. When it comes to economic participation, the significant gap is there. Only 61% parity has been achieved. Where we are lacking the most is political empowerment. Most challenging dimension, only 22.9% parity has been achieved. With this rate, it will take 162 years to achieve that political dimension parity. Okay. Now, when we talk about economic participation challenges, economic gap remains at 55.1% close, and at that pace, it will take. Uh, so current gap is 60.7% close. Earlier it was 55.6, but it will still take 135 years to achieve that parity. Okay. Now, if we talk about the South Asian region performance, seventh region with 64.6 percent gap close. Only Bangladesh is in the top 50 globally at 24 rank, 77.5%. Okay. Now, if we talk about Nepal and Bangladesh, below 75% literacy parity is there. Maldives achieves full parity when it comes to it comes to the educational attainment. Okay. Now, if we talk about Southern Asia, the region demonstrates strong performance in health outcome, though progress has been modest over time, 95.5%. Political empowerment is a problem at 26.8%. Only Bangladesh has achieved political parity at the head of the state level. So let's talk about India's performance. Global rank 131 out of the 138 economy, down from 129 in 2024. Overall score of 0.644, improved from 0.641 in 2024. Now, if we talk about the other nations around us, Bangladesh, best South Asian performer, the 24th rank globally. Nepal is at 125, Sri Lanka 130, Bhutan at 119. Okay, across the sub indices, economic partition, the gap at closed by India is 40.7%, educational attainment is 97.1%, health and survival has improved, political empowerment has declined. Reversal has happened over here. Global Hunger Index. The concerns continue to mount actually, and worsening in several regions with stalled progress since 2013. So progress towards 30 target has plateaued across multiple indicators. Now, if we talk about Global Hunger Index, it's an annual report published by Concerned Worldwide, Wealth Hunger Life, and the Institute for International Law of Peace and Armed Conflict. Now, 136 countries were assessed, 123 scores calculated. And if we talk about the overall pace at this current level, 56 countries will not reach low hunger, much less zero hunger by 2030. Okay, 7 countries face alarming hunger: Burundi, Congo, Haiti, Madagascar, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. Another 35 countries are designated as having serious levels of hunger. In 27 countries with low, moderate, serious, or alarming GHI scores, hunger has increased since 2017. इंडिया की परफॉर्मेंस बात करें, ओवरऑल 102 is the global rank, 25.8 is the GHI score, serious level of hunger. 12% of the population is undernourished, 32.9% of the children under 5 are stunted, 18.7% of children under 5 are wasted, and 2.8% of children die before their 5th birthday. Okay. So, achieving zero hunger requires collective effort, coordinative efforts across agriculture, health, education, and social protection systems. Let's move on. Multidimensional. Wait. Climate change performance index. Okay, why this is important? So if we talk about climate change performance index, it evaluates on 4 main categories: GHG emissions, the greenhouse emissions, 40% weightage of the total score; renewable energy 20% of the weightage; climate policy 20%; energy use 20%. So that's the weightage. Okay. Now, if we talk about these weightages and the indicators out there, if we do the reality check, the first three slots are vacant again this year. No country has done so well that the first three positions can be occupied. Okay, at number 4 we have Denmark, 5 Netherlands, United Kingdom, UK at 6, Philippines at 7, Morocco at 8, Norway 9, India at number 10. Actually, if we talk about first three positions remain vacant. Most G20 countries score low overall due to persistently high absolute emissions. Only India and UK among the G20 nations achieve high performer status. Netherlands and UK also feature as high performer, but Denmark is on the top position if you remove the top three, which remains vacant actually. So remember this data. Okay. Now, bottom 10, at the bottom, we have Iran. Up ahead of it is Saudi Arabia, UAE. So look at from this side. So at the bottom most, we have Iran. Then if you talk about the bottom 10, Japan, Argentina, Chinese Taipei, Kazakhstan, Canada, South Korea, Russia, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and at the bottom, we have Iran. Okay. Now, India has improved significantly high in GHG emissions, got high scores as far as energy use is concerned, but medium score in climate policy and renewable energy usage. Okay. Multidimensional poverty index, three core dimensions: health, education, and living standards. 0 to 1 is the measurement. 1.1 billion live in acute poverty. 970 million lack clean cooking. 878 million globally have inadequate housing. 830 million have access to have no access to sanitation. 635 million population is undernourished. 487 million children out of the school. Nearly 309 million poor people, live in areas experiencing three or more overlapping climate hazards: flooding, extreme heat, droughts, or severe air pollution. The 10 countries, the top with the lowest the poverty index includes Switzerland at number 1, Norway at number 2, Iceland, Luxembourg, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, Finland, Netherlands, Austria. The Nordic countries performing better. The bottommost, Somalia. So Niger, South Sudan, Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali, Ethiopia, Burundi, Congo, Madagascar, mostly the African countries are at the bottommost level. If we talk about India's position, India's multi-dimensional poverty trajectory represents one of the most significant poverty reduction achievements. Okay, so starting 2025, 2015-16, if we talk about, 24.85% of the population was multidimensionally poor. Now only 11.28 are estimated to be multidimensionally poor. Okay, so India has moved ahead, has escaped multidimensional poverty in the last 9 years. So the largest absolute improvements occurred in UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. Okay, India now ranks among the better performing countries as far as the this particular index is concerned. Okay. Recently, Kerala became the first Indian state to become free from extreme poverty. So remember this fact: Kerala has become the first state to become free from extreme poverty. Global Peace Index, 163 independent states were evaluated. And if we talk about the Global Peace Index, these are the top countries: Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, Singapore, Portugal, Denmark, Slovenia, and Finland. Iceland has retained its position as the world's most peaceful country since 2008. Bottom पे है, we have Russia, Ukraine आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Afghanistan. So this is how the ranks are stacked for this nation. अगर इंडिया की बात करें, India is ranked 115 out of the 163 countries, showing improvement from the previous year. Last year we were at 116. If we talk about the other neighbors, Pakistan 144, Bangladesh 123, Afghanistan 158. Okay. India's neighbors, Bhutan at 45, Sri Lanka 95, Nepal at 103. They have performed better as far as peace index is concerned. These countries have performed lower as far as India is concerned. SIPRI report, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute report for 2025. It's an independent research and publishes a yearbook published by Oxford University Press. Okay. Now, according to the SIPRI report, global military spending in 2024 reached $2,718 billion, marking 9.4% increase from 2023. The top five military spenders, USA, China, Russia, Germany, and India, account for 60% of the global expenditure with a combined $1.635 trillion investment out there. India's nuclear arsenal count estimated at 180. Okay, no official figures. The reports compiles are from different places. India remains the second largest arms importer globally between 2020 and 2024, accounting for 8.3% of the global imports. Okay. So, as per the SIPRI report, India ranks fifth in global military spending is concerned. 38% Russian arms share, 86 billion military expenditure reached in 2024. Press Freedom Index, let's look at the top ranks. Norway at number one, Denmark, followed by Sweden, Netherlands, Finland, Estonia, Portugal, Ireland, Switzerland, and Germany. Bottom countries, we have at the bottom Eritrea, and so starts from here. At the bottom most, we have Eritrea over here. Syria, Afghanistan, North Korea, Iran, Turkmenistan, Vietnam. These are the countries which are at the bottom of the table as far as World Press Freedom Index is concerned. India is ranked 151 out of the 180 countries evaluated, with a total score of 32.96, and is positioned in the very serious category, though it's an improvement from the last year rank of 159. Okay. Uh, about our neighbors, Nepal has done well, Maldives has done well, Sri Lanka has done well, Bangladesh has done well. The only countries which are below as far as press freedom is concerned, when I talk about neighbors, Bhutan, Pakistan, Myanmar, Afghanistan, and China at 178 out of 180 nations. Global Livability Index, published by the Economist Challenge, the EIU. It's a comprehensive assessment of urban quality of life worldwide. 172 cities are evaluated on stability, healthcare, environment, and infrastructure. The world's least livable cities, again, are mostly the African side. So the least livable, and at the bottom rank we have Lagos, includes Dhaka, Karachi as well from our immediate neighbors. Okay. Excellence in urban living, Vienna is the most livable city, followed by Zurich, followed by Munich, Vancouver, Copenhagen. Okay. If we talk about India, Delhi ranks at 147, Mumbai ranks at 138. So the challenges remain actually, and India has to definitely look into it. From the regional context, China has Beijing in the rank range of 120 to 140. Pakistan has Karachi, so lower. So 6 of the South Asian cities are in the bottom quartile of the rankings. 40% regional population, if you talk about living in cities with inadequate infrastructure. $2.3 trillion investment is needed across South Asia through 2030. Few more minutes. Raman Magsaysay Award 2025. Raman Magsaysay Award was established in 1957 by the trustees of Rockefeller Brothers Fund, RBF, in New York with the concurrence of the Philippine government. It awards the legacy of Raman Magsaysay, the 7th president of the Philippines, who was renowned for his exceptional integrity, dedication to public service, and democratic spirit. It is also known as the Nobel Prize of Asia. The inaugural awards were presented in 1958, and 5 individuals from India, Indonesia, Philippines, Taiwan, and Sri Lanka, along with one Philippine-based organization, were the recipient of the first award. Okay. Originally, the award had 6 categories: government service, public service, community leadership, journalism, literature, creative communication arts, peace and international understanding, and emergent leadership. Except for emergent leadership, specific rigid categories have now been discontinued since 2009. Awards may now be made in any phase that reflects greatness of spirit in selfless service to humanities. Okay. It's held annually, it's given annually. The award ceremony is held in Manila in each year. First time it was in 1958. More than 350 total awardees from 24 Asian countries, territories by 2025. The first Indian winner was Acharya Vinoba Bhave, who received the award in the first ceremony for community leadership. This year, the Educate Girls became the first Indian NGO to win the prestigious award in 2025. The awardees for this year includes Foundation to Educate Girls. So Educate Girls Foundation became from India. Then Shahina Ali from Maldives and Flaviano Antonio from Philippines. The three recipients are these. If you talk about the first awardees, Vinoba Bhave from India, Acharya Vinoba, Yu New from Burma, M. Sarwar Khan from Pakistan, Soed Jatmoko from Indonesia, then Chen Chien Jen from Taiwan, and Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement, the organization were the awardees, the first awardees. Over the years, India has built a legacy of receiving the Raman Magsaysay Award, but now we have seen a gap of almost 6 years. In 2009, the journalist Ravish Kumar received the award. 2018, Sonam Wangchuk had received the award. So these are some of the notable names. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal is also the recipient of the Raman Magsaysay in 2006. Okay, Nobel Prize have already been announced. For chemistry, we have not going to the first. Let's look at the data actually. So let's look at the history first quickly. First Nobel laureates in 1901. जब पहला award गया था for chemistry, it was Jacobus Henricus Hoff. Literature, Sully Prudhomme. Then for peace, Henry Dunant and Frederick Passy. For physics, it was Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and for medicine, Emil von Behring. Why not economics? Because that award was instituted in 1969 only. And when we talk about the economics, the Nobel Prize of Economics, it is actually Swearingen Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences. Okay, so remember this. Okay, so the Nobel Prize was instituted in the year 1901, first awarded in 1901, but for the economics, it all started in 1969. Okay. So there is a committee, there's a Norwegian Nobel Committee, and the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences confers the prize for physics, chemistry, and economics. The Karolinska Institute confers the prize for physiology or medicine. Swedish Academy confers the prize for literature. Okay. Hitler also had a ban on the Nobel Prize for the Germans earlier, actually. If we talk about the Indian Nobel laureates, if you talk from the British India, we have Rabindranath Tagore and C.V. Raman. Citizens of India, Mother Teresa, Amartya Sen, Kailash Satyarthi in 2014, along with Pakistan's Yusuf Malala Yousafzai. Then, if you talk about the diaspora, Hargovind Khurana, S. Chandrasekhar, V.S. Naipaul, Venkatraman Ramakrishnan, and Abhijit Banerjee, along with his wife in economics in the year 2019. Expatriates, Ronald Ross and Rudyard Kipling. Mahatma Gandhi was nominated for Nobel Peace Prize 5 times, but never received it actually. Youngest is Malala Yousafzai at the age of 17. Oldest is good enough for chemistry in 2019 at the age of 97. US has more than 400 Nobel laureates. Multiple Nobel Prize winners, Linus Pauling, only person to receive 2 unshared Nobel Prizes. Marie Curie, physics and chemistry. John Bardeen for physics twice. Frederick Sanger for chemistry twice. Carl Barry Sharpless for chemistry twice. International Committee of the Red Cross 3 times, 17, 44, 63. UN High Commissioner for Refugees 2 times, 54 and 81. Okay. 25. Quickly देख लेना. Abel Prize को cover करते हैं, which is the considered as Nobel Prize of Mathematics, though that's not technically. The 2025 Abel Prize winner is Masaki Kashiwara for fundamental contributions to algebraic analysis and representation theory. The Abel Prize was established by Norwegian Parliament in 2002 and recognizes pioneering scientific achievement in mathematics, okay, and is named after Niels Henrik Abel, Norway's greatest mathematician through history. The first laureate for the Abel Prize was Jean-Pierre Serre, who received the award in 2003. Indian achiever, if we talk about, S.R. Srinivasa Vardhan, Indian mathematician, was awarded the 2007 Abel Prize for his fundamental contribution to probability theory. Okay, So that brings the end for the marathon. I've tried to cover as much topic as possible. Uh, I hope this session would definitely be definitely be helpful. I can see the comments, not enjoying dinner ke liye ja rahe hain. Definitely do that. It was too much of data, so you'll have to come back again and again. Most of the students have already covered this earlier, and I'm sure you have covered. So the purpose was to make you revise quickly. That was my whole intention. Ki you guys revise quickly, and that is what I have tried to do with this session. By the way, all LSC students, here's a quick update. Go to your My Zone tomorrow if you want to take a mock based on the sample paper which was released, just to get fixated through the order of the sections or the number of questions we have uploaded in your My Zone now. You can take the mock anytime you want. Okay, so it has been uploaded online in your My Zone account, and you can access the mock. I would prefer you do it tomorrow itself. But now, based on the sample mock released by the consortium, we have released a mock for you, and you can take that. Okay. Yes, sir. We understand 3 passages थे, तो हमने वो कर दिया है वहाँ पे वो काम. Okay. Okay, guys. Tomorrow we'll have the. We don't know exactly क्या होगा. Why they are doing this sample at the end moment, I don't understand. I don't see a reason for that. But anyways, so they might be saying tomorrow that this is what we have already proposed कि हम तो शायद ये structure दे सकते हैं. Anyways, going ahead. 3 days, 4 days, 3 days more to go, guys. Take care of your health. Take adequate sleep. Eat light food. That's what I would say. थोड़ा health पे ध्यान रखना. अभी कुछ गड़बड़ नहीं होना चाहिए. Don't push too much pressure on yourself, and don't forget the Abhilasha's ma'am's session tomorrow, where she concludes the marathon with her English session. Thank you so much. All the best.